Chapter 51. Shen Haoshan and Shen Bingli hurried over and stopped Jiang Wang. Shen Haoshan took out a letter from his arms and handed it to Jiang Wang Dao. Young Master Jiang, this is a letter from my grandfather to you. It's a handwritten letter he wrote to King Zhenbei. Jiang Wang took the letter from Shen Haoshan. The letter was wrapped in a golden envelope with the words personally from Huoqing, King of Zhenbei written on it in wild handwriting. This is. Grandpa heard that you were going to the northern border to seek refuge with King Zhenbei, so he wrote a letter for you. Don't worry, young Master Jiang. The King of Zhenbei used to be my grandfather's subordinate. When you get there, give him the letter and he will definitely not make things difficult for you. Jiang Wang suddenly felt warm in his heart. The old man was quite considerate and was willing to pave the way for him. Jiang Wang put the golden envelope into his arms and clasped his fists in thanks. Brother Shen, Sister Shen, thank you very much. Please thank the Duke of Zhenqiu for me. After I leave, you will still need to take care of Kyoto University's affairs. Shen Haoshan shook his head and sighed. Your Majesty is afraid of you. Being feared is not a bad thing. It means that your strength has been valued by His Majesty. It's a pity that we haven't learned much from you yet. Shen Bingli walked forward, pushed Shen Haoshan away, and threw herself into Jiang Wang's arms. Jiang Wang was startled by the sudden hug of his sister, and felt the warmth in his arms. Bingli was a martial artist, and she felt plump when he held her, with a kind of wild beauty. Mr. Jiang, I will always wait for you in Kyoto. Shen Bingli shed tears at some point, wetting Jiang Wang's clothes on his chest. Jiang Wang was very surprised. When did Shen Bingli fall in love with him? The most devastated person was Shen Haoshan. Girl, who do you like more than this playboy? Look at the number of supreme-grade women around him. After the impulse, Shen Bingli finally calmed down, pushed Jiang Wang away and wiped the tears from her face. Young Master Jiang, please leave the affairs of the academy to us. After you preached, those students have now spontaneously become teachers. Don't worry, when you come back, Kyoto University will definitely be the highest-ranking academy in the entire Dixuan. Without waiting for Jiang Wang to thank her, Shen Bingli turned and ran away. Shen Haoshan scratched his head, smiled awkwardly at Jiang Wang, and hurriedly chased after her. Sighing, Jiang Wang continued walking aimlessly on the street. I wanted to go to Manting Fang for a drink, but when I walked to the door, I found that Manting Fang was closed for the day. Have you heard that the boss of Manting Fang was arrested by the Ministry of Justice? What, he's also involved in the kidnapping case? Two passers-by were whispering to each other at the tea stall. Hush, this is what my second brother's mother-in-law's third cousin's uncle told me, the boss of Manting Fang is related to monster race. Jiang Wang's heart skipped a beat. Would Dong Yi be in danger? Manting Fang was actually run by monster race. No wonder Dong Yi could live in seclusion here all the time. However, considering that So King Yun has been wandering around Kyoto, Dong Yi's safety should not be a problem. In a trance, I smelled a familiar scent of osmanthus. Jiang Wang followed the smell and found a small wine stand in the alley behind Manting Fang. The boss was a lady of about 27 or 28 years old, who looked pretty. She was wearing a green chef's skirt and was busy in front of the stall. Following the smell, Jiang Wang walked to the stall and saw the words osmanthus wine written on the wine jar, and he understood. Boss, give me a drink first. The proprietress looked up and saw the visitor wearing luxurious clothes with a flying bear pattern printed on his chest, and a trace of panic instantly appeared on her face. He quickly poured a large bowl of osmanthus wine for Jiang Wang and handed it to him respectfully. I took a sip and it was soft on the palate, with a light sweetness and osmanthus aroma. It was definitely the wine I had drunk at Dong Yi's place. It turns out that this girl bought the wine from the back alley. The wine is good, how much silver? For some reason, the proprietress waved her hands hurriedly and shook her head, as if to indicate that she didn't want any money. It seems that my identity as a bad boy is really well known in Kyoto. Even the owner of the roadside stall doesn't dare to take my money. It's all right. I don't need your money for a few drinks. I want the whole jar of wine. Is 10 taels of silver enough? The proprietress didn't answer, but just pushed the wine jar forward, as if to signal Jiang Wang to take it away. You are? Mute. Jiang Wang realized at this time that the proprietress seemed to be silent because of damaged vocal cords. Seeing that Jiang Wang finally understood what she meant, the proprietress breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Then I can't drink your wine for free. To be honest, your wine is very delicious. I'll buy a jar for 20 taels. Don't refuse. Jiang Wang, don't take advantage of ordinary people. As he spoke, Jiang Wang casually pulled out a purse from his pocket and slapped it on the stall. The bag was bulging with copper coins and silver coins. They were the change that Jiang Wang took with him when he went out. There must be more than 20 taels. The proprietress was almost crying. She ran out from behind the stall, picked up the purse and was about to return it to Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang dodged and pointed at the proprietress. Hey, men and women shouldn't touch each other, don't try to touch me. Although you are good looking, I don't lack maids and cooks in my house. You don't have to be a servant if you have skills. The proprietress had no way of catching Jiang Wang, the martial artist, and after failing to get the money back, she had to go back to the stall, fill a jar of osmanthus wine for Jiang Wang, and then took out a letter from her bosom and handed it to Jiang Wang. I am also confused as to why so many people left me messages today. After taking the wine and the letter, Jiang Wang found that the handwriting on the envelope was very familiar. I brought it to my nose and sniffed it gently, and it smelled a familiar fox scent. I said that Vixen Dong Yi must have run away long ago. I opened the envelope and found that it was indeed left by Dong Yi. Dong Yi informed Jiang Wang that the assassination attempt on Lin Ping'an had failed, as the explosion of an entire saltpeter mine did not kill him. Manting Fang's stronghold has been exposed, and Dixuan's policy towards myriad monsters may have changed, so the king took her and Agu to evacuate Kyoto first. Tell Jiang Wang not to worry about Agu. After all, he is a monster race. Only by returning to the tribe can he practice and grow better. It is too dangerous to stay in Kyoto. Young Master Jiang, please don't miss me. After I have arranged the affairs of the clan, I will definitely go to find the young master and ask him to help me lift my legs more. The sweet-scented osmanthus wine you love to drink is brewed by this boss. When Dong Yi is not around, you can send someone to buy wine from her. She is also a miserable person who has a connection with my monster race. Jiang Wang smiled slightly. Dong Yi, this little girl, is still concerned about my alcohol addiction. Not bad, not bad. It turns out that no matter how luxurious the car is, it is not as good as your own private car. Putting the letter in his arms, Jiang Wang said with satisfaction. Thank you for your letter. I don't like to owe favors to others. This glass of wine is for you. Your wine is very good. If you are interested, you can come to Kyoto University to teach brewing. Seeing Jiang Wang pouring wine for herself, Chen Hong hurriedly took it and held it in her hand, but a hint of bitterness welled up in her heart. She had long heard of Kyoto University's teaching philosophy of teaching students in accordance with their aptitude and of teachers, students, and classmates working together. She also wanted to go, but what could a mute teach? When she looked up, she found that Jiang Wang had left, and Chen Hong sighed helplessly. It turned out to be just a courtesy. She drank the wine in her hand. The wine tasted sweet, but her heart was bitter. As soon as she finished drinking, she frowned. The wine tasted a little strange and bitter. Oh no, that young master surnamed Jiang just bought this bitter wine. So she rushed out of the alley in a hurry, looked around, and saw a young man in the distance opening a jar of wine as he walked, wanting to drink the wine in the jar. Chen Hong was shocked and danced around, but the other party couldn't see her at all. In desperation, she could only open her mouth and sob and scream loudly. Ah Abba! Ah, don't go! The wine bowl in his hand fell and shattered to the ground. Chen Hong covered her mouth in surprise. She, can speak now? Hey, Hong Hong, what did you just shout? The lady selling tofu next door put down the spoon in her hand, walked over excitedly and held Chen Hong's hand. You try to say it again, try again quickly. Chen Hong's eyes were a little dull, and tears welled up in her eyes unconsciously. Wang, Wang, Auntie Wang. Auntie Wang. Auntie Wang. Chen Hong called out the name of the lady in front of her, repeating it louder and louder. Auntie Wang, I can speak now, I can speak now. She hugged Aunt Wang excitedly, and was as happy as a 17 or 18-year-old girl, stamping her feet on the spot. Yes, 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 I heard you. You can speak now, Hong Hong. Chen Hong suddenly remembered the young master just now. It must be him. He did something. The taste of the wine was not right. It must be the wine's problem. She quickly looked towards the street corner, but unfortunately the figure had already left. Everyone, come quickly, Hong Hong can speak now, come and congratulate her. As soon as Aunt Wang called out, all the street vendors came over and chatted with Chen Hong, fearing that she would lose the ability to speak again. She was surrounded by the smell of fireworks and sounds of blessings, and for the time being she was unable to thank her benefactor. Jiang Wang strolled around until late at night and finished a jar of wine before returning home. For some reason, the Jiang mansion was bustling with activity. The servants were busy walking around, only stopping to say hello when they passed by Jiang Wang. Bang! Zhang Yingxiu kicked the door open and walked out of the main hall angrily. Why do you all have to leave? Where should I go? We are finally reunited as a family. What does that BCH Empress want to do? When the servants heard the aunt's rude words, they lowered their heads and pretended not to hear anything and ran away. Jiang Wang stopped his aunt and asked in confusion. What's wrong, aunt? Why are you so angry? Zhang Yingxiu crossed her arms angrily and nodded to Jiang Wang to ask his father. Jiang Wuxian walked out of the room helplessly and sighed. The queen summoned me for a private talk today and ordered me to take the Black Scale Guards to the south to replace the Duke of Zhenyi's. The reason given is that the myriad monsters are ready to make a move, and it seems that they are planning to do something bad to Dixuan. Lord Zhenyi's father is critically ill, so he wants to go home to fulfill his filial duty. Jiang Wang nodded, his face calm, as if he had expected it. This is the fact. Now that Jiang Wang has been transferred away, there is no reason to keep a bigger hidden danger around. Separating Jiang family's experts from the capital is an open conspiracy, and you can't help but listen. Zhang Yingxiu said angrily. If you all leave, where should I go? Am I going to guard such a big yard by myself? No, I want to go too. Jiang Wang and Jiang Wuxian shook their heads and said in unison. No, you can't go. Why? Zhang Yingxiu was puzzled. Jiang Wang explained patiently. You have to help me take care of Kyoto University and Jiangxing. After my father and I left, the Jiang family became rootless in Kyoto, and Jiangxing became a hostage in disguise. I guess the Empress must have told my father that she wanted to keep Jiangxing. Jiang Wuxian nodded, obviously it was true. My new school has just been established. Although it is managed by the Duke of Zhenqiu and Zhu Shengren, my original purpose of Kyoto University is to train future talents for my Jiang family. If there is no one watching over me, I am afraid that the fruits will be picked by others. I don't understand your theories. What if you encounter danger outside? And my niece-in-law Li Muir, are you going to just leave her at home? Zhang Yingxiu sat dejectedly on the stone steps. Although she accepted the fact, she felt very depressed. Li Muir is going with Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang was just about to ask his aunt to take good care of Li Muir when Jiang Wuxian suddenly said this. Hey, isn't she a proton? How can she leave the capital with me? Jiang Wuxian smiled and said meaningfully. Hostage? I have already sent people to investigate the matter of July. The reason behind it is just that the Empress is afraid of her. Now most of the July Gushu masters are dead, and Muir has never shown his cultivation level. Why doesn't the Empress let him go? If she doesn't give in, how can I be willing to obey her orders and guard the south? Li Muir walked out of the house, looking at Jiang Wang with tears in her eyes. There was hatred in her tears, of course not towards Jiang Wang, but towards the emperor who was high above her. Master, I will go to the north with you. I want to train hard and avenge my father and mother. Today, the Jiang family is filled with the atmosphere of rebellion, and everyone is dissatisfied with the Empress. Well, let's do this. Without further delay, the Empress has ordered us to set off tomorrow morning. So early. As if worried about the pain of separation, the night was exceptionally quiet, with only the servants busy packing their master's luggage. The next day, Zhang Yingxiu took Jiangxing to Kyoto University early. They call it special training, but in fact they don't want to face the sadness of separation. Martial Dao monks, not so much indecision, crying. Tears only need to flow when we meet. The eunuchs in the palace brought King Jiang a blood-red BMW, which was a reward from the Empress. It's rare for Jiang Wang to go out wearing full armor. Today he will lead his troops north. Unlike his usual cheerful self, the leader never leaves his armor or his sword. In front of the Jiang mansion, Jiang Wuxian jumped onto his horse and spoke earnestly. We, father and son, will part ways here. Remember not to show off in the northern border. The king of Zhenbei is a famous general. Listen to his advice. Jiang Wang clasped his fists seriously to show that he understood. The father and son parted ways in front of the Jiang mansion, one went north out of the city and the other went south out of the city. Jiang Wang rode his BMW and Li Muir sat in the carriage, driving side by side on the quiet street. The 3 imperial guards were waiting outside the city. The 2 of them only brought a few necessary luggage. The streets today are particularly strange. I walked for a long time without seeing anyone. Mr. Jiang, why is the street so quiet today? It's not as lively as before. Jiang Wang shook his head and smiled bitterly. Maybe they knew that I, a bad boy, was leaving Beijing, so they hid themselves in fear that I would steal their things before I left. Li Muir pouted and thought for a while, then said seriously. I don't think that's the case. Young master is actually a good person. Why should everyone be afraid of you? Hey, girl, don't give out the nice guy card so easily. Jiang Wang complained in his heart, but he didn't really care. Why should we monks care about other people's opinions? The carriage was heading towards the city gate, and Jiang Wang suddenly noticed a large group of people blocking the city gate. As Jiang Wang approached, faint voices came into his ears, becoming louder and more regular. Mr. Jiang, have a safe journey. Thank you, Master Jiang, for killing Black Tortoise and saving my family. I kneel down to thank Master Jiang for avenging my dead child. Jiang Sheng will live forever. Thank you, President Jiang, for your preaching. Countless and endless people surrounded the city gate, and the heartfelt words spoken one after another touched Jiang Wang's heart. Chapter 52. The autumn wind is blowing, and the city of Kyoto is a bit noisy today. Now in the desolate and dilapidated Beilu Academy, Wei Yuan pushed open the door of Wei Shen's study and walked in with a gloomy face. Wei Shen's study was filled with books on the 4 books and 5 classics, the 3 bonds and 5 constant virtues, as well as countless poems of praise given to him by his students. With a cold snort, Wei Yuan walked to the desk with disdain, pulled out a chair and was about to sit down, but suddenly stopped. With a flick of his sleeve, a layer of dust was blown off the chairs and desk. It was obvious that this set of desk and chairs had not been used for a long time. That's right, Wei Shen always reads and attends classes while lying on a recliner. Picking up the forked brush, Wei Yuan ground ink and spread paper for himself. After a while, he wrote a few big words on the paper. There are evil young men in Kyoto. He wanted to write an article to attack Jiang Wang. Just like what Jiang Wang did to him that day, he wanted to make this evil young man's literary heart broken in front of everyone. So what if he is a great scholar? As a semi-saint, I will take action to punish this evil young man, even if it is fabricated out of thin air. A sense of righteousness swept through the Beilu Academy, and it seemed that a new work was about to be published. Kyoto City Gate. Riding a horse among the bustling crowd, I could hear waves of thanks and instructions. Jiang Wang never dreamed that he would gain such great recognition from the people, and that they were even willing to see him off when he was demoted to the northern border, risking the empress's hatred. Zhu Sheng walked out surrounded by a group of Kyoto University students. After not seeing him for a few days, this sub-sage, who used to be full of energy and paid great attention to his appearance, now looked much older. He cupped his hands and spoke in a hoarse voice. I am ashamed to come to see Mr. Jiang just before we part. I have lived for most of my life, but I never thought that there would be so many evil spirits among my students in Kyoto. I thank the great scholar Jiang for correcting the wrongs and redressing the grievances of the people, so that I would not have committed such a heinous mistake. As he spoke, Zhu Sheng lifted the hem of his Confucian robe and was about to kneel down in salute to King Jiang. Jiang Wang dared not accept such a great gift, and hurried forward to support Zhu Sheng. Saint Zhu, please don't embarrass me. How can I deserve a saint to kneel down to me? I just do everything according to my heart. If I don't like something, I will take care of it. If someone is doing something behind my back, I will kill him. You really don't have to be so grateful to me. As he spoke, he raised his head and spoke to Zhu Sheng and all the people who came to see him off. I, Jiang Wang, am just relying on my family's power to do what I want to do. I didn't do it for you on purpose. You don't need to thank me. Everyone wanted to refute and insisted on thanking Jiang Wang for what he did. A student shouted loudly in the crowd. President Jiang, maybe you really didn't mean to do it, but we are all grateful to you. A gentleman judges deeds rather than intentions. What you have done is in line with Confucianism and has suppressed evil. You deserve respect from all the people. The students took the lead in kneeling down, and seeing someone taking the lead, the onlookers also knelt down and kowtowed to express their gratitude. Yes, Master Jiang, I don't care who you did it for, but you did save the lives of my family. Zhang Chuanxi's poem The Great Peng Soars with the Wind inspired me. It is because I did not give up learning that I am willing to pay tribute to you. Mr. Jiang has given me the ability to speak again. Chen Hong has no way to repay me. From today on, I will work hard to preach at Kyoto University. There were many familiar figures in the crowd, including the poor students who were inspired by Jiang Wang's 7-step poem in front of the imperial examination gate that day, and ordinary people who changed their fate because of Jiang Wang's unintentional donations. For a moment, the sounds of kneeling and thanking continued, and Jiang Wang had no time to stop them. Seeing her ideal husband standing there in a daze, Li Muir poked Jiang Wang's waist with her finger at the right time. Master, please return the greeting quickly. You deserve their respect. Jiang Wang came back to his senses after the pain. Facing tens of thousands of people kneeling down to worship him, he straightened his armor, clasped his hands together, bowed down, and respectfully returned the greeting. Kyoto University was empty today as all the students went to see President Jiang off to the north. The creation tree swayed slowly, startling the stone bixie beneath it. The bixie, which was originally a dead object, suddenly shook its head, turned around and looked at the creation tree with a puzzled look on its face. The creation tree was like a human being, and a branch of it casually brushed the tip of Bixie's nose. The little Bixie had never been teased like this before. His two bean-sized eyes narrowed and the tip of his nose kept moving. Achoo! A loud sneeze was heard, causing the creation tree to tremble violently. As Bixie sneezed, tiny golden dots of starlight rose into the wind and flew towards the north gate of Kyoto. At the city gate, as Jiang Wang bowed in return, a fragrant breeze suddenly blew from the sky. The wind carried golden raindrops, which stopped when they reached Jiang Wang's head and slowly fell down. Is this the rain of fortune? Zhu Sheng was stunned. Why could Jiang Wang's return of the gift trigger the fortune tree to send down rain? If he had known that he would kneel down to thank Jiang Sheng no matter what he said just now, maybe he could have attracted a little favor from the fortune tree. Zhu Sheng regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. Why didn't he be tougher just now? This was the rain of blessings from nature, which would help him understand the meaning of Tao after being showered. At this moment, Jiang Wang was bathed in golden light, and he had a deeper understanding of Sword Dao in his heart. A drop of rain from nature accidentally fell into a small restaurant on the street. Li Xiangji was sitting at the tea table, scratching his hair anxiously. He wanted to write a farewell poem for Jiang Wang, but he couldn't think of the right last two lines. Now that young Master Jiang has thanked the people, he is about to leave Beijing. As Zhang Xiao's confidant, we were both candidates in the same exam. Zhang Xiao was the top scorer and I was a scholar. Why did Zhang Xiao easily become a legend, while I, Li Xiangji, could not even compose a farewell poem? Frustrated, Li Xiangji slammed the table angrily, grabbed a pot of wine from the table next to him and drank it. Sir, this is my wine. Before the passerby could finish his words of grievance, an ounce of shiny silver fell on the table. After drinking a whole pot of wine, Li Xiangji sat back at the table with bleary eyes, and raised his brush as if he had some inspiration. But when I was about to put pen to paper, I lost the courage. Golden raindrops passed through the ceiling of the restaurant and happened to fall on Li Xiangji's head. Li Xiangji scratched his head, wondering who touched him. At some point, a flash of lightning flashed through my mind. He wrote quickly and completed the entire poem in the blink of an eye. Outside the restaurant, as golden rain fell on the street, Jiang Wang was about to say goodbye to everyone. Suddenly, a rumbling bell rang and a hearty laugh came from the restaurant next to them. Li Xiangji broke out of the window, holding a wine jug in one hand and a brush in the other, with messy hair and laughing loudly, which was totally unlike his usual style. Young Master Jiang, Xiangji is drunk today, so I wrote a farewell poem for you. Li Xiangji raised his head and took another sip of wine. His face flushed and his eyes were blurred as he recited the poem he had written. Farewell to Jiang Wang. Thousands of miles of yellow clouds cover the sun, and the north wind blows the geese and the snow falls. Don't worry about having no friends on the road ahead, for everyone in the world knows you. Boom! The huge bell rang and a cold wind blew from the sky. The sky was a little gloomy, and white snow was slowly falling. A few wild geese took off from somewhere, carrying Li Xiangji's poems to various places in Dixuan. Don't worry about having no friends on the road ahead, everyone in the world knows you. Among those present there were many people with outstanding literary talent and profound knowledge. The last two lines of Li Xiangji's poem alone are enough to make it famous all over the world. Under the cold wind and white snow, the people felt a little chilly. This vision in poetry alone made people feel unbearable. One could imagine how difficult the northern border that Zhang Shao was going to was. I hope that young Master Jiang will have no trouble finding friends on his journey north, and that everyone in the world will know your name. Looking at Li Xiangji, who was half asleep with drunken eyes in the snow, Jiang Wang smiled slightly and thanked him loudly. Thank you for the poem, brother Xiangji. I, Jiang Wang, will have a farewell poem that will be known all over the world. This journey will surely be unimpeded by wind and rain. Since young friend Li has set an example, I will also let go of my youthful arrogance. As a scholar, we should make friends through literature. Zhu Sheng suddenly made a bold statement. With a wave of his hand, golden paper appeared in the air. Zhu Sheng did not use a pen, but only his fingers to write words on the paper that was condensed with righteous energy. The second farewell to Jiang Wang. Green mountains lie across the northern suburbs, white water flows around the northern city. Farewell to this place, I will set out alone on a journey of thousands of miles. Floating clouds represent the thoughts of a traveler, and the setting sun represents the feelings of old friends. I wave goodbye and leave, with the sound of horses neighing. Zhu Sheng's poem is full of deep feelings. Although it is a poem written by a predecessor, it is full of reluctance to part with his friends. The huge bell would inevitably ring, and the sound of horses neighing could be heard inside and outside the city of Kyoto. The people couldn't help but moisten their eyes. After leaving here, their benefactor would go to the cruel north. Martial artists have a long lifespan, wars are frequent in the north, and the barbarian king has achieved first grade. I don't know if we will ever see each other again after we say goodbye here. Zhang Shao went north, not knowing whether he was used to the food in the north. Tens of thousands of people felt the same way, and it was another poem that spread throughout the world. Thinking of this, one of the people reacted and took out 2 sweet potatoes from his pockets and stuffed them into Li Muir's carriage. Take it with you on the road. It's still warm. When one person sets an example, everyone else begins to follow suit. A group of people rushed over, some stuffed eggs, some stuffed apples, and all the delicious food was loaded into the car. Fellow villagers, you really don't need to give us anything. We have already taken it. The Jiang family won't take a single needle or thread from the common people for nothing. Li Muir tried to stop them in a hurry, but she couldn't stop the enthusiastic people at all. Hey, girl, why are you stopping me? This is the fish I just caught this morning. Take it and stew it for young Master Jiang later. And here are my radishes. They are still covered in mud. I just pulled them out. Oh, they can't fit in anymore. Old man, take your fish back. It's so fishy. How are you going to stay in the car? Take my radishes with you. Hey, you old woman, why don't you take my fish? My fish is much more valuable than your carat gold. Seeing that the two were about to fight, someone offered an idea. Oh, stop arguing. Stuff the radish into the fish's stomach and put it all in Zhang Shao's stomach. Hurry up, my eggs are almost cracked. Put them in the car quickly. Smiling at Li Muir's busy figure in front of the carriage, Jiang Wang bowed and took the golden paper from Zhu Sheng's hand. Semi-saint gave a poem as a farewell gift. I guess there are very few people like him in the world? Thank you, Zhu Sheng, for the poem. Zhu Sheng sighed, recalling the flash of inspiration he had just had. He patted Jiang Wang's shoulder, but his back suddenly hunched over. Have a safe journey north. I will protect the new path for you. He turned around and walked away slowly. After experiencing the incident in which dozens of great scholars were involved in human trafficking, Zhu Sheng looked much older. Think about how your companions and juniors, whom you spend every day with, actually do things behind your back that are against morality and justice. You have to witness their execution with your own eyes even though you know they are wrong. How would you feel? Go slowly, Zhu Sheng. Since you have all presented poems, I cannot let you alone to take the limelight. Suddenly, a figure wearing a dark blue official robe flew in the sky. The voice had arrived before the person arrived. Listen carefully, Wanger, I don't have much time to write poetry. The person who came was Yeleng Chan. At this moment, he was standing on the blue cloud and riding on the wind. The righteous energy on his body was surging, and it was obvious that he had planned this for a long time. 3 farewells to Jiang Wang, a sad farewell to Kyoto, with the autumn wind blowing gently in the west. Once you see your heart is broken, it's better to go and don't look back. Wang, go ahead and don't look back. The huge bell rang, and the poem spread throughout the world. Yelingchan used the simplest sentences to express the deepest expectations of his elders. Jiang Wang couldn't help but think that if Yelingchan could calmly be his uncle-in-law, it would actually be nice. The students in Kyoto must be very happy today. This is probably the first time in history that 3 poems have been passed down through the world. What happened today will surely leave a mark in history books. After the new school started and the Tree of Fortune appeared, even though more than a dozen great scholars were lost, the Confucianism of Dixuan was still thriving. Hundreds of students saluted and said in unison, "Young Master Jiang, go ahead and don't look back." When the common people saw this, they knew it was time to say goodbye, so they stopped giving gifts and imitated the Confucian scholars, clasping their fists and bowing. "Young Master Jiang, go ahead and don't look back." Boom in the dark, there is a strong public opinion. Jiang Wang was inspired. He got on the horse. The BMW understood people's hearts, and with 4 horses' hooves, it rode briskly, carrying Jiang Wang out of the city. In this situation, if I don't leave a poem, it would damage my literary reputation. There is no need to use a pen, the poem comes out of the mouth and every word is a gem. The west wind blows all over the city, the cold flowers are fragrant and butterflies are hard to come. If I become the Azure Emperor in the future, I will reward you by letting the peach blossoms bloom with me. The cold wind has stopped, it is already autumn, but the scent of flowers can be smelled in Kyoto. The sleeping butterflies that had disappeared in the summer are now breaking out of their cocoons. Pink peach blossoms and yellow chrysanthemums are in full bloom on branches all over Kyoto, and the whole city is filled with the fragrance of flowers. In the sky, the gloomy clouds dissipated, the warm sunshine fell, and the whole Kyoto seemed to welcome spring again. I don't know what kind of musical instrument it is, but it makes a tinkling sound. It seems that the god of spring is playing spring music. The poems are heroic and every word has been passed down through the ages. After this farewell, if I become the Azure Emperor in the future, I will definitely bring you a unique spring. I wish you all good luck in martial arts. I wish Dixuan prosperity. I wish all the students success in their studies. I wish the people to have a place to rely on when they are old and to be rewarded for their hard work. Let's go. The city gate opened, and Jiang Wang left Beijing with Li Muir in a carriage full of specialties. There was a biting cold wind in front of him, and the spring scenery all over the city behind him. In the Bailu Academy, peach blossoms and chrysanthemums suddenly blossomed on the paper under Wei Yuan's pen, and a sense of righteousness mixed with sword intent suddenly burst out from the stamens. Kaba Wei Yuan dodged hurriedly, and subconsciously blocked it with the brush in his hand. The brush was cut off by sword intent. Holding a half-broken brush in his hand, Wei Yuan stood there in a daze, looking deeply at the flowers blooming on the desk. Chapter 53. Wanger, wait a moment. After Jiang Wang left the city, Yelingchan stepped on King Yun, caught up with him and stopped Jiang Wang. Since the fall of the right Prime Minister, Yelingchan has become much closer to Jiang Wang, and his way of addressing him has changed from Jiang Shao to Wanger. Yes Yang, what's wrong? Just send it here. Jiang Wang stopped his horse and said with some doubt. Yelingchan smiled slightly and fell from the air, holding a bulging bag in his hand. Take this package with you and help concubine Lu pass it to your cousin. After taking the package handed over by Yelingchan, he felt a heaviness in his hand. The package was not light, but what concerned Jiang Wang more was who the cousin Yelingchan was talking about was. Because of his status, there were many people around Jiang Wang when he was a child, so he did not have a very deep impression of having a cousin. Cousin? Which cousin? I don't have any impression of her. Seeing that Jiang Wang couldn't remember, Yelingchan was speechless and explained. Your cousin is the former Princess Pinjao, Ji Saiyao, but now she is called LV Saiyao. 18 years ago, she gave up her princess status and traveled around the world. When Yelingchan said this, Jiang Wang remembered. He did have a cousin, but the way they got along was extremely bad, and even the original body did not consider her as a cousin subconsciously. Based on the fragmented memories in his mind, Jiang Wang sorted out the cause of the incident. In fact, when they were young, the relationship between the two was quite good. Lu Saiyao was only 1 year younger than Jiang Wang. When Lu's mother was still alive, she often took Jiang Wang to the palace to play with Luxin. When the two sisters chatted, Jiang Wang would take her cousin to play in the palace. The original body even secretly liked his cousin. The kind that German orthopedics like. Liu Xiao has been gentle, kind, and easygoing since childhood, and has a particularly good talent for studying. However, Jiang Wang had no interest in these things since childhood, so naturally, over time, the two gradually became estranged. Especially after Lu's mother's death, Jiang Wang's temperament changed drastically. He became taciturn, irritable, and easily angered. He cursed at Liu Xiao, who was trying to comfort him and heal his wounds. As a result, a rift emerged between the two children. Coincidentally, at this time, Liu Xiao's talent against the opponent was discovered, and it was the eve of the Red Sheep disaster. The late emperor didn't care about the whereabouts of one of his princesses, so under the manipulation of concubine Liu Xiao was sent out of Kyoto to study under a great master of formation. However, this became the last straw that broke the camel's back of their friendship. The original body regarded Liu Xiao's leaving without saying goodbye as a betrayal. As a result, his character became even worse, and he even began to hate his cousin. Gradually, he developed into a bad boy in Kyoto, and most of the absurd things he did were done in those years. Everything got better only after Jiang Xing grew up. But, combining the information in the original work, Jiang Wang became even more disgusted with this cousin. Because this person actually has another identity. She is the heroine with whom the original hero Lin Pinggan traveled around the world, went on adventures together, and eventually fell in love. You didn't expect that. Your Majesty, in Liadeng, not only Ji Lingyi was taken away by Lin Pinggan, but even your youngest daughter could not escape his hands. When the two sisters from late stage were lying on the bed and being trained by Lin Pinggan, the scene was extremely exciting. However, when Jiang Wang read the novel, he just couldn't like the heroine. Liu Xiao is full of contradictory hypocrisy. As she traveled around the world, she helped the common people, acted chivalrously and gathered many like-minded young heroes. At that time, Jiang Wang was very puzzled as to where she got so much money to give alms. Now we know that most of this money came from concubine Liu and Yeleng Chan. That's even more unreasonable. Because after Liu Xiao met Lin Pinggan, she provided him with a lot of financial, material, and formation assistance. In disguise, he helped Lin Ping establish prestige among the local people. But as the plot entered the late stage, the Jiang family began to prepare for rebellion. However, something went wrong on concubine Lu's side. Concubine Liu kept coughing up blood late at night. Yeleng Chen went to visit her, but was trapped in the bedroom by Liu Xiao's formation. In the end, the Jiang family missed the opportunity to rebel. Concubine Liu died of coughing up blood, and the left Prime Minister Yeleng Chan was also dismissed from his post. But concubine Liu never revealed her relationship with Liu Xiao until her death. Liu Xiao accompanied Lin Pinggan outside the formation and watched her mother cough up blood and die. It's called a beautiful name. For justice. In her view of right and wrong, the sect and the imperial court can coexist harmoniously, just like Confucianism and Taoism and the imperial court. The current situation of internal and external troubles in Dixuan is mainly due to the willful behavior of some powerful officials and the lawlessness of dissolute young men. Faced with family affection and justice, she made the same choice as Jiang Xing and chose to stab her own people to realize her ideal. So, she chose to sacrifice her own family for the sake of justice. Very good and very upright. Thinking of this, Jiang Wang looked at the bundle in his hand and wanted to laugh for some reason. In the original novel, the entire Dixuan had already been turbulent. The northern barbarians are eyeing the country covetously, wanting to move south to graze their horses. The myriad monsters in the south, although ostensibly submitting to the government, have secretly been thinking about independence. The monster mountains in the west have been harassing the people for years, and the vast ocean in the east has never been explored to its limits. Internally, there were numerous sects that wanted to rule the world together with the imperial court. Throughout the 7 northern states, wherever there were imperial officials, they had to rely on the military force of the local sects to subdue the local wild monsters and roaming demonic beasts. This is not to mention that Confucianism and Taoism want to promote the only orthodox doctrine of great accomplishment. The Buddhist gate across the monster mountains has been thinking about crossing to the east, the southern families are ready to make a move, and the factional struggles in Kyoto are intensifying. How can all this be resolved peacefully? Liu Xiao also knew these things. If we don't bring Jiang Wang's perspective into consideration, from Lin Pinggan's perspective, Liu Xiao is perfect. Maintain the stability of the great Xian country, support the empress, win over those sects that can be won over, divide some of the interests and power with the local areas, and solve various problems slowly, with small fires, and bit by bit through negotiation without using force. That's what she thought and did. So her character can be very kind and upright, and very positive. But there is more than one player playing chess, and Liu Xiao's idea is naive on this chessboard that will eventually become a mess. So, when Jiang Wang made his move, when Liu Xin and Zhou Lengchan made their move, she chose to betray her family. When the situation got out of control, she seemed to find that her ideas were not working. She began to feel entangled and confused, and began to blindly help her sweetheart Lin Pinggan. So, betrayal, poisoning, setting up an array. Therefore, Jiang Wang has never liked this heroine, and this is even more so because the original novel basically did not explain that Liu Xiao's background was actually the daughter of concubine Liu. First of all, Jiang Wang disagrees with her philosophy of relying solely on negotiation and dividing interests to exchange for peace, which will ultimately whet the enemy's appetite. Now that he knows her background, Jiang Wang dislikes her even more. When it comes to ideals, beliefs, and family ties, I don't ask you to help your relatives, but at least don't stab them in the back, right? I gave birth to you, raised you, trusted you, and loved you, but you found a strange man and stabbed your mother in the back. Isn't that too shameless? Anyone can do this, even if they send someone to do it, but you, Liu Xiao, cannot do it yourself. I gave you the best education, unlimited money and resources, and this is how you treat your family? Oh, Jiang Wang sneered. If you give birth to a child but don't raise him, you can return it even if you cut off a finger. If you give birth to a child and raise him, you can repay him even if you cut off his head. I don't ask you to repay me with your own head, but at least don't repay kindness with enmity. Jiang Wang couldn't understand. If in the original novel, Liu Xiao would commit suicide after her mother's death to repay her mother's kindness in raising her, then Jiang Wang might admire her for being able to distinguish between gratitude and resentment and for indeed seeking the direction of justice. But in the end, she chose to stay with Lin Pinggan, and they had a happy ending together with 3 wives and 4 concubines. This was unacceptable to Jiang Wang, so he felt a little disgusted with his cousin. Of course, at this moment, Liu Xiao still did nothing. She is still the gentle and kind goddess with outstanding martial arts skills, beautiful appearance and sweet voice, who has lofty ideals and ambitions. So Jiang Wang smiled at Ye Lengchan. It's Xiao, what is this package, where is Xiao now? For some reason, Ye Lengchan shuddered. He always felt that Jiang Wang's smile was not right, as if it was a conspiracy trap. She should be in Yuzhou in the northwest now. She sent a message a few days ago saying that the warcraft has been in turmoil recently and she doesn't have enough soul stones to use as the formation base. So, concubine Liu saw that you were going north and asked you to take her with you. You 2 brothers and sisters haven't seen each other for many years. Now is a good opportunity for you to get to know each other better. After the Red Sheep incident, concubine Liu didn't dare to let Xiao return to Kyoto, because she was afraid that His Majesty would be wary of her. I don't know what Xiao looks like now. Jiang Wang smiled. It turned out that he was in Yuzhou. It was just on his way. Ye Lengchan had a good feeling. Jiang Wang was actually considering whether to kill Liu Xiao directly. As for the psychological burden, there is indeed some. But Liu Xiao's ideas and concepts are destined to harm the Jiang family. Okay, don't worry. I haven't seen you for many years and I miss my sister Xiao a little. After all, I still have military orders to follow, so I won't talk much. Ye Lengchan clasped his fists and bowed, forcing an ugly smile onto his icy face. Bon voyage. Thank you for your good words. Jiang Wang and Li Muir quickly found the garrisons of the 3 imperial guards. The commanders of the 3 divisions were all there. Zhang Feng and Zhang Yu had arrived at the military camp in advance to help Jiang Wang deal with baggage, routes and other matters. The personal guards who were given the surname Jiang are not as simple as one might think. As a family of military generals, the 4 men, Fenjiu, Lidian, who were selected after layers of screening, are actually all talented generals. I can serve as a personal bodyguard to protect the safety of the 2 young masters and take care of their food, clothing, and daily life. He can deploy troops and generals, handle military affairs and other complicated matters, and exercise the power of a deputy general. You know, there are 2,000 black scale guards out of the 80,000 imperial guards, and only these 4 were selected from the 2,000 black scale guards. Master, we can set off now. These 3 are the commanders of the thunder, fire, and fighting divisions. I'm waiting to meet Master Jiang. Under Jiang Wang's instruction and training, these three people would not look down on Jiang Wang or question his ability to lead troops. Moreover, people who were hearing far away might not be able to clearly understand that they were attacking the city outside the city gate that day, and they could still vividly remember the shocking scene where Jiang Wang's thousands of sword shadows gathered into a bright moon. Let's go, there's no time to lose. We can exchange feelings on the way. Three commanders, this is also Jiang's first time leading troops, so there are definitely many shortcomings. Please don't hesitate to give me some pointers. The three of them looked at each other. They didn't expect that the young commander was so humble. It seemed that they wouldn't suffer too much on this journey. So, 30,000 troops and their baggage set out in a mighty force. More than half a month later, Jiang Wang and others finally entered Yuzhou. Over the past few days, Jiang Wang has become familiar with the three commanders in the army. The leader of the Thunder Department was originally named Lei Dahu. He has a big beard and looks very rough, but he is actually a thoughtful person. He is the center of attention among the three people. The leader of the Fire Department is Huo Kailan. His name sounds very arrogant, but he is not the strongest among the three. He is short and thin, with a pair of eyes that are always squinting gloomily. When he looks at people, he always looks at their vital points. This one is the most hot-tempered and will fight if he disagrees with someone. Xiao Yan, the leader of the Dou Department, is good at riding and shooting, likes to play with the spear, is calm and capable. After getting along with him for the past few days, he is the person that Jiang Wang trusts the most. An army of 30,000 men marched along the official road, stretching for several thousand meters. After entering Yuzhou, along the way, Jiang Wang actually saw many scenes that he had never imagined. People in this world are very clear that if you want to get rich, you must first build roads. Official roads are connected in all directions and are very wide, so most people rely on official roads to travel. It was fine when we first left Kyoto. The official road was smooth and we would meet a few small village chiefs whose houses were built along the official road. We could set up camp close to the village and take Li Muir into the village to find some restaurants to eat at night. The villagers were also happy to have the army stationed on the edge of the village. After all, this world was not peaceful, and with the army there, no rural monsters, bandits, or robbers would dare to enter the village. So that night, the sound of gunfire in the village was particularly intense, and almost every household was busy until late at night. But after entering Yuzhou, things gradually changed. As we headed north, the weather gradually became colder. Although it was not yet winter in Kyoto, snowflakes fell from the sky from time to time. From time to time along the way, we would encounter some fleeing civilians and knights. They were often covered in blood, and we couldn't tell whether it was from monsters or humans. They were not afraid of the army. On the contrary, if they were heading north, they would be happy to travel with Jiang Wang and others, which increased their sense of security. Official roads are popular because they are frequented by merchants and soldiers. Duxuan has also researched something called exorcism powder, which can be sprinkled on official roads to scare monsters away and reduce their attacks to a certain extent. As a result, those who were homeless or whose villages were sacrificed by monsters began to spontaneously gather on Guanlu Road, living in the simple shanties built on both sides of the road. As for why not just rely on the official road to settle down? It's very simple. The first is water supply, the second is poor land, and now it seems that the third is that there are too many people over there. Jiang Wang walked on the side of the official road. The shanties stretched for dozens of miles. Now he took off his armor and put on his family's clothes. When leaving Beijing, I pretend to be serious and look better. I am a third-grade martial artist, and the defense of my armor is not as good as my own flesh. It is purely for appearance. Walking on the road, Jiang Wang looked at the endless refugee shanties and many people with blood on their faces, and couldn't help but sigh. He could clearly see the dirty and messy environment between these shanties, with excrement discarded everywhere. Although the cold weather did not attract mosquitoes, it still affected the living experience. Several men with knives took a man with his upper body stripped naked into a shed. It was unclear what they were going to do to him. A group of children were beating up another child just because he was holding food in his arms. The blood-stained broken arm was hidden in the snow, and the blood on the surface had long since dried up. If Jiang Wang hadn't left the city, he might never have seen such a scene in his life. No wonder, his father wanted to rebel. Chapter 54. Duxuan is very big, even if it is partially rotten, it is still prosperous. Duxuan is also very small, so small that it cannot provide any shelter for the refugees. Looking at the endless refugee camp, Jiang Wang frowned. Too many. The number of people is more than any other refugee camp we have encountered before. Why are there so many refugees here? Have they been attacked by monsters? With so many refugees gathering here, won't there really be any problems? A feeling of uneasiness lingered in Jiang Wang's heart. Master. Li Muir suddenly spoke. Jiang Wang stopped to think, slightly turned his eyes, and looked at Li Muir. What's wrong? Li Muir stared at the refugees on both sides with his golden eyes, and after a moment of silence, he asked. Why are there so many refugees? Are you asking why there are so many or why there are refugees? Li Muir thought about it and hesitated for a moment. I think both. Jiang Wang glanced at her and sighed. If you ask why there are so many refugees here, I don't know. Maybe a nearby village was captured by monsters. If you ask why there are refugees, I can only say that this is inevitable. Of course. Li Muir's eyes were full of doubts. Zhang Feng and Zhang Yu heard that Jiang Wang seemed to be giving a lecture, so they came over and asked. Master, why do you say it is inevitable? Jiang Wang looked at the three of them and asked. What do you think caused the refugees to appear? The three of them were silent for a moment, and Li Muir answered first. I think it's the corruption of the court and the officials' dereliction of duty. The court officials are unable to protect the local people, which is why so many people are displaced. Jiang Wang nodded, then shook his head. That makes sense, but it's not the main reason. Zhang Yu thought about it and replied. Is it because the people of the sect are not doing anything? The disciples of the sect who have occupied a large amount of resources are not protecting the people, but are practicing immortality in the mountains. That's right and that's not right. That alone is not enough to lead to the current situation. That's why. Zhang Feng was so confused that he couldn't help asking. What do you think a sect is? Jiang Wang was not in a hurry to answer, but continued to guide them to think for themselves. A help in ruling the world together. A powerful force that dominates the government. I think it's a parasite. The three people gave three different answers, obviously speaking from three different perspectives. Li Muir grew up in his hometown and came from the underworld. The Zhangzhou sect was not very active, but there were many small sects and factions that often helped the villagers drive away the country monsters. Zhang Feng is from the perspective of the Zhang family. The sect is a hostile force that needs to be considered on the road to rebellion. Zhang Yu thought much more deeply. The sect was a parasite that lived on Dixuan and sucked his marrow from his bones. Jiang Wang nodded and smiled, which was rare. What you said is actually correct, but you are referring to different periods of the sect's development. The earliest sects were indeed the helpers of the great Xian court. They originated from the countryside and rose from humble beginnings. They were not large in scale, but they could protect the safety of a region with a few masters, thus reducing a lot of pressure on the court to enforce public security. So, the founding emperor made a wrong decision and exempted the sects from taxes. The three of them raised their eyes and stared at Jiang Wang seriously, obviously immersed in it. The second rank is when the sect gradually grows and becomes stronger, recruiting disciples. The population of the villages protected by the sect increases, and chambers of commerce, restaurants, etc. appear. The sect begins to have its own talent development system and its own business methods. At this moment, the sect has become a powerful force, and the guards occupy a city, making the exchanges between the cities of Dixuan closer. For example, Zishan City, where we are about to go, was built based on Wushan sect. It is now a city with a population of 200,000. Several people nodded to show that they understood. Li Muir pursed her red lips, apparently realizing that the root of the problem lay with the sect. The rank 3 stage is what Zhang Yu called the parasite stage. As the sects became more powerful, the imperial court could only restrict them and prohibit them from setting up temples outside their respective territories. However, the sects at this moment can already rely on the major cities in the north, enjoy the privilege of not paying taxes, practice in the mountains with peace of mind, and use the money of the people of Dixuan to support themselves. They have already become parasites of Dixuan. Then why doesn't the imperial court simply take over the sect, or simply let the sect develop and allow the entire northern border sect to be autonomous? Zhang Yu asked. At this moment his eyes were full of brilliance and a flash of inspiration came to his mind. He was only one step away from understanding Dixuan's serious illness. Because I don't dare. Jiang Wang sighed and pointed to the shanty towns on both sides. If we do that, these shanty towns will become the norm for the people. Why? The three said in unison. Allowing the sects to be autonomous is easy to say, but it is a precedent. If we give the sects the right to be autonomous and allow them to freely develop and open dojos in major cities, states, and prefectures, then what will happen 10 years later, no, 100 years later? The current sects don't have to pay taxes. If the sects expand to the entire Dixuan 100 years later, will the entire Dixuan become the world of the sects? The three of them were in deep thought, and Li Muir said. Can't the imperial court take care of it themselves? Will they just let the monsters harm people? Tube? What tube? Jiang Wang said in a deep voice, rubbing his eyebrows, his eyes full of helplessness. Dixuan is now facing internal and external troubles. There are barbarians in the north, monsters in the south, demon beasts in the west, and even Buddhist countries in the west and the unknown East Sea that have not been explored. Where are the people to guard the various places? Besides, the real problem is that most of the experts and talents from various places are now absorbed by the sections. Think about it. If you were an ordinary person and suddenly had the talent to cultivate, and the immortals coming down from the mountain expressed their willingness to accept you as a disciple and leave a large sum of money for your parents, what would you choose? Should I go to the mountains to enjoy the abundant resources and good cultivation environment, or should I choose to join the court, help the people, receive a limited salary, and save resources for my own cultivation? Li Muir listened very carefully, but there was still some confusion in her beautiful eyes. Is there no solution to this? Jiang Wang smiled when he heard this and said leisurely. Yes, the Empress's method now is one of them. Her method is to give in and accept the sect as part of the court, but not to admit it openly. She sacrifices some of her interests to the sect and makes the sect work for the court. At the same time, she restricts the development of the sect, vigorously absorbs talents into the central night watchman, and limits the number of talents obtained by the sect each year. But when it comes to this, Jiang Wang suddenly looks sarcastic. What the Empress is thinking is that as long as time drags on long enough, the night watchman will naturally develop and go deep into the local areas to assist the court officials in governance and restrict the sect from recruiting new members. Then the older generation will eventually die, and the new leader after the replacement may have an insider she has planted, thus slowly eroding the section. However, she is too naive and this approach is too slow. Jiang Wang raised his eyebrows and looked towards the distant north. Some sects practice immortal Dao and some practice martial Dao. The purpose of their practice is to cultivate the body and mind and achieve longevity. How many years will it take for the older generation to retire? Now we are facing internal and external troubles, the barbarian king is ready to make a move, and the sect may have already noticed the Empress's plan. If we really wait until Dixuan reveals a flaw, what will the sect do if they unite to resist? If you want the sect to contribute, do you have enough power to supervise? The sect claims that they will send disciples down the mountain to train, slay demons and protect the people, but the disciples who go down the mountain to train are always the new generation, and the training area is only related to the sect's own property, or the place where natural treasures are produced, or the place where the secret realm relics appear. How many sects will contribute to the small villages and remote mountain villages that rely on themselves? Dixuan is too big. The current court cannot manage it. If the sects are willing to give in and pay taxes to Dixuan, then it will be fine to let it expand. By improving the salaries of officials and reducing the welfare of the sects, talents will naturally flow back to the court. But will the sects give in? The three of them were silent. Jiang Wang's explanation completely shattered their illusions about the sect. In their perception, if an ordinary person is favored by a sect, he or she will have no worries about food and clothing and will be able to rise to high positions overnight. Like the Heavenly Sword Sect, the Supreme Sword Sect, the Haoun Immortal Gate and so on, which one is not the sacred land of Taoism in people's impression? Their mountain gates are high and there are many masters. They occupy every mountain and city, standing out in the clouds like a hermit. But the reality is more cruel than novels. Which dynasty can tolerate such an uncontrollable force to reside in its territory for a long time? Wouldn't those majestic mountain gates be a means of exploiting the people's blood and sweat? Sects, denominations, gangs, and even the imperial court are nothing more than different organizations that use different forms to steal the fruits of the people's labor and achieve their own goals. Jiang Wang smiled at the three of them. My father's thinking is very simple, which is why I support him very much. Since we can't control them, let's destroy them. 20 years ago, my mother was involved in the dispute over the crown prince and died of a mysterious illness, so I killed all the princes. 20 years later, Daxuan is in danger, and the sect is like a stubborn disease that is sucking its marrow away. I will destroy the entire sect. Those who obey me will live, and those who defy me will die. Even Jiang Wang couldn't see clearly whether Jiang Wuxian was doing this for power or for the people. He himself had a god's perspective and knew that Lin Ping'an would sooner or later take action against the Jiang family under the instruction of the empress. But what about Jiang Wuxian? Did he really have the ambition to become emperor? Jiang Wang really couldn't understand this father. There was no conversation along the way. Following the expansion of refugee camps on both sides, the army continued to advance in silence until they saw a city in the distance and the shanty towns on both sides of the official road gradually disappeared. Zishan County. This is the city where Yelengchan mentioned his cousin Liu Xiao is. According to Yelengchan, Liu Xiao traveled around the world, helping people everywhere. He was also often commissioned by the imperial court and sects to carve and repair defensive formations for various cities. Presumably, Zishan County is the place where Wuxian sect invited Liu Xiao to engrave the magic circle. This place is not far from the Warcraft Mountains, and many mercenaries who go into the mountains to explore use this place as their base. Caravans frequently come in and out of this city, transporting materials harvested from monsters to sell inland. It is very popular and has a strong martial spirit. I have seen several waves of mercenaries consisting of more than 10 people, all of whom were carrying swords and looked exhausted. It was obvious that they had reaped a lot of rewards. Many small vendors who had followed the army all the way, when they saw they had arrived in Zishan County, sped up and overtook the team and went into the city. This place is not far from Wuxian sect, only less than 100 miles away, and it is also within the sphere of influence of Wuxian sect. Many disciples of the sect train here. For a town with such a large flow of people, the defensive force should be strong. I don't know why they are so eager to invite Liu Xiao to set up the formation. Zhang Feng and Zhang Yu, this place belongs to the territory of Wuxian sect. If we station troops here, we may get into trouble. I will take Muir into the city to find that cheap cousin to do some work. You two will lead the troops to move forward first. Once we are out of the territory of Wuxian sect, you can station troops there and wait for us. To be honest, Jiang Wang was a little tired after marching with the army these days. The Jiang family's military style does not allow generals to have special meals, and they always eat whatever the soldiers eat. As everyone knows, the food allocated by the empress for this trip was not of good quality, and much of it was provided by the Jiang family as subsidies to the brothers. Now he was a little exhausted, so he took the opportunity to go to the city to have something good to eat while doing some work. Okay, master. The two men obeyed the order and led the army forward, while Jiang Wang took Li Muir into Zishan County. Only when we got closer could we see that the wall of Zishan County was full of potholes, and there were many dark bloodstains and scratches from monsters. It seems that Zishan County is not as peaceful as imagined, and it is attacked by monsters from time to time. After feeling the magic circle protecting the city, Jiang Wang became confused. The magic formation seemed to be working well, and there was no flickering or breaking feeling. Could it be that my cousin had already repaired the formation? So is she still waiting for me in Zishan County? Jiang and Wang walked in the bustling crowd, looking around. Master, what are we going to do? Jiang Wang said as a matter of course. Let's go eat something first, and then go find out where my cheap cousin is. She likes to be a good person, so it should be easy to find out. Halfway through his speech, Jiang Wang suddenly froze. He stared deeply at a shrine in the distance. There is a statue in the ancestral temple, which depicts a gentle and gentle woman. Li Muir followed Jiang Wang's gaze and asked with a slightly curious look. Do you know this man? Jiang Wang retracted his gaze and shook his head gently. I know her. I didn't expect that Zishan County built a shrine for my cousin. Li Muir understood what he said and asked. Shall we go over and take a look? Jiang Wang shook his head and turned away. No need. My cousin likes to do good things like this. As long as it can protect the safety of the city, it's good enough. There's no need to go and see. The two walked around the city. Standing at the door of a restaurant with the most luxurious and grand appearance. Jiang Wang looked at the restaurant sign in front of him with a strange expression. Wuxian Restaurant. This is a restaurant built by the Wuxian sect. Zishan County is also the territory of the Wuxian sect. Why is the restaurant closed now? Also, when I was strolling around the city just now, I found that the entrances of most businesses related to the Wuxian sect were closed, which was very strange. Li Mura looked at Jiang Wang's strange expression and asked in a low voice. What's wrong? Is it weird? Of course it's strange. The sect doesn't pay taxes, but it can't touch the taxes of the local court. If it wants to make money, it has to rely on these local trades. The Wushan sect has opened so many businesses here, and invited Lu Xiao to come and repair the formation. Now that there is so much traffic here, it is a good time to make money. Why are they all closed? The more he talked, the more strange it seemed, and Jiang Wang looked thoughtful. Chapter 55. You know, although cousin Lu Xiao helped Zishan County repair the formation, it was not free. Even though she was a good person who liked to work for free, the cost of materials required to build this entire formation was not something that one or two people could afford. Since the Wushan sect was willing to ask her to build the formation, the revenue brought by Zishan County must far exceed the cost of the formation. Because of Lu Xiao's appearance, Wushan sect no longer had to spend a high price to design a formation and hire a formation master to set up the formation. However, a protective formation that could protect a population of 200,000 or 300,000 would require at least 1 million taels of silver to be spent on materials. Under such circumstances, why would Wushan sect give up an industry that could generate income? Besides, Wushan sect is not a sect that is isolated from the world and seeks to help all living beings. He also belongs to a geometric body of interests, which means that it is not possible for the clan leader to give up his property on impulse just because he is kind-hearted. This move should have been approved by the entire interest group within Wushan sect. So, what is the reason that makes them give up the real industry that can directly bring in income? Hello, are you Master Jiang? A nervous voice came from not far away, with a hint of doubt. Jiang Wang subconsciously looked in the direction of the voice and saw a waiter wearing a blue-black coarse cloth and a white apron around his waist standing at the entrance of the alley next to the restaurant. Who are you? When the waiter saw Jiang Wang's reaction, he smiled and hurried over to the two of them, flattering them. Master Jiang, I'm the waiter of this restaurant. Miss Lu asked me to wait for you here. Jiang Wang's heart moved. Miss Lu, could it be his cheap cousin? Miss Lu said that based on your personality, you will definitely come back to the most luxurious restaurant after entering the city, so she asked me to ask anyone who sees a brocade robe with a flying bear pattern printed on it. The restaurant has been closed for the past few days, and I was afraid that I would not be able to meet you and would delay Miss Lu's request. Jiang Wang understood. After all, they grew up together, and Lu Xiao understood him quite well. Rather than saying that I understand him, it is better to say that the two of us are actually very similar in life. Since childhood, the two have been obsessed with food and even got angry over fighting over candied haws. What did Lu Xiao tell you? Why are you the only one waiting here? Is she out of town? Upon hearing this, the waiter respectfully took out a letter from his pocket and presented it to Jiang Wang with both hands. The envelope had a faint virgin fragrance that smelled very charming. Jiang Wang opened the envelope and unfolded the folded letter paper, on which were written a few lines of words in beautiful small seal script. Anyang County in the north has been attacked by a beast tide in the past few days. I need to go and help them maintain the formation. Cousin, just wait for me in Zishan County. I will be back soon. The formation here is still lacking soul stones as the formation base. You can go to the county magistrate, Lord Lu, and give him the formation base to fill it. The people in the city are honest and simple. Please don't bully them. It's a disgrace to the Jiang family. Snort. Jiang Wang snorted coldly. Xian Luck turned, and the letter in his hand was shaken into powder. The waiter looked at the broken letter with a look of heartache. In the past few days, he put the letter under his pillow every night and fell asleep smelling Lu Xiao's fragrance. Seeing the waiter looking distracted, Jiang Wang felt very unhappy. His cousin, as always, looked at him with tinted glasses and even told him not to bully the people. Did she really think he was a bad boy? I never didn't give money. Waiter, let me ask you, was the Wushan restaurant still open before Lu Xiao left? Jiang Wang suddenly remembered the strange thing just now, so he asked. The waiter answered immediately without hesitation. Of course it's not closed. If it was, Miss Lu wouldn't have given me the letter. It's strange to say, since Miss Lu left, many shops on this street have closed. And the disciples of Wushan sect haven't come to the city to spend money these days. The shopkeeper said he went home to visit his family, but it's been 7 or 8 days and there's still no news. 7 or 8 days, which means that Wushan sect's business has been closed for at least a week. Why on earth did they want to leave Zishan County? A bad feeling lingered in Jiang Wang's heart. Forget it, let's hand over the formation base to Magistrate Lu first, just in case he knows something. Waiter, do you know where the county magistrate's residence is? The waiter chuckled and rubbed his hands. Sir, you want to find the county magistrate? Of course I know him. I grew up in Zishan County and I know everything about this county. I can definitely help you find me wherever you want to go. This waiter was really cunning. Actually, the county government office was not far away. He could just show Jiang Wang the way, but he said he would lead the way, just to ask for some reward money. Jiang Wang smiled. Everyone has their own way of making a living. He didn't mind the waiter's tricks. Come on, lead the way for me, young master. Here, this is your reward. A white coin was then thrown out and landed right in the waiter's hand. Hey, thank you, sir. Please come this way. Miss, please go slowly. The waiter happily put the silver into his arms and took Jiang and Wang to find the county magistrate, Lord Lu. Wushan sect was built at the foot of a rocky mountain range. Although it is called a mountain gate, it is actually just backed by the mountain range for the convenience of travel. Because the rocks in the mountain range are mostly blue-black tungsten iron ore, it is named Wushanzong. Most of the disciples in the sect practice the way of Xianwu, focusing on health preservation, mainly cultivating immortality, but also practicing martial Dao as a supplement. Inside the Wushan sect, in a winding corridor, two middle-aged men were walking leisurely. The sound of their footsteps and conversation echoed in the empty corridor. Master, all the properties in Zishan County have been withdrawn. I heard that the eldest son of the Jiang family is leading his troops north. Will he pass by here? A bearded man whispered. The man called the sect master is called Li Tai. He is the current head of Wushan sect. He is nearly 100 years old but still looks like a middle-aged man. Don't worry, he has no reason to come here on a detour. The Jiang family has nothing to do with our sect. Even if he happened to meet, he has no reason to interfere with our plan. As long as we don't leave any evidence, it doesn't matter even if the Empress comes. Deacon Ma, have you wiped the slate clean? Deacon Ma was obviously more thoughtful. He lowered his head and thought for a while before replying. They've basically been wiped clean. The craftsman who set up the formation was in a hurry to go back home to visit his family, so he took a shortcut and encountered a migration of magical beasts. All of them died. The newly found formation master has taken a heavenly oath to join our Wushan sect. But what about Lu Sayao? The people following her reported that she has a treasure protecting her body, and the people following her are of a complicated nature. There are also many disciples of the sect who have close relationships with her. Is it really okay if we don't get rid of her? Li Tai frowned. Don't worry about Lu Sayao. This person has never been able to find out her identity. I'm afraid she is relying on some powerful force behind her. It doesn't matter if we don't kill her. Once the plan succeeds, she will be the one to take the blame. What does this have to do with my Wushan sect? Deacon Ma chuckled and flattered. The sect master's plan is really brilliant. He lures the beast tide to attack the city, and then secretly switches the formation to face the inside. Then the monsters will file in, but the people in the city will not be able to escape, and will surely die completely. Hi, really high. Hearing this, Li Tai chuckled and shook his head. We can only blame the imperial court for not taking our sect seriously. They don't allow us to expand and restrict the number of disciples we can recruit. Wushan sect is not one of the top sects that can attract geniuses just by reputation. If this continues, it will inevitably decline. It's also my fault that my ancestors were blind. Why did they choose to build the sect next to the monster mountain range? They kept killing the beasts and the beasts kept growing. I can only make a few dollars by selling materials. I have no choice but to find a way out for Wushan sect. Deacon Ma took a deep breath, looked around and saw that there was indeed no one around. Master, do you think that big sects like the Supreme Sword sect will really listen to the imperial court? If someone really wants to submit to the imperial court, shouldn't we also take sides in advance? Li Tai snorted coldly and said disdainfully. Do you think those old foxes are stupid? The sect has already become the largest force in Dixuan. It's just because they are fighting for their own interests and their interests are not clearly divided. Waiting for them to surrender? You are dreaming. Who would listen to a woman if they can be the king themselves? Just wait and see. In a few years, the imperial court will have to accept its fate and give half of the world to our sect to govern. By then, we will have to rely on the ghost domain we created today to attract talents. Wouldn't it be nice to make money by selling soul stones from ghosts? In the eyes of the sect, Dixuan is no longer the world of the Empress alone, but the world of the Empress and the sect. Nowadays, the sects have already taken root in the lifelines of Dixuan. If there were no sects in the entire north, the demon beasts in the west and the barbarians in the north would have invaded Dixuan and occupied the entire north long ago. The consensus reached between the Empress and the major sects is nothing more than the result of distribution of interests. The top few major sects have already had their fill and naturally do not care about the smaller sects below. But which sect doesn't want to develop itself? They certainly don't want to put in the effort and let others gain the benefits. In a blink of an eye, the two of them had walked into the meeting room, where 7 or 8 people were already waiting. Master, everything is ready. Well, how many people are there in Zishan County now, and how many monsters have you prepared? The permanent population of Zishan County is about 250,000. With the caravans, mercenaries, and the like, there should be about 270,000 to 280,000 people. If we include the city defense forces, the number of those with cultivation is estimated to be less than 30,000. Because we stole the cub of the Bauhinia Lion King, the beast tide driven by the Lion King has reached nearly 100,000, and it will be no problem to capture a medium-sized city. Li Tai frowned and said in a deep voice. The Bauhinia Lion King is a second-grade monster. How are we going to deal with the aftermath? Don't worry, the cub is in Zishan County. Once the Bauhinia Lion King enters, it will be trapped. When the time comes, as long as you take action, you will definitely kill the Bauhinia Lion King in the city with the help of the formation. My Wushan sect can enjoy the ghost realm created by the corpses after the beast tide, and also gain reputation by beheading the second-grade monster. It's simply a win. Ha 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 ha, happy laughter rang out in the conference room. So, shall we set up the battle formation? Well, spread the message, set up the formation, lure the Lion King, and create a ghost domain. A caravan was traveling on the official road to Zishan County, with countless refugee camps on both sides. In the caravan, a young man was looking at the refugees on both sides with a serious expression, his brows full of anxiety. After a moment, the young man came to the middle-aged man who was leading the team and spoke nervously. Captain, something doesn't seem right. There are too many refugees. The captain of the guard glanced sideways at the young man and said loudly, not caring. New soldier, don't worry too much. There are indeed a lot of refugees here, but so what? It's not us who are in trouble. The young man frowned. I'm worried that the refugees will riot and attack the caravan. The middle-aged man laughed and raised the steel fork in his hand. You're attacking a caravan with just these ordinary people? You're still too naive, new soldier. When I was in the army, I saw more people than this. I tell you, as long as you kill the first group of people in a riot, the rest will collapse. There's nothing to be afraid of with refugees. Besides, we are less than 10 miles away from Zishan County. There are city defense troops and thick city walls there. If we can't defeat them, how can they outrun us? The young man looked relieved, but still a little worried. But what about the goods? Hey, why do you say you're a new soldier? You're almost dead, what do you need the goods for? I tell you, as long as you're still alive. Just as he said this, a large flock of birds suddenly flew out from the woods. The flock of birds chirped and seemed to be fleeing in panic. A flock of birds fluttered through the caravan, causing quite a bit of chaos. The leading captain yelled in a voice as loud as a broken gong. Calm down, calm down. Be alert, it's just a flock of birds, don't panic. The conversation stopped abruptly here. There was a slight vibration from the ground, and trees in the woods kept falling and shaking. The captain then realized what was about to happen. Everyone prepare to escape. When the order was given, the people in the caravan had not yet reacted to what was happening. Countless monsters broke through the woods and roared towards the refugee camp. Sounds of fear, screams, wails, and curses immediately filled the air. Time seemed to be a death warrant. Those who could move began to flap their numb legs and run away swiftly. Chaos broke out in an instant. Now it's not about who can outrun the beasts, but who can outrun their own kind. The monster is coming, help! Why did you come to Guanlu? Damn it! Wow, mother, where are you? Is it possible for people to survive in this world? Oh my god! Some people want to escape, while others want to take advantage of the opportunity to make a fortune. When the first man rushed into the caravan, lifted the curtain of the carriage, and attacked the daughter of the caravan owner inside. Other refugees also swarmed towards the caravan. The guards had already fled, leaving behind only the leader and the young man. The young man did not run away. Instead, he rushed to the carriage and chopped down the refugee who was about to attack the woman. He then used his body to block the carriage to stop the crazy refugees. "Captain, come and help me protect the young lady," the young man shouted at the top of his lungs. The captain smiled bitterly, threw away the steel fork in his hand, and walked towards the woods. "Don't struggle. New soldier, you can't run away. We will all die here. Is this the Bauhenia Lion King?" The trembling voice spoke words that made people despair. The captain knelt weakly on the ground, awaiting him were the bloody mouths and cold hooves of the beasts. Above the woods, a lion king with purple-red hair all over his body, a mane standing straight and strong, and wings on his back was staring coldly at the crowd below him. It shrugged its nose, and with a casual swing of its iron whip-like tail, it whipped a passing bird monster to death. Roar the beast tide was advancing towards Zishan County. In less than a quarter of an hour, all the refugees in the camp were killed by beasts. On the way to Zishan County, there are many caravans, mercenaries, and refugee camps. The killing has begun. Chapter 56. Zishan County has 3 gates, east, south and west. The north is backed by mountains, so there is no gate. The other 3 directions lead to 3 different trade routes, so corresponding markets were set up at the 3 city gates to facilitate mercenaries and chambers of commerce to trade. It is noon now, and there are a lot of people walking around. Jiang Wang followed the waiter to the county government office of Zishan County. The Zishan County government office was of high standard and magnificently built. The county magistrate, Lord Lu, was a 5th grade civil servant, which was a high position in the local area. The front hall of the county government office was mainly used for office work. The county magistrate judged cases and handled official business in the front hall. The middle hall was for the county magistrate and his family to live in, and the back hall was for servants and officials who needed accommodation. The waiter was familiar with the place, and after explaining their purpose to the officer outside the gate, Jiang Wang and Li Muir went into the mansion to find Lord Lu, while the waiter received a reward of 1 or 2 taels of silver and left. Lord Lu's mansion is very scholarly. There is a small bamboo forest at the entrance. After passing the bamboo forest, there is a pond with some lotus leaves floating on it. "Hee hee, ha ha ha, come and chase me, little tiger." Laughter was heard, and a little girl with twin ponytails and a pink dress was running giggling, tempting a purple-haired kitten to chase after her. Ouch! The little girl was not very tall, but she ran quite fast. She was so focused on teasing the kitten behind her that she didn't pay attention to the road. She rushed to the edge of the pond without noticing, tripped, and was about to fall into the pool. Jiang Wang was quick-witted and quickly grabbed the little girl by the back of her collar to prevent her from falling into the water. The little girl's body was already hanging in the air, and her 2 little feet flapped a few times, kicking up ripples in the water. Meow roar the purple-haired kitten thought its owner was in danger, so it bared its little fangs and raised the fur on its back to warn him. All right, you have to be careful when playing. Stop yelling or I'll throw you into the water." Jiang Wang gently put the little girl down, rubbed her head, turned around and threatened the purple-haired kitten again. The little girl straightened her messy dress, then ran to the purple-haired kitten and picked it up. She rubbed her chubby little face against the kitten's fur, mumbling something to comfort it. "Don't be afraid, cat. This is a bad uncle with good intentions." "A bad uncle with good intentions? Who are you talking about, haha? Are you talking about you, Muir?" Jiang Wang glanced at Li Muir with a searching look in his eyes. Li Muir rolled her eyes at him, with the corner of her mouth raised, obviously amused by the little girl. "There are only 2 outsiders here, and she is a woman, so who is the little girl talking about?" "FK, little girl, come here and tell me clearly, who is the bad uncle?" As if playing a game of tag, the little girl screamed and ran away laughing. "Panner, you're fighting again. Are there any guests coming?" A middle-aged man walked out of the house. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and his voice was full of energy. He was wearing the official uniform of Dikshu in 5th grade. It was obvious that the real boss had come out. Seeing that there were guests coming to visit, Lu Jianxing looked Jiang Wang up and down. He saw that the visitor was dressed in gorgeous clothes, the man had an extraordinary demeanor and a faint sense of oppression, and the woman had golden pupils and was barefoot in such a cold temperature. He couldn't help but pay more attention to her. I wonder why you two are visiting my humble abode. Jiang Wang smiled slightly, clasped his hands together, bowed slightly, and introduced himself. I am Jiang Wang, Liu Xiao's cousin. I was asked by my cousin to come and deliver the soul stone that will serve as the foundation of the formation. Jiang Wang did not reveal his official position, but instead used the identity of Liu Xiao's cousin. However, he did not use a pseudonym. If Liu Jianxing was more informed, he might have heard of Jiang Wang's name. However, it was obvious that Liu Jianxing, who had only been to Kyoto a few times in his life, had never heard of Jiang Wang's name, nor did he recognize the Jiang family's family emblem. But when he heard Jiang Wang say that he was Liu Xiao's relative, he was still very respectful. So you are Miss Liu's relative. I am sorry for your disrespect, but didn't Miss Liu tell you that the formation base has been repaired? Made up for it. Jiang Wang's heart tightened, a bad feeling arose spontaneously, and he hurriedly asked. We came from Kyoto and received Liu Xiao's request to bring the array base to you. How come it has been replaced? Who replaced it? Liu Jianxing frowned, obviously not very satisfied with Jiang Wang's tone, but after all, he was a relative of his benefactor, so he explained patiently. It was Wuxian sect that paid for the formation base and filled in the gaps in the formation. I'm really sorry to have made you make this trip in vain. Wuxian sect? It's Wuxian sect again. What on earth do they want to do? Since he has the ability to find someone to fill in the most important formation foundation himself, why did he entrust Liu Xiao to repair the formation in the early stage? Moreover, the price of the array base purchased from outside is probably over 1 million taels. After such a huge investment, they closed down their own business. What on earth are they trying to do? Jiang Wang rubbed his chin with one hand, lost in thought. Seeing Jiang Wang was silent, Li Muir hesitated a little but still asked. Master, what's wrong? Jiang Wang sighed, looking helpless. I really can't understand why the Wuxian sect would spend so much time and effort on the formation. Is it so easy to make money? They clearly have the formation base delivered to them, but they still spend a lot of money to buy it outside. Liu Jianxing smiled slightly and explained. Perhaps it is so that they can earn money in peace in the city. They have a lot of businesses in the city. After His Majesty issued the order to limit the number of clans, the Wuxian clan must of course perform well to strive for long-term development. Jiang Wang glanced at Liu Jianxing and said seriously. Don't you know that Wuxian sect has withdrawn all its assets? Liu Jianxing was a little stunned, and his expression gradually became solemn. If this is true, why are they withdrawing all their industries? Jiang Wang spread his hands, helplessly indicating that he didn't know either. Boom 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 suddenly, a rumbling alarm sounded in the city. What's going on? Report. A soldier in military uniform ran into the mansion, panting. Lord Liu, a wave of monsters is coming. It looks like it's quite large. The refugees are now crowded at the city gate. Liu Jianxing frowned, but gave orders in a very calm tone. Order the city defense forces to close the east and west gates, strengthen vigilance, and guide the refugees into the city through the south gate in an orderly manner. Go tell General Wang to meet me on the city wall. After the refugees enter the city, activate the protective formation. After giving the order, Liu Jianxing hurried into the house, took out a sword, exchanged a few simple pleasantries with Jiang Wang, and was about to rush out. Master Jiang, I'm sorry that the situation is urgent. I have to rush to the city wall to command the defense. I'm sorry to have made you make a wasted trip. Jiang Wang hurriedly stopped Liu Jianxing and explained before the other party got angry. Lord Liu, I am the third-grade martial sovereign. I should be able to help at the city wall. Please take us with you. Third-grade martial sovereign is not uncommon in the capital, but he is a rare master in the local area. Upon hearing that Jiang Wang was a third-grade martial Dao monk, Liu Jianxing was surprised, then bowed respectfully. My apologies, young Master Jiang. I will host a banquet for you after the situation has calmed down. Now please follow me to the city wall. It should be much safer with you around. The three of them hurried to the south gate. The streets that were bustling just now are now empty. Teams of city guards armed with sharp blades patrolled the city in full readiness, while civil servants in charge of daily affairs shouted along the streets to calm the people. The most important thing at this moment is order. Once chaos is caused by the monster attack, it will be the biggest blow to the defense. In a blink of an eye, the three of them arrived at the South City Gate. Although strength is not the most important thing in this world, people with strength will be respected wherever they go. Led respectfully by a young lieutenant, Jiang and Wang met General Wang, the city defender of Zishan County. Although Zishan County was within the sphere of influence of the Wushan sect, all territory within the Dixuan naturally belonged to the imperial court. Although the Wushan sect is powerful and has monopolized the economy and talents within a radius of hundreds of miles, Zishan County still has its own political institutions and garrison troops. The main reason is that Zishan County is close to the Monster Mountain Range, and the transportation is very developed, with a huge flow of people. It is unreliable to expect the Wushan sect to be kind enough to improve the city defense. General Wang was wearing a military uniform, his beard was already grey, and he was already quite old. At his age, his cultivation level is only 4th grade. He was born in the military and has never been properly nursed back to health, so his lifespan will not last long. With Liu Jiangxing's introduction, General Wang quickly understood the purpose of the two people's visit and clasped his fists. Thank you both for your generosity. With Mr. Jiang, a 3rd grade expert here, our chances of winning will definitely be much greater. The scale of the beast tide won this time is not small. It seems that there are high-grade magic beasts behind it. If it is a critical moment, please help Mr. Jiang to hold back those 3rd-grade magic beasts. I will cooperate with the formation and military formation to kill them separately. Jiang Wang frowned when he heard this, and said bluntly. General Wang, please forgive me for being blunt. What is the scale of this beast tide? How many high-quality monsters are there? Instead of defending the city alone, it is better to send people to seek help. I know that a troop is heading north and has not gone far yet. Jiang Wang obviously wanted to call back the 3 imperial guards. With them relying on the formation for defense, Zishan County would surely be safe. General Wang shook his head and said in a deep voice. I'm afraid this won't work. Why? Jiang Wang's heart sank. All the messengers sent out for help have lost contact, and the post station 10 miles away cannot be contacted either. It's too late. Just as he finished speaking, a rumbling sound of trampling was heard outside the city. Several people came to the outside of the city gate tower and looked at the endless herd of beasts under the city wall, feeling very heavy. The scale is too large, far beyond the comparison of beast tides in previous years. If there were no formation to protect this scale, Zishan County would probably be lost in half a day. Come here, give the order to set up a defensive formation. All the city defense troops are not allowed to leave the city walls. Anyone who disobeys this order will be executed. General Wang calmly gave the order to set up the battle formation. The city defense formation of Zishan County can be understood as a shield that covers the entire city. No matter whether people or attacks are outside, they cannot penetrate the shield and hit the soldiers on the city wall. However, the people on the city wall can use long-range means to gradually eliminate the enemies outside the formation. High-level city defense formations can even open a hole periodically to let some monsters in, and then close it immediately to allow the defenders to catch the monsters in the trap. It can be said that the city defense formation was developed specifically to deal with monsters. Each activation consumes a huge amount of spirit stones, and the effect is naturally outstanding. A county-level formation like this cannot be broken unless a 1st grade comes. If Kyoto fully operates the city defense formation, even if the 1st grade attacks, it will be enough to keep Kyoto safe for half a month. A dim transparent cover rose from outside the city wall, covering the entire Zishan County. The refugees outside the city have been evacuated into the streets and alleys inside the city. Now these homeless people can only sit on the streets, leaving the central main road open to facilitate the soldiers to carry combat supplies back and forth. Looking at the transparent cover rising in the sky, the refugees, who had fled countless times, felt a little relieved for the first time. General Wang and Liu Jiangxing also breathed a sigh of relief. Although the fundamental problem was not solved, this formation could ensure that Zishan County would be worry-free for a day. Naturally, the garrisons in other counties would get wind of the news and come to support. Thanks to the formation designed by Miss Liu, if it had been a little later, I don't know what I would have done today. Jiang Wang suddenly felt his temple throbbing when he heard this, and a horrible idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Even someone like General Wang thinks that the city defense formation was created by Liu Xiao, and even an ancestral temple was built for her in the city. What do other people think? Is it really normal that the Wushan sect took the initiative to invest in completing the formation without even asking for reputation? Could it be that its real purpose was this beast tide? Or was it for the people of this city? What benefit would it bring to them if Zishan County was captured? Etc. Benefit? Jiang Wang was startled and suddenly thought of something Jiang Wushan had said. After Jiang Wushan massacred hundreds of thousands of barbarians, the large pit where the barbarians' bodies were buried later formed a ghost town. Relying on the negative energy generated by dead bodies, all kinds of ghosts are constantly born in the ghost realm. Although the ghost domain is full of dangers, the threat to well-trained troops is limited. As long as they enter the area regularly to clear out the ghosts and monsters and prevent them from growing to a high level, they can steadily harvest the soul stones dropped by the ghosts after their death, which is also a considerable fortune. Could it be that the purpose of the Wushan sect is to create an artificial ghost domain? How dare they? Including the refugees entering the city, there are more than 300,000 people. If someone runs out to report the news, how can the Wushan sect withstand the criticism from the world? Unless, no one can escape. Thinking of this, Jiang Wang immediately asked anxiously. Lord Lu, General Wang, please quickly confirm whether you can control the city defense formation and whether you can open a hole for me. Even though they were somewhat surprised, seeing Jiang Wang was so serious, they took out their tokens and tried to control the formation. After a while, the two of them looked slightly different and spoke seriously. Master Jiang, what's going on? My token can't control the operation of the formation. Mine too. Seeing that his conjecture was verified, Jiang Wang's face was full of solemnity. He did not beat around the bush and spoke in a low voice. I suspect that all of this is a conspiracy by the Wushan sect. We may not be able to leave the city. They want to use the monsters to bury Zishan County here. The two men's faces were as gloomy as water, and General Wang said in a deep voice. Master Jiang, please don't talk nonsense. This formation was built by Miss Lu. Miss Lu is kind-hearted. The whole North knows that she is dedicated to the people and only wants to save the common people. How could she do such an evil thing for the Wushan sect? Jiang Wang sighed and glanced sideways at the distraught Lu Jianxing. Well, you can ask Lord Lu for the specific details. If it is really the formation that my cousin is solely responsible for, then there will be no problem. It's a pity that someone is tampering behind the scenes. Lu Sayeo, I didn't expect you to make such a low-level mistake. Chapter 57. After understanding what had happened, General Wang punched the battlement hard and cursed. How dare these beasts from the sect do such a thing? Fortunately, it's just the formation that we can't control. As long as you can help us resist the heavenly demon beast, when the reinforcements arrive, I will definitely massacre the Wushan sect. Jiang Wang shook his head, and his heart ached as he looked at the beasts that were already at the gates of the city and the defenders standing on the city wall ready to fight. General Wang, give the order to prepare for hand-to-hand combat. Jiang Wang knew very well that since the Wushan sect had already made such an inhumane plan, it would definitely not give the defenders the opportunity to retreat safely in the city defense formation. I'm afraid that this city defense formation has changed from a defensive formation to a trapping formation that traps everyone inside. Once the soldiers engage in hand-to-hand combat with the monsters, the casualties will be extremely heavy. Warcraft are born with strong physiques, and the human race is already at a disadvantage at the same level, so they can only rely on weapons. Hand-to-hand combat? Could it be that? All troops, listen up, prepare to engage the enemy, defend the city walls to the death, and don't retreat a single step. General Wang was also a man of quick reactions. After revealing the surface of the fog, he immediately realized that the formation must have become ineffective. As expected, the oncoming group of monsters were not blocked by the dim light shield. They climbed up the city wall without any hindrance and tore a careless soldier to pieces with one claw. As blood and flesh flew, a brutal hand-to-hand combat suddenly began. Jiang Wang was also unambiguous. He drew out the Juxiao sword, told Li Muir to be careful, and then jumped into the battle. General Wang was in charge of the overall situation. He used himself as the eye of the army formation, connected with the soldiers on the city wall, and worked together to strangulate the monsters that climbed up the wall. Lu Jianxing shouted loudly and swung the sword in his hand with great force. I didn't expect that he, a civil servant, actually had the 5th grade martial Dao skills. Although he had never learned the art of military formation, he followed closely behind Jiang Wang and cleaned up the monsters that were missed. Wherever the two of them passed, they directly killed a gap in the monsters, alleviating the dilemma of the first wave of soldiers who were in a hurry to engage in battle. Although Jiang Wang can also connect the military formations and enhance his own strength, it is actually not necessary for the beast tide at this moment. Because the highest level of the beast tide is only a few 4th grade ones, for Jiang Wang, who has entered the middle stage of 3rd grade in the past half-month, it is just a matter of a few swords. Even if he strengthens his personal strength, it is meaningless. Now the main problem is that there are too many monsters. The slightest omission will bring a devastating impact to the people within the city wall. Jiang Wang only needs to find high-quality monsters to kill, and kill any passing monsters along the way. After all, they are beasts and do not understand the art of military formation. With the sudden intervention of Jiang Wang, the new force, the city wall seems to be able to be defended. Animals also know fear, especially those that have reached the 4th grade, who are not stupid. A bear-like monster was so frightened when it saw its companions being killed by Jiang Wang like chopping melons and vegetables that it peed itself and turned around and ran towards the city wall. But, with a thud, the bear monster crashed into the dim light curtain and was knocked unconscious. Jiang Wang seized the opportunity, followed closely and cut off the bear beast's paw with a sword, and then kicked it out. The white hair on the chest of the bear monster suddenly sank. A huge force came, and the huge heart could not withstand the pressure and exploded into powder in its body. The huge body slammed heavily into the light shield with the remaining force, but did not cause any ripples. Sure enough, the formation has trapped the entire city. Jiang Wang snorted coldly, shook off the blood on his sword, and ran to the next section of the city wall. General Wang witnessed this scene from the city wall, his face looking so gloomy that blood seemed to be dripping from it. The old voice carried unquestionable majesty and spread throughout the city. All mercenaries, guards, caravan guards, and other people with cultivation, listen up. Stay on guard inside the city walls and clear out any magical beasts that slip through the net at any time. If we die, you will replace us. This battle is related to the survival of Zishan County. We have no way to retreat. We can only fight to the end. The autumn wind is bleak and the sun is shining in the sky. At an inn 100 miles away from Zishan County, countless caravans gathered to rest. This place has a natural geographical advantage. It is located at the confluence of 3 trade routes, close to the official road, and has a buffer zone from the Warcraft Mountains. Therefore, caravans stop here spontaneously, and the lazy ones even trade directly here. With slow development, this post station has gradually grown to the scale of a town. Seeing how lively this place was, many mercenaries passing by also stopped to eat. In the bustling town, there were many stalls opened by ordinary people, and their business was booming. The aroma of food filled the entire street. Sudden, a convoy coming from the official road attracted the attention of the people coming and going in the post station. The carriage was made of ebony bloodwood, and was pulled by 3 pure-blooded spirit deer. Several young men with swords were guarding the carriage, looking heroic and majestic, with the immortal chi appearing and disappearing from these people from time to time. There were some curious people on the street who were stirring up mysterious energy to test the cultivation levels of the people in the convoy. As soon as they released their aura, they were frightened and knocked over the tea bowl in their hands. This group of young men were dressed differently and practiced different schools of thought, but their cultivation levels were all above 6th grade. The man and woman in the lead were even more exaggerated, their cultivation was as high as 3rd grade. The man was dressed in plain clothes, with long hair draped over his shoulders. He had the face of a young man, but had a head of white hair. The woman was dressed in a red tights, revealing a charming belly without a trace of fat. Her crystal navel sparkled in the sunlight, as if it was inlaid with a gem. The two of them glanced across the crowd, and no one dared to look at them. With a light snort, the charming woman smiled gently. You are a bunch of cowardly men who only dare to lower their heads and quietly sweep my buttocks, but dare not look up at me. Chongqing, you are still the one that suits my taste the most. Su Chongqing sighed, walked a few steps away from the woman helplessly, and said indifferently. Mu Qing, stop teasing me. You know I'm the direct descendant of the Supreme Sword Sect. Nothing will happen between you and me. The technique practiced by the Supreme Sword Sect is the Supreme Heartlessness Technique, which is a technique that cuts off human desires and personal feelings, and is neither sad nor happy, and pursues the supreme selflessness. Therefore, it is generally difficult for the disciples of the Supreme Sword Sect to feel love. Tisk, how boring. He claims to be ruthless, but he still followed Sai Yao around for half a year. It's not that he's heartless, it's just that he looks down on me. The woman in tight clothes curled her lips and turned her head to the other side, obviously a little sad. Mu Qing, don't say that. Chongqing and I are just like-minded friends. We travel together only to punish evil, slay demons and save the people. I think everyone is traveling the world with Si Yao for this goal. The beaded curtain of the carriage was lifted from the inside, and a young woman appeared before everyone. The people watching all held their breath and felt inexplicably dazed. The woman was wearing a water blue cloud dress with a few plum blossoms embroidered on it. She was tall and slender, and wore a flowing cloud shawl that seemed to cover her with a touch of sunset. Her black hair was tied into a high bun. The collar of the cloud dress was slightly open, revealing her fair and slender neck. Her beautiful eyes were as gentle as water, and she always had a smile on her face. Being swept by her gaze, one feels as if bathed in spring breeze. Mu Qing curled her lips. From childhood to adulthood, she had never been defeated by a peer, nor had she ever submitted to any woman. However, when she faced Liu Xiao, she felt for the first time that she was completely defeated by this woman in terms of both appearance and character. However, she did not feel the slightest bit of jealousy and was willing to follow Liu Xiao. When the two saw Liu Xiao coming out, they slowed down and moved closer to the carriage. Xiao, why did you come out? It's cold outside. You have no cultivation skills, so be careful not to catch a cold. Su Chongqing grinned and said with concern. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Su. Xiao is fine. I always feel uneasy in my heart. I can't breathe in the carriage. How long will it take us to reach Zishan County? Li Muqing took Liu Xiao's arm with concern and measured the temperature of her forehead with the back of her hand. She was relieved to see that she didn't have a fever. After this post station, we will reach the territory of Wushan sect. It will take about half a day to reach Zishan County. Xiao, what happened to you these days? Why are you in such a hurry to go back to Zishan? A few days ago, they received an urgent commission from other counties, so they had to abandon the defense formation that was almost completed and rush to the rescue. The main structure of the formation has been completed, and the only thing missing is a formation base soul stone. Xiao, didn't you say that your cousin would come to deliver the formation base in person? As long as he is not a fool, he can hand the soul stone to Liu Jianxing and everything will be fine. Liu Xiao bit her lip and spoke with a heavy heart. I know that things are not complicated, but I am still worried and feel that something bad is going to happen. Li Muqing smiled softly and raised her eyebrows. Xiao, I also went to Kyoto 2 years ago and heard about your cousin's reputation. It's quite bad. He was called one of the 4 evil young men of Kyoto. I'm afraid I'll mess up what you asked me to do. Liu Xiao shook her head slightly, with a hint of seriousness in her tone. My cousin's character became bad only because he lost his mother when he was a child. He is a pitiful man, but he is not a bad person at heart. Given the way my cousin handles things, I'm not worried that he will mess things up, as long as he doesn't oppress the people in the city. Su Chongqing sighed. I didn't expect that a kind-hearted and wonderful woman like you, Xiao, would have such a cousin. I heard that he is not young anymore, and he is only able to rely on the family resources to get to 5th grade. Liu Xiao's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. She was actually a little unhappy in her heart, but she still had a smile on her face. My cousin just didn't put his mind into cultivation. If he ever comes to his senses, his achievements will not be lower than his father's with his talent. Su Chongqing accidentally got rejected and opened his mouth but nothing came out. Seeing this, Li Muqing tried to smooth things over and quickly turned the topic back to the main topic. So what are you worried about? Liu Xiao was silent for a moment and whispered softly. It's a good thing that Wushan sect entrusted us to repair the formation, but they are a little too enthusiastic. Too enthusiastic? The two were slightly surprised and asked in confusion. Wouldn't it be beneficial for both Wushan sect and Zishan County to repair the formation? Liu Xiao narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly and said in a deep voice. Although this matter is beneficial to Wushan sect, they are still too enthusiastic. They funded the preparation of all the materials and cooperated with us throughout the process. After all, Zishan County is just a small county. Even though it is well connected, the annual income it can bring is only a few 100,000 taels. They are willing to spend millions of taels in one go to build the formation, and they have not used this to ask for benefits from the court. This is all going a little too smoothly. The two of them thought about what had happened in silence and realized that it seemed to have gone too smoothly. You mean, the Wushan sect is planning to tamper with the formation. Why, just because it went so smoothly, without asking for any benefits. Liu Xiao was silent for a moment and nodded. It is the autumn season when the monster tide is high. Everything was going so smoothly, but in the end we just happened to lack the key formation base, and we just happened to have to leave Zishan. What a coincidence. I always feel that Wushan sect is planning something. In Zishan County. Outside the city defense formation, under the urging of the Bauhenia Lion King, a steady stream of various magical beasts walked out of the Magic Beast mountain range and rushed towards the city walls of Zishan County. The killing on the city wall continued. The defenders of Zishan County, led by General Wang, formed a military formation and acted like a meat grinder, strangulating wave after wave of the monsters that climbed up the city wall. Jiang Wang also fully demonstrated his strength, killing all the high-level monsters that were difficult for the defenders to deal with. The corpses of various monsters had been piled up into a small hill outside the city wall. The new monsters stepped on the corpses of their companions and rushed to the top of the city. Even after killing so many monsters, the offensive did not slow down at all. The purpose of the city defense formation is to resist the endless attacks of monsters. After all, monsters have low intelligence and are fearless of death, and the defenders will be tired and frightened. If there is a city defense formation, they can definitely open a gap and slowly let the monsters into the city, or use long-range means to slowly strangulate them, to buy time and wait for rescue. But now, the formation has completely lost its function and has become a cage instead. Zishan County has now become a piece of meat and ice. As long as the surface is melted, the monsters can enjoy the food inside. After clearing out a circle of high-level monsters around the entire city wall again, Jiang Wang was stopped by General Wang, who was standing on the city wall, and he and Liu Jianxing were called into the city wall. Pushing open the door, Jiang Wang shook off the blood of the monsters on the Juxiao sword, tore off the blood-soaked and torn clothes by the monsters, and put on the armor bestowed by His Majesty when he went to war. General Wang's face darkened, thinking that this was indeed the case, and he immediately half-knelt to salute. "I will pay my respects to you, sir." In fact, he had noticed the flying bear pattern on Jiang Wang's back when he drew his sword and charged into the beast herd. He was a military officer and a man who had seen the world. Seeing the family emblem, he naturally thought that Jiang Wang came from a large family. Combined with his surname, even if he didn't want to admit it, he had to believe that this third-grade expert was actually Jiang Wushan's eldest son, who was not yet 30 years old. "Stop talking nonsense. I came here for personal matters and didn't want to reveal my identity. Time is running out. Tell me why you are stopping us." Jiang Wang was also a little bloodthirsty at this time. He watched excellent soldiers die in front of him but was unable to do anything about it, which made him very annoyed. Perhaps because he came from a family of military generals, he could never mind the sacrifices of his soldiers. General Wang said bluntly without further ado. "Master Jiang, I have observed through the military formation that the number of monsters has not decreased, but has continued to increase. It is probably only a matter of time before the city is breached." Chapter 58. Only with help from the outside world can we have a chance to survive. I would like to ask Lord Jiang if there is any way to break out. Jiang Wang's face darkened and he stared at General Wang. "Why, you want to abandon the people of the city and run away?" Jiang Wang, who originally had a good impression of General Wang, felt a sinking feeling in his heart. The current situation was indeed a dead end for the common people, but for a martial artist of Jiang Wang's level, it was not a life and death situation. Again, without the same level of means, the low-level cultivator cannot break the high-level defense. Although his Xian Qi will be exhausted and he will be in a mess, Jiang Wang was not injured at all after fighting for half a day. Firstly, it was because his cultivation level suppressed everyone in the field, and secondly, due to the enhancement of Supreme Bone, his body had already surpassed the ordinary third grade. Although there is no way to break the formation, he can still protect Li Muir and keep him alive in the city. When Zhang Yu and the others find that he has not returned yet, they will naturally bring reinforcements. General Wang bowed deeply. "Master Jiang, I am willing to live and die with Zishan. I only ask you to find a way to break out, find the center of the formation, break the cage, and allow the people to escape." Jiang Wang was silent. This might be the best solution at the moment. With the current intensity of the Warcraft's attack, Zishan can only hold out for half a day at most. After dark, the city defense forces will suffer heavy casualties and exhaustion. Even with the assistance of the mercenaries, it will be difficult for them to hold out until tomorrow. If the formation can be broken, 300,000 civilians will flee in all directions, and even a tide of beasts will have some that slip through the net. Even if there is a possibility, only 1 in 10 will survive. But reality is always cruel. Jiang Wang sighed and shook his head slightly. General Wang, let's not talk about the fact that I don't have the ability to break the formation. Even if I did, forgive me for being blunt. Do you think the Wushan sect would place the center of the formation in an obvious place? I know nothing about formations. What if I can't find the center of the formation? Am I just going to watch you die in there? I'll just say it straight. I'm leaving Beijing this time to lead my army north. I have 30,000 troops who have left Wushan sect's territory and are stationed in the north. As long as we can hold out until tomorrow, they will definitely come back to look for me when they see that I haven't returned yet. Then I'll have a chance to survive. General Wang stared at the formation's expression and spoke in a low voice. It's too late, Lord Jiang. I can feel from the military formation that the city defense force has been reduced by a quarter. If this continues, they will definitely not last until dark. 300,000 people will die tonight. I just hope that more people can escape, so that the plight of Xishan County can be made public and Wushan sect can receive the punishment it deserves. Jiang Wang hesitated for a moment, but finally shook his head. Useless General Wang, no one will believe it even if it is made public. Why? Jiang Wang spoke word by word. Because there is no evidence. General Wang was silent. Yes, after 300,000 people have died, the Wushan sect can naturally send people to destroy the formation and fake the scene of failure in defending the city and the formation being broken. By then, people will only blame the Xishan County defenders for not being able to defend the city well, as even the city gates could be confiscated and breached despite the formation. Even if someone reported the Wushan sect's brutal behavior, who would believe it? Ah, my Wushan sect spent so much money and resources to repair the formation for you, but you didn't make good use of it and failed to defend it. In the end, you still blame us who are also victims. You are really something. But you will definitely survive. I know that people on the battlefield have an endless desire to survive. There will always be people who survive. When the time comes, you will make the truth public. I don't believe that the Wushan sect will not reveal any clues. Liu Jianxing was very emotional. His official uniform was torn into strips and the hideous wound on his chest was still dripping with blood, but he continued to argue. Jiang Wang paused, as if he couldn't bear to break his fantasy. It's useless. We have walked all the way through the entire city. The people all think that the city defense formation was built by Liu Xiao and is absolutely safe. Even General Wang believed that the formation was built by Liu Xiao before we told him. Liu Xiao left because the formation was completed. Liu Jianxing's lips trembled and he spoke through gritted teeth. You mean to say that even if the truth is made public, people will only think that the problem with the formation was Miss Lu's fault? Jiang Wang nodded and said helplessly. That's right. After all, you even had new words for her, and Wushan sect took advantage of this. With blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, Liu Jianxing said in a hoarse voice. But the Wushan sect's involvement in the formation was purely because I was gullible. Miss Liu has done so much for Xishan County and has done so many good things for the people. She should bear the reputation. That's why I will tell others that Miss Liu left after the formation was built. Jiang Wang was silent for a moment and explained. But even so, even if Liu Xiao stood up to confront Wushan sect in the future, the world would only think that she was throwing dirty water on Wushan sect in order to protect her own good name. After all, who could have imagined that someone would do something like killing 300,000 people? Liu Jianxing collapsed weakly in the chair, his heart full of despair. Is there really no solution? Master, I have a solution. At this moment, Li Muir suddenly came out, and her cold voice made the three anxious people clear their heads. Muir, you said you have a solution. Li Muir walked to Jiang Wang's side and helped him tidy up his messy hair, her eyes full of tenderness. Xiaobai can temporarily break the formation for a moment. With your strength, you will definitely be able to take the opportunity to escape. When they heard that there was a way to get Jiang Wang out, their eyes lit up immediately. But Jiang Wang felt a pang in his heart and said worriedly. Even if I can get out, I may not be able to find the center of the formation. Then we can only ask Zhang Yu and the others for help. We have been in the city for half a day, and it will take time for them to get here. I am worried about your safety during this period. Li Muir smiled faintly, waved her hand, and a small white insect with two horns on its head ran out from her sleeve. I have Xiaobai to protect me, master. Don't think of me as a powerless woman. When I was in July, I was also a master. The little white bug swam happily to Li Muir's fingertips, puffed up its tail and scratched its chubby face, then bared its teeth at Jiang Wang, looking very proud. After the words were spoken, the air fell silent. Jiang Wang remained silent, lowering his head and pondering the gains and losses of the matter. He didn't want to leave Li Muir alone in the city. General Wang and Lu Jianxing did not hesitate at all. They bent their legs and knelt in front of Jiang Wang. Young Master Jiang, we will definitely die before the young lady, and will not let the young lady lose a single hair. Zishan County thanks young Master Jiang for his great kindness. Jiang Wang frowned. This was like putting him on the fire. Li Muir stared at Jiang Wang with her beautiful eyes, full of sympathy for the people. Well, forget it. I can't guarantee that I can find the center of the formation immediately, but if I can't find it, I will definitely bring in reinforcements as quickly as possible. General Wang, Lord Lu, you must hold on. Wang and Lu showed joy on their faces, clasped their hands together and bowed again. Thank you, Lord Jiang. At least 300,000 people now have a chance to survive. Chapter 59. Jiang Wang looked at the two people kneeling on the ground and reached out to help them up. General Wang, Lord Lu, I am not a noble person. I am just doing what I can. General Wang smiled slightly. Master Jiang, this is too serious. It was our fault in Zishan County that we underestimated the enemy, which led to you being involved. You and Zishan County have no relationship at all. You first exposed the conspiracy of Wushan sect, and then fought bravely to stabilize the morale of the first wave of soldiers. Now that you are willing to take risks for our Zishan County, it is enough. Some people remember the favors they receive, while others turn around and blame the benefactor for not doing enough. Jiang Wang didn't exchange pleasantries with General Wang and went straight to the point. In that case, we will prepare to break through the formation and leave the city. General Wang, if the formation does not disappear within a quarter of an hour after I leave, it means that I have not been able to find the center of the formation. Please stay in command and consolidate the defense line. Just as he was about to push the door and leave, Lu Jianxing called Jiang Wang and took out a letter and a jade token from his arms. The jade plaque carries a trace of spirit qi, and is engraved with a Chinese character Lu in a flamboyant dragon style. Jiang Wang took the jade token, looked at it and found that it was not an ordinary item, so he asked. Lord Lu, what does this mean? Lu Jianxing pondered for a moment and explained. This is my Lu family's ID card. If Zishan County is unfortunate enough to meet with disaster, please send someone to deliver the ID card and letter to Luzhu and hand them over to the people of Heavenly Origin Martial Arts School. They will give generous gifts. I, Lu, cannot let Zishan County receive your kindness in vain. Unconsciously, Lu Jianxing had begun to use honorifics when speaking. Jiang Wang did not refuse and put the jade token and the letter in his arms. He was not a saintly BCH like Lu Xiao who was happy to help others. As he said, he was just doing what he could. If things really cannot be done and Zishan County is destroyed, he will only protect Li Muir. Half a minute later, several people came to the city wall. The little white bug was eager to try and was ready to show its skills. The fighting on the city wall was still going on. In order to prevent the piled corpses from becoming stepping stones for the monsters, the soldiers had been organizing to throw the dead bodies on the wall into the city. Some young and strong men, even if they had no cultivation, spontaneously helped the city guards to carry the fallen bodies. When injured soldiers were carried down, they were sent to the hospital for treatment as soon as possible. An hour had passed since the monster attack, and the city guards were already showing signs of fatigue. Most of them had red eyes and pale lips, and the blades of their weapons were already bent. They were only holding on by willpower. The regular garrison of Zishan County consists of 15,000 men, plus the yamen runners who manage public security, the conscripted reservists, and the trained militia, totaling just over 20,000 men, and 1/4 of them have been killed or injured. It has to be said that Dixuan's military formation is indeed powerful. When it is concentrated on an individual, it can enhance the individual's strength. However, after being dispersed to each person, it can enable everyone in the formation to show strong cohesion, cooperate tacitly, and slow down the consumption of Xian Qi. This is how it can hold out against the monsters. But this is just a drop in the bucket. The blood flowing on the city wall had gathered into small puddles. The soldiers waded through the blood and fought with the monsters. Screams, wails, and roars were heard everywhere. The splashing blood stimulated the ferocity of the monsters, and the dead comrades made the soldiers go crazy. Even if your arm is bitten off by a monster, you should use your other hand to poke its eyes out to create opportunities for the next teammate to come up. Jiang Wang witnessed with his own eyes a soldier trying to stop a wolf-like monster from leaping into the city. Even after the wolf's claw pierced his chest, he still held on to the claw tightly, dragged the monster to the city wall, and pulled it into a trap outside the city wall. There was an inexplicable bitterness in his eyes, and Jiang Wang smiled bitterly. I thought I would be more cold-blooded in this life. The autumn wind blew across his face, bringing with it a pungent smell of blood. Jiang Wang stared at the purgatory-like city wall in silence. Master Jiang, why not take this opportunity to break the formation? Seeing that Jiang Wang was still in a daze, Lu Jianxing said anxiously. Guarding the edge of the monster mountain range, he had long been accustomed to the separation of life and death of his soldiers, and was used to sacrificing for the safety of the people. He was also prepared to die. Lord Lu, please wait for the young master for a moment. Li Muir opened her mouth to stop Lu Jianxing, her beautiful eyes flickering slightly, and she looked at Jiang Wang tenderly. Why? The war is urgent. Lu Jianxing wanted to ask more questions, but Jiang Wang suddenly moved. Suddenly, a green bamboo brush appeared in his hand, with 3 big characters Wenchang Pen written on it in some mysterious font. The righteous energy surged, blowing his clothes and blowing the hair away from his forehead. Jiang Wang's eyes were sad and determined beneath his hair. Seeing the righteous spirit emanating from Jiang Wang, Lu Jianxing and General Wang stood there in a daze. He forced himself to hold back the urging words. The third-grade martial artist actually practices Confucianism and Taoism. His righteous spirit even blew away the dark clouds in the sky. What level of Confucianism is he? Is there really someone who can achieve remarkable achievements in both Confucianism and martial Dao at such a young age? Could it be that he had been practicing and studying since he was in his mother's womb? The two were extremely grateful for their courtesy to Jiang Wang, and the hope of saving Zishan County was increased. The righteous spirit condensed into golden paper, floating in front of Jiang Wang. He was immersed in his thoughts, feeling the blood and sacrifice of the soldiers. In an instant, a flash of light flashed through my mind. Jiang Wang took a deep breath, picked up the Wenchang brush, and started writing. Black clouds are pressing down on the city, and it seems to be destroying it. The armor shines towards the sun, and its scales are golden. The horn sounds fill the sky with autumn colors, and the rouge on the city wall turns purple in the night. It's a pity that Zishan is facing Wushan, and no one comes to help him amid the raging war. Advise the heaven to send soldiers to protect us, and support the Jade Dragon to die for the people. This is a war poem in the mortal world. Boom! The golden sunlight penetrated the dark clouds and shone on the soldiers on the city wall, making it difficult for them to open their eyes. The monsters and soldiers all stopped fighting and covered their eyes to temporarily go blind. In the sunlight, the golden armor brushed across the soldiers' wounds and covered their bodies, as if they were covered with golden scales. After my eyes gradually adjusted, there was a commotion among the monsters. The low-level monsters whimpered and slowly retreated. The confused monsters under the city wall looked up and felt fearful. The city wall was covered with golden armor. It's like a giant golden dragon, connected into one. And the vision is not over yet. A green beam of light suddenly descended from the sky, targeting the weapons in the hands of the soldiers. The broken weapon shattered after being illuminated by the green light. The soldiers exclaimed and checked their weapons in panic. In the blink of an eye, he exclaimed in surprise, and the broken weapon turned into jade material. Trying to swing at the monster, the jade weapon cut through the monster's hard skin without any hindrance. God bless Dixuan. Brothers, kill. Defend Zishan and fight to the death. The morale of the soldiers was greatly boosted, and they launched a counterattack with overwhelming force, temporarily forcing the group of monsters back off the city wall. Jiang Wang did not linger for long and said in a deep voice. Muir, help me break the formation. Chapter 60. The reason why the little white worm is called the Holy Gu in the Julai tribe is because according to legend it has the ability to see through illusions and travel across time and space. Of course, just like the legend that the Jiang family's flying bear technique was inspired by a giant flying bear, it is somewhat exaggerated. But the ability of the little white worm to break the formation has now been proven. Its fat body curled up under Li Muir's fingertips, and then it sat down heavily. With the help of the recoil force, he farted and got up. Like lightning, it flashed past Jiang Wang's eyes in an instant. There was a crackling sound, and the sharp-eyed Jiang Wang was surprised to find that cracks appeared in the space where the little white worm passed. This little thing can tear the void. There was no time to be surprised, the little white worm was too fast. Jiang Wang had to seize the moment when it broke through the formation to get out. He flashed away, leaving behind a shadow. Li Muir stared blankly at Jiang Wang's smiling shadow slowly disappearing, her slender fingers clutching the corner of her clothes. There was always a sense of uneasiness in her heart, which made her very worried. The little white insect fell back onto Li Muir's shoulder with a whoosh. The chubby, white little face rubbed Li Muir's cheek, as if acting coquettishly and cutely. Rubbing the little white worm's head, Li Muir forced a smile and held the little white worm against her chest. "Ziobai, you have great divine ability, please make sure Jiang Wang doesn't get into danger, okay?" Ying the little white bug let out a coquettish cry and wagged its tail, not knowing whether it agreed or just didn't understand. The sound of tearing wind rang in his ears, as if penetrating a layer of mist. After a moment of trance, Jiang Wang stood outside the formation. After looking around, my heart sank. The view from inside the city is limited and I cannot fly too high. Now, standing on a high place, I can see that the beast tide is still slowly converging towards Zishan County. Why on earth do the monsters keep coming here? What did Wushan sect do? Is there anything about Zishan County that attracts them? Confused, Jiang Wang calmed his impetuous heart, and used his 5 senses to sense the location of the array's center. The body of a high-quality martial artist is nourished and strengthened by the mysterious energy, and the 5 senses are extremely sharp. Even if they are hundreds of miles apart, as long as they calm down, they can even hear the faintest heartbeat. After a while, Jiang Wang sighed. As expected, he knew nothing about battle formations and could not sense anything special around him. I was just about to conduct another careful search around the city. Suddenly, he felt a chill and turned around hastily, raising his sword to block. But a huge force came from the sword. Jiang Wang held on to the hilt tightly and did not let it go. He was knocked away and fell into the herd of beasts on the ground. Buzz sword intent was raging, and the sharp sword energy raged around Jiang Wang, killing the monsters that took the opportunity to besiege him. The bodies of the monsters that were cut in half were neatly scattered in a circle. Jiang Wang stood in the middle of the bodies with a sword in hand. The armor on his chest was dented and his body was stained with blood. He looked a little disheveled. A lion with wings on its back and purple-red hair all over its body was floating at the position where Jiang Wang was just now, staring at Jiang Wang below with cold eyes. The murderous intent from the second-grade monsters spread out, and the beasts that were attacking the city trembled in fear and rushed towards the city wall even more frantically. Second grade, how can there be second-grade monsters? Jiang Wang was also secretly surprised. Wushan sect is just an ordinary sect. There may not even be a second grade in the sect. How can it drive a second-grade monster? The Bauhenia Lion King slowly lowered its flying altitude, just blocking Jiang Wang's escape route. Hateful! Jiang Wang cursed in his heart, wondering why this Bauhenia Lion King would cooperate with the Wushan sect to block his way. Now every minute and every second is very precious. The defenders of Zishan County cannot hold on for long and cannot let it drag on like this. It's just the second grade. I have killed the bloody black tortoise before, so why would I be afraid of you? Jiang Wang endured the pain all over his body, turned around, and the supreme bone on his chest shone brightly. The sneak attack just now was too sudden and he was not prepared for defense. Warcraft is different from humans. Each style of humans has its own weaknesses, either high attack and low defense, or high defense and slow speed. The Warcraft is a very powerful creature with high attack and defense, a strong body, and the ability to spit fire and poison and use magic to deal damage. If it was an ordinary third-grade scholar, he would have been smashed to pieces by just one claw. Without time to think, Jiang Wang jumped up with sword energy running wildly. For many days, he never slacked off in his comprehension of Sword Dao. Even when he was traveling, he still comprehended Sword Dao while sitting on horseback. Now, the accumulation of a month has burst into dazzling light. With the cultivation of third-grade great completion, Jiang Wang swung a sword that can scare the second grade. If Jiang Wushan were here, he would definitely be surprised that Jiang Wang's supreme bone could actually raise his cultivation to rank 1 or above at third grade. A figure shot up, and the rushing airwave shattered the monster that was rushing up again. A huge sword shadow appeared in Jiang Wang's hand and stabbed straight at the Bauhenia Lion King in the air. A look of seriousness appeared on the face of the Bauhenia Lion King beast, and purple flames burned all over its body. It kicked its 4 claws in the air and instantly rushed towards the towering sword shadow. Boom! A huge explosion sounded that echoed through the sky. The remaining power swept down from mid-air, sweeping up thousands of monsters and crushing them into powder. In the midst of flames, the Bauhinia Lion King walked out slowly, sniffed his nose, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. Roar! Damn human, how dare you play tricks on me! In the dense jungle, a figure flew through at high speed, breaking small branches. Following the traces of the fallen branch, drops of blood fell on the leaves. Jiang Wang was leaning against a waist-thick tree, looking desperate and miserable. Cough, cough. He coughed a few times and spat out the blood that was overflowing from his mouth. Jiang Wang marvels at his foresight. After being ambushed in the first attack, Jiang Wang realized that this Bauhinia Lion King and the bloody black tortoise were completely different concepts. In comparison, the black tortoise is just a puppet that can control water and use brute force, while the Bauhinia Lion King is just like a human, moving swiftly and using the talent divine ability. Fortunately, when Jiang Wang drew his sword, he had planned to escape after one move, so he was not detained by the Bauhinia Lion King. Looking at the 3 hideous claw marks on the breastplate, Jiang Wang felt fortunate. Fortunately, it was on the chest, and fortunately, I had supreme bone to block the claw for me. The torn flesh has healed under the martial artist's recovery ability, but the black burn marks on Jiang Wang's chest will not fade away for a long time. This is the mark left by the beast fire of the Bauhinia Lion King talent divine ability. Now Jiang Wang still feels a faint burning sensation in his meridians. The raging fire poison cannot be eliminated in a short time, but fortunately he has a special physique, so he can suppress it and withstand it first. Jiang Wang has always felt that he is invincible among his peers, and even has the ability to fight against opponents of higher levels. But it was not until he faced the Bauhinia Lion King that he discovered that in front of a true master of the same level, the other party also had the ability to fight across levels. In this era where first grade is difficult to come by and second grade is king, there is a huge gap between students who are both second grade. This failure also served as a reminder to Jiang Wang that he should never underestimate everyone in the world. He stood up holding the sword. After a few minutes, his body had almost recovered. There was no time to deal with the fire poison, so he had to put it aside for the time being. The most urgent thing now is to find the 3 imperial guards, form an army formation and work together to strangulate the Bauhinia Lion King and save Zishan County. I hope the defenders of Zishan County can hold on until then. Jiang Wang leaped forward and headed for the army. Chapter 61. As the sun sets, the evening sunset dyes the sky orange, which is beautiful. A convoy of cars was heading towards the outside of the post station, and one of the carriages pulled by a spirit deer particularly attracted people's attention. The man and woman on horseback leading the way in front of the car emanated a terrifying aura as they chatted and laughed, and pedestrians unconsciously stopped the caravan from moving. Amid the crisp sound of horse hooves, the convoy moved further and further away, and the crowd gathered together again, talking in low voices. After traveling for several miles, the convoy finally entered the border of Zishan County. Li Muking slowed down the horse's pace, walked to the carriage and tapped on the window. Lu Xiao lifted the pearl curtain of the carriage, leaned out, and showed her smile as gentle as water again. What happened to Mu Qing? Li Muking said in a low voice with an apologetic look on her face. I'm sorry Xiao, my fellow disciples were too playful and delayed us for so long before we set off. Hearing this, Lu Xiao smiled slightly and shook her head. How can we blame them for being playful? We are traveling around the world, and we naturally want to experience the local customs and practices in each place we visit. As she spoke, she turned around and looked at a young couple in the team. They were riding side by side and were obviously in a relationship. But Mu Qing, you really need to take care of your fellow apprentices. I heard that they went to play in the brothels in such a short time. Su Chongqing came to the carriage at some point and said lightly. Li Muking rolled her eyes, glared at the young men at the end of the team, and said helplessly. They just went there to listen to music and drink, but they didn't indulge themselves. Aren't all you men like this? Do you think everyone is like you? Tai Shangwu Qing has no feelings for women at all. I will discipline them more in the future. Su Chongqing suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Having practiced the supreme merciless art, he really couldn't understand the needs of his fellow apprentices. Lu Xiao smiled and shook her head, her expression becoming serious. Chongqing, Muking, do you feel that this journey is too quiet? The monsters that used to covet the official road did not appear, and we did not encounter any other caravans along the way. Su Chongqing and the other two also reacted slowly and immediately felt that something was not right. What Xia Yao said is true. The whole journey has been a bit too quiet. But it's not far to Zishan County. We can stay there tonight. As they were talking, their expressions suddenly changed and they looked towards the sky in the distance. Su Chongqing drew the sword from his waist with a serious look on his face. Someone is coming. Xia Yao, go into the carriage first and open the formation. I don't know what the purpose of this person is. Mu Qing asked the brothers to be on guard. Seeing how nervous the two were, Lu Xia Yao's eyes flickered slightly. Chongqing, is the person coming very strong? Su Changqing's face looked a little ugly, and he stared at the night sky. Very strong, even stronger than the two of us. I don't know what the purpose of this person is. If he is just passing by, he will definitely give us the Supreme Sword Sect some face. I am afraid that he is coming for us. The technique was running, and the atmosphere in the entire convoy became heavy. After a while, Li Muqing exclaimed. Here I come. The next moment. Bang! After a loud noise, dust and smoke rose from the pipe, and a figure fell from the air onto the official road in front of the convoy, blocking their way. Su Chongqing and Li Muqing looked at each other, nodded to each other, and flew forward at the same time and landed in front of the team, looking at the figure in the dust with serious expressions. We are disciples of the Supreme Sword Sect who have come down the mountain to train. May I ask why you are blocking our way? Su Chongqing clasped his fist and took the lead in introducing himself as the Supreme Sword Sect. When traveling in the north, whether they are people from the sects or people from the court, they have to give face to this first sword sect. The Taishang sword sect has been passed down for thousands of years, and there are many second-grade masters in the sect. It is even rumored that the Taishang ancestor is a first-grade master. He is not seen now and is just practicing in the mountains. I don't know whether it is true or not. The figure in the smoke and dust did not respond, but just stood there motionless. Su Chongqing looked into the man's eyes, feeling a bone-chilling chill, and raised the sword in his hand, pointing it at the figure. Sir, judging from your weak breath, you must be injured. You may not be able to gain any benefit from us too. If you come with good intentions, we will be happy to welcome you. Otherwise, don't blame us for bullying the minority with our numbers. Hee hee. A light laugh came from the smoke. An autumn breeze blew by, dispersing the dust. A figure wearing black armor, with a handsome and evil face and an aura as sharp as a sword appeared before them. There were 3 scratches on the armor on the man's chest, as if he had just been in a fight. His narrow eyes were listless and had a hint of fatigue. A voice with a hint of sneer and anger came out of the man's mouth. Okay, Lu Xia Yao, it turns out that you are traveling around the world under someone else's name. It really makes your mother proud. Get out of here. Jiang Wang's cold words made the sect disciples present frown. Why would this person speak like this if he knew LV Xia Yao? Could he be Miss LV's enemy? But Miss Lu is kind and gentle by nature, so how could she be targeted by her enemies? Compared to the confusion of the others, Li Muqing's eyes were full of shock. She knew this person. Yes, she had seen Jiang Wang in person when she went to Kyoto to play before. At that time, Jiang Wang was riding on a warhorse and bullying the people in the city. Wherever he went, people dared to be angry but not to speak out. Li Muqing saw the behavior of this evil young man and felt that the court officials were corrupt. So he inquired about this man's information and planned to punish him in the future. I never expected that the 5th grade, which was raised from a medicine jar and was originally an ant that I could easily kill, has now become a 3rd grade. Is it because I am too slow in cultivation, or is there some rare treasure that can help me leap to the 3rd grade? Su Chongqing frowned slightly. He didn't know Jiang Wang, but he felt that this person was rude and might be difficult to deal with. Sir, is there any misunderstanding between you and Xia Yao? Jiang Wang glanced at Su Chongqing and raised the corner of his mouth. Xia Yao? Haha, it seems like you two have a pretty close relationship. When did my cousin learn how to find a man? LV Xia Yao, I'm talking to you, why are you pretending to be dead? Li Muqing was also angry when she saw Jiang Wang insulting Lu Xia Yao. The rapier in her hand glowed slightly, and a fiery red light flashed in her beautiful pupils. Jiang Wang, it's you. You're not hiding in your capital, but you dare to come out and speak nonsense. This girl will rid the people of harm today. Jiang Wang raised his eyes and glanced at the woman when he heard this, and a memory suddenly flashed through his mind. Li Muqing, one of the heroines in the sect line of the original novel, is the great master of the Qianghua immortal sect. She has a hot body and good talents, but unfortunately she is love-brained. If Lin Ping'an's harem is still divided into levels, people like Chu Keiwei who are very intimate with others are at the high level, people like Liu Xiao who have her own ideals and goals and also love the male protagonist are at the middle level, and people like Li Muqing who purely give everything for Lin Ping'an without asking for anything in return, and don't even want a name, just wanting Lin Ping'an to be happy. In the end, she never married and lived in seclusion in a dilapidated mountain gate, fantasizing about being with Lin Ping'an and forgetting about the world. In fact, Lin Ping'an had already forgotten about her at that time. Thinking of this, Jiang Wang smiled contemptuously and said provocatively. Hey, little girl, you have a bad temper. If you want to get rid of harm for the people, I advise you not to overestimate your abilities. Li Muqing's fair cheeks gradually turned red. She suppressed the anger in her heart and did not act rashly. Both are third grade, and acting rashly will only allow others to catch you. What's more, this person also said that he was Xiao's cousin. It would be fine if he just talked big, but if he really hurt someone, it would make Xiao feel awkward. As Liu Xiao's two closest colleagues, they both knew Liu Xiao's true identity. Knowing and agreeing with it, some unrealistic imaginations arise. Chapter 62. The only sound left on the official road was Li Muqing's heavy breathing. After a moment of silence, a pleasant female voice came from the carriage. Cousin, long time no see. Jiang Wang looked in the direction of the voice when he heard it. Liu Xiao was dressed in a gorgeous aqua blue dress with a spirit beast leather scarf around her fair neck. She was slowly getting down from the carriage with her usual warm smile on her face as she looked at the slightly disheveled man not far away. Cousin, why are you here? Looking at the familiar cousin in front of her, Liu Xiao's figure gradually overlapped with the little girl in her memory. Jiang Wang frowned and smiled. I originally intended to go north to find a way out, but I happened to hear that you had just left the post station, so I followed you. As he spoke, Jiang Wang hooked his finger at Liu Xiao. Come here and let your cousin take a good look at you. Do you know that your mother misses you very much? Liu Xiao hesitated for a moment, but still walked slowly towards Jiang Wang. Her cousin was moody and she was not surprised by his unconventional ideas. As she passed by Li Muqing, she lowered her voice. Muqing, I'm sorry, my cousin's words were a bit offensive. After just 2 or 3 words, Li Muqing was already red with anger, revealing the demeanor of one of the 4 evil young men of Kyoto. Li Muqing bit her lip and shook her head. This matter has nothing to do with Xiao. I just can't stand the behavior of these evil young men. Liu Xiao was silent for a moment, walked in front of Jiang Wang, and looked at the man in front of him who was very different from what he remembered. There was less cynicism and more sharpness in his eyes. There were dark red bloodstains on his clothes and 3 shocking scratches on his chest. His eyes were full of fatigue, yet he seemed to be suppressing something. Cousin, are you injured? Jiang Wang didn't answer, but suddenly raised his hand and slapped Liu Xiao's soft cheek. A mysterious wave came, and layers of formations automatically appeared on Liu Xiao's clothes, protecting her. Seeing this, Jiang Wang narrowed his eyes slightly and kept moving his hands. Snap! The imagined obstruction did not appear, and the slap landed hard on Liu Xiao's cheek. On the quiet official road, the sound of the slap was particularly clear. Liu Xiao's frail body was slapped and she took 2 steps back. Blood was oozing from the corner of her mouth, but she did not question Jiang Wang. Instead, she took 2 steps forward and stood still obediently. Looking at the cousin in front of him, Jiang Wang's heart is still the same as when he was a child. Even if she was bullied, she would not tell her parents. Instead, she would endure it silently like a little lamb, so that no one would ever think of bullying her again. Jiang Wang slowly withdrew his hand and asked. Why take back the formation? Liu Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her eyes calm and expressionless as she looked at Jiang Wang calmly. Cousin is my elder brother, so you must have your reasons for beating Xiao. My cousin is injured, and the backlash of the formation will aggravate your injury. Jiang Wang grinned and pinched Liu Xiao's cheek, leaving a red mark. You are a good pleaser. You are thinking about others even when you are being beaten. Well, since you know I have reasons, then just stand still. I will explain to you after I beat you. Lu Xiao lowered her beautiful eyes slightly, lowered her head silently, closed her eyes and waited for Jiang Wang to take action. Pa! The slapping sound rang out again. Red marks oozed out of Lu Xiao's face, but she did not retreat a single step and still stood silently in front of Jiang Wang. The official road was completely silent, and it seemed no one would stand up for Lu Xiao. Jiang Wang stared at the other person, and when he raised his hand again to slap him, he found that his wrist was grabbed by someone. It turned out to be Su Chongqing. He was seen holding the sword in one hand and tightly grasping Jiang Wang's wrist with the other hand. His 5 fingers exerted a little force, and blue veins were popping out. That's enough. The cold words came out of his mouth. Jiang Wang smiled contemptuously and raised his other hand, pretending to slap again. I say enough. Su Chongqing's true qi burst out from his whole body, and he raised his sword and slashed at Jiang Wang's wrist. Chongqing, don't! Lu Xiao screamed, but it was too late. Her reaction speed was too slow compared to the 2 third grades. As soon as the words came out, the two of them had already fought and separated. Su Chongqing took 2 steps back, his right hand holding the sword trembling slightly. At that moment, Jiang Wang changed his palm into a fist and hit the sword's spine with one punch the moment he drew his sword. This punch also made Su Chongqing realize the gap between himself and Jiang Wang, and he almost lost his grip with his bare hands. Su Chongqing glanced at Jiang Wang's unharmed fist and said to him. It seems that the rumors are not credible. The young man who was ignorant and unskilled in the eyes of outsiders turned out to be a master who had been immersed in 3rd grade for many years. But as Xiao's brother, isn't it a bit too much for Zhang Xiao to do this? Jiang Wang glanced at the young man in front of him, wondering if that was true qi just now. The style of cultivation practiced by these immortal cultivation sects is completely different from the martial artist's mysterious energy. Compared with Xian qi, true qi seems to be more lasting and long-lasting. Well, it is suitable for elderly people to practice more. Lu Xiao on the side said softly. Chongqing, don't do anything, I'm fine. Jiang Wang smiled and said meaningfully. Why, as a brother, I am teaching my sister a lesson. What right do you, an outsider, have to interfere? Do you want to be my brother-in-law? You have white hair at such a young age. Our family does not welcome old men and young wives. Su Chongqing's expression changed slightly, but he was not annoyed by Jiang Wang's humiliating remarks. I'm just trying to dissuade Mr. Jiang. Persuade? Xiao, is your friend the one who persuades others with a sword? Lu Xiao's eyebrows twitched, she lowered her head and explained softly. Cousin, Chongqing was acting impulsively because he was worried about me. Worried about you? Jiang Wang smiled silently and said lightly. But I haven't finished slapping you yet. Do you think he will stop me? Jiang Wang raised his hand as if to give the slap. A cold murderous intent locked onto Jiang Wang. Su Chongqing stared at his hand. Jiang Wang had no doubt that after this palm strike, the boy would definitely draw his sword. LV Xiao, I advise you to persuade your good friend instead. He may think he really has the ability to threaten me. Does he think that I dare not kill anyone? Looking at Jiang Wang's teasing eyes, Lu Xiao knew that her cousin was not joking. She was about to persuade him, but Jiang Wang interrupted her. Forget it, no need to persuade me, my patience has run out. After that, Jiang Wang stared at the man in front of him and spoke slowly. Su Chongqing, you made a mistake. You shouldn't have shown your killing intent too early to an opponent whose strength you don't know. The words fell. A golden amber sword suddenly shot out from Jiang Wang's brow, and waves of mysterious fluctuations emerged from the sword, accelerating it to an extremely fast level. Su Chongqing's pupils shrank suddenly. A weapon that can be stored in the sea of consciousness. This is a magical weapon. Chapter 63. Why Jiang Wang possessed a magical weapon was something Su Chongqing could never imagine. In a trance, the 7-killing glazed sword had already fallen on his chest. Jiang Wang's sword was too fast and there was no warning. Su Chongqing concentrated all his energy on his hand and didn't pay any attention to the sword at all. Boom! A loud noise was heard, and Su Chongqing's figure flew away in response, and only stopped when he hit a giant tree. Jiang Wang took back the 7-killing glazed sword and shook his head at Lu Xiao, who looked worried. Your friend's family is quite well off. When will you introduce a woman with such a background to your cousin? Under a giant tree not far away, Su Chongqing stood up with difficulty, holding his chest. A small bronze mirror on his chest glowed slightly, leaving a faint white mark on the mirror, which obviously blocked the sword for him. This small mirror also looks like a magical weapon. Ahem. Young Master Jiang is really good at this. He deserves the title of one of the 4 evil young masters in Kyoto. He has hidden a magic weapon to use for sneak attacks. This is something I have never thought of. Why not take out the magic weapon? Here, Su will ask young Master Jiang for advice. Su Changqing's eyes were fierce. It seemed that the sword attack just now did not cause him any harm, but now he dared to stand up and challenge. Jiang Wang raised his eyebrows and said with a funny tone. Tall, rich, and handsome man, you don't think your actions are cool, do you? Regardless of whether you can beat me or not, I am here to teach Liu Xiao a lesson. It is a brother teaching a sister. What does it have to do with you, an outsider? You have stood up for her again and again. How do you want Liu Xiao to make a choice? Why doesn't your female companion take any action? You are the only one standing here jumping around. Su Chongqing was speechless when he saw Liu Xiao's embarrassed expression. But you shouldn't use beatings to discipline your sister. Shouldn't you? What right do you have to control the way my family educates people? Even Liu Xiao knew that I had a reason to spank her, but she didn't dare to refute me. You kept intervening, making it difficult for her to understand why she was spanked. And because you are her friend, she was too embarrassed to tell you to get lost directly. You're not strong enough to make me stop, and you haven't made my cousin disobey me for you. Why are you still barking like a dog? Su Changqing's face turned blue and purple, his fists were clenched, and his mouth was open but he could not speak. Jiang Wang no longer paid attention to Su Chongqing. He looked at his cousin who was standing in front of him with her head down and silent, with red palm prints on her face, and sighed. Forget it, I won't continue to beat you. Let's go. I'll tell you why I beat you on the way. After saying that, Jiang Wang seemed to remember something, took out a token with the word Jiang written on it from his arms and threw it to Li Muking. Girl, I think you are one of the more normal people in this group. Take my token, go north out of Zishan County and find an army of 30,000 men. Show the token to the 2 Jiangs and tell them that their master is in trouble and to quickly bring people to Zishan County for rescue. If it's too late, you'll have to wait for me to collect the body. If any of you are not afraid of death, you can follow me. After saying that, without waiting for their response, he pulled Liu Xiao into the sky and rushed towards the direction of Zishan County. Li Muking and the others looked at each other, and their faces changed drastically when they thought of Zishan County mentioned in Jiang Wang's words. Could it be that Xiao's worries came true? Chongqing, your cultivation is higher than mine, so go with Xiao and the others first. I will take my fellow apprentices and find the army and then we will rush over together. Su Chongqing nodded and leaped after Jiang Wang. Li Muking looked at the gloomy night sky in the distance and felt anxious. If something really went wrong in Zishan County, it would probably seriously affect the image of their group. Galloping in the night sky, Liu Xiao kept asking Jiang Wang what happened in Zishan County. Jiang Wang was silent for a moment, but still answered with anger. The formation you used to protect Zishan was used by Wushan sect as a cage to imprison Zishan. My dear sister, when you are being kind-hearted, don't you investigate other people's intentions. Liu Xiao's beautiful pupils trembled, and the intelligent girl immediately thought of what the Wushan sect might have done. His face turned pale instantly, and the hand holding Jiang Wang's arm unconsciously exerted a little force. Fortunately, you were not stupid enough to abandon Zishan County and come back to visit. Fortunately, I met your future sister-in-law, who allowed me to come out to look for you. LV Xiao, you'd better pray that I can hold back that Bauhenia Lion King, otherwise all the people in this city will die because of your damn kindness. That's right, after finding Liu Xiao again, Jiang Wang changed his plan. Mobilizing the army to travel will take more time as their cultivation levels are uneven, but now that the creator of the formation has been found. As long as she can break the formation, she can naturally liberate the people and the troops defending the city. By then, relying on the military formation and my own coordination, I can hold back the Bauhenia Lion King, and when the 3 imperial guards arrive, I can naturally turn the tables. However, the prerequisite is that someone can attract the Bauhenia Lion King when breaking the formation. Liu Xiao bit her lip and remained silent, tears streaming down her face. Jiang Wang saw it and grinned. Why, are you already mourning your brother? Please don't do that. I have no intention of dying together with Zishan County. Lu Xiao shook her head and held back her tears. This Bohemia Lion King is of second grade, so Jiang Wang is ready to risk his life to hold it back. There was no conversation along the way. When they were approaching Zishan County, Lu Xiao's frail body shook when she saw the mountains and fields full of magical beasts. Jiang Wang supported her and said seriously. No kidding, you may feel the center of the formation here. Lu Xiao closed her eyes and concentrated for a while, then raised her slender finger and pointed at the north wall of Zishan County. There. Jiang Wang suddenly realized that the good boy Wushan Zone had placed the center of the formation in a place without a city gate. No wonder no one had discovered it before. There were not even a few attacking monsters at this location. Then let your lackeys protect you to break the formation, and I will go to meet this second-grade monster. A green light was coming quickly from behind. Su Chongqing felt ashamed and angry. He didn't expect that although they were both at the third-grade level, Jiang Wang could be so much faster than him even with someone else. Cousin, please be careful. Lu Xiao said as she put a talisman on Jiang Wang's chest. A burst of emerald green light flashed, and I felt a coolness in my chest. The fire poison that had been suppressed for a long time and could not be eliminated was absorbed by the talisman. Jiang Wang was speechless. He didn't expect that this little girl had so many tricks. Feeling that his physical condition had recovered, Jiang Wang nodded at Lu Xiao, glanced at Su Chongqing who was rushing over in a panic, let out a long roar, and flew towards the Zishan city gate with great momentum. Xiao, is your cousin going there? Lu Xiao said in a low voice with tears in her eyes. Go and hold back second grade, so we can buy some time to make up for our mistake. Su Chongqing was shocked. Chapter 64. Although he said that he would hold back the second grade and you were responsible for breaking the formation. But Jiang Wang had no confidence at all. It is important for a person to know himself. Just from that quick fight at the beginning, Jiang Wang knew that he was no match for the Bohemia Lion King. This king of the monster mountain is likely to be a super powerful second grade comparable to Jiang Wushan. As a result, the battle strategy naturally turned into cheating and procrastination. As he approached the city wall, he felt an inexplicable pressure. Jiang Wang felt his scalp tingling and looked up at the sky. Under the moonlight, the purple-red hair of the Bohemia Lion King looked like flames, and was particularly bright in the night. As if recognizing the ant in front of him, the Bohemia Lion King let out a dull growl. Jiang Wang chuckled and felt that he should recite a poem in this situation. In such a desolate night sky, he was floating alone outside Zishan County, facing an invincible opponent. The shouts and cries of killing were deafening, but no one was willing to lend a hand to help him. In this situation, a feeling of loneliness and sadness came over me. Jiang Wang stretched out his hand, and the Wenchang pen appeared. Without dipping the pen in ink, he wrote down a poem in a flowing style. Lying stiffly in an isolated village, I do not feel sorry for myself, but still think of guarding Luntai for my country. Lying in bed late at night listening to the wind and rain, I dreamed of iron horses and frozen rivers. A few dark clouds suddenly floated in the clear night sky. The wind was freezing cold, and a few drops of icy rain fell, washing away the solidified bloodstains on the city wall. These raindrops contain a righteous spirit. When they fall on the soldiers, they will be energized. When they fall on the monsters, they will be exhausted as if they had done strenuous exercise. A few drops of rain fell on the back of the Bohemia Lion King, but were instantly evaporated by the flames on his body. Roar! The Bohemia Lion King growled, seemingly dissatisfied with Jiang Wang's low-level trick of teasing it. He was about to pounce on Jiang Wang and tear him into pieces to resolve his hatred. Sudden the sound of horse hooves came into its ears. The Bohemia Lion King's face also showed the same puzzled expression as humans. Following the sound, in the endless dark night, it seemed that there was a group of things rushing towards the battlefield. When they came closer, the Lion King was surprised to find that they were actually a group of fearless human cavalry. They were wearing pitch-black armor that absorbed the light of the environment in the night without reflecting anything. The warhorse he was riding was a veteran of hundreds of battles and was galloping non-stop in its sturdy horse armor. The cavalry approached, and as if someone had given an order, the shouts of killing shook the sky. Kill! The shouts and screams also inspired the defenders on the city walls. The old centurion chopped down a monster and roared at the few brothers behind him. Hold on, brothers! Reinforcements are coming! This roar also rekindled the soldiers' hope of survival, and they burned up their last bit of strength. Reinforcements, are the reinforcements coming? The shouts and cries that reach the sky must be reinforcements. Hold on, brothers. We will be rescued soon. Once people have hope, they will have a stronger desire to survive. The Bauhinia Lion King, whose attention was distracted, obviously did not have enough time to command the attack of the monsters. As one side gained strength, the other side lost strength, and Zishan's defense line was slowly restored. Ouch! The Bauhinia Lion King roared, and his purple-red figure disappeared in an instant, rushing into the cavalry formation and slaughtering indiscriminately. It also knew that it could not resist the cavalry head-on, so it moved to the side of the team and swung out a claw, hitting a cavalryman. The warrior reacted quickly and hastily raised the spear in his hand to resist, but he was no match for the Bauhinia Lion King. His spear broke and his entire body shattered in an instant, scattering into starlight and disappearing into the night. The Bauhinia Lion King was also stunned, obviously it was the first time he saw the Red Dust War poem. The surprise gave the cavalry phalanx an opportunity. Following a strange shout from the leading cavalryman, the phalanx suddenly changed its formation quickly, surrounding the Bauhinia Lion King in the cavalry formation. Hundreds of carbines emitting cold light were pointed directly at its vital points. Without hesitation, hundreds of cavalrymen surrounded and stabbed the Bauhinia Lion King. The Bauhinia Lion King was furious and roared to the sky. His purple-red hair ignited and burst into dazzling flames. A huge fireball rolled into it, and it instantly expanded from the position of the Bauhinia Lion King, and then expanded. When it became about 100 meters in size, the fireball suddenly exploded. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and countless cavalry bodies were blown away, ignited, and slowly dissipated. The Bauhinia Lion King stands proudly in the night sky, its purple-red hair now transformed into golden yellow, making it look even more majestic and noble like a king. It looked around with disdain at the corpses that were blown into pieces and were burning and slowly dissipating, its eyes full of contempt. Such a weak human being is no match for this king. Just as it was being proud and careless, a figure slowly rose into the air, blocking the bright moonlight. Countless sword shadows surrounded him, as bright as another bright moon. Ascension's figure just blocked the moon, making the Bauhinia Lion King mistakenly believe that he was the real bright moon. A sudden murderous intent appeared above his head, and the Bauhinia Lion King's eyes widened as he looked towards the figure in the sky. When the sword is out, it follows the momentum of wind and thunder. One sword takes one heart, and 10,000 swords bring peace. One move, Taiping sword. The mighty sword energy rushed down, following the force of wind and thunder, transforming into the shape of a bright moon and piercing straight towards the Bauhinia Lion King. The Bauhinia Lion King roared angrily. He never expected that he would be teased by a tiny ant. However, the sword shadow had already reached him. The Bauhinia Lion King raised his right paw, and golden flames rose, causing the void in front of his right paw to distort. A claw decisively slapped Jiang Wang's sword shadow, and a sound of a mirror being broken was heard. The bright moon was shattered into pieces and scattered in the night sky. The grab of the Bauhinia Lion King seemed to shatter the space, shattering Jiang Wang's sword energy and space together, and easily dissolving Jiang Wang's fatal blow. Jiang Wang's expression changed slightly and he pretended to run away. A burning sensation suddenly came from behind, and Jiang Wang ducked down to avoid the bite towards his throat. At such a close distance, he could even smell the stench coming from the Bauhinia Lion King's mouth. The figure fell rapidly, and Jiang Wang cursed in his heart while running away. Even though this cat has been upgraded to a high level, its habits have not changed. It still likes to attack me from behind. It can clearly kill me with one claw, but it still bites me with its mouth. He dodged the oncoming fireball by leaning sideways. His hair was curled by the fireball that passed by him, which was like a free ionic perm. Jiang Wang chose the right time and landed at a place where the monsters were most concentrated. He used the impact force when landing to make an extreme change of direction, and then ran close to the ground away from Zishan County. The Bauhinia Lion King didn't care about his little brothers. He spit out fireballs one after another, accidentally injuring a large number of low-level monsters. Wherever his body burning with golden flames passed, no grass grew. If you got a little close to it, you would be at risk of being roasted to death. Outside Zishan City, a vacuum zone was strangely formed because of the chase and escape. Chapter 65. In the Wushan Sex meeting hall not far from Zishan County. Crash! The sound of cups and plates breaking was heard, and Li Tai stood in the hall, fuming. What do you do for a living? Can someone explain to me who is dealing with the Bauhinia Lion King? The elders and deacons in the hall were silent as a mouse, and no one said a word. Deacon Ma cleared his throat and stepped forward to comfort him. Master, that person looks like a third grade only. He is currently being hunted by the Bauhenia Lion King. I believe he will die in the beast's mouth soon. It won't delay our plan. Li Tai snorted coldly, waved his sleeves and sat down, sweeping his cold eyes over everyone. He will probably die in the beast's mouth. But what if he can't die? I'm telling you, if there are any mistakes in this matter, none of us will be able to escape. Deacon Ma shrank his neck and dared not touch Li Tai's brow again. Master, let me take the masters of the clan and ambush this kid. An elder with a scar next to his right eye stepped forward and said. Li Tai raised his eyebrows and asked in a low voice after thinking for a moment. What if you fail to kill this person and your identity is exposed? The scar-faced elder gave a ferocious smile. Master, from today on, I have rebelled against the Wushan sect. I am trying to steal the control of the formation and take revenge on the desperate criminals in Zishan County. What does this have to do with you? Ha ha ha. Elder Wu is very much in my heart. Don't worry, you will return to Wushan sect in a different identity after the matter is accomplished. Elder Wu smiled excitedly. There were still power struggles in Wushan sect, and his lineage had never been valued by the sect master. This time he took a risk and was also sending a token of his allegiance to Li Tai. Okay, since Elder Wu has taken the lead, the other elders should stop hiding it. Each family must send a third grade to assist Elder Wu. If you can't, then you can go by yourselves. The faces of the elders in the conference hall changed drastically, but they did not dare to disobey Li Tai's order and agreed with gritted teeth. Therefore, a 5-member third-grade team rushed towards Zishan County under the cover of night. Sai Yao, how long will it take to break the formation? I think your cousin may not be able to hold on any longer. In a cave at the north gate of Zishan County, Su Chongqing said to Lu Sai Yao with a serious expression. At this moment, Lu Sai Yao's whole body was covered with mysterious blue symbols. Her hands kept tapping on the center of the formation, sorting out the messy characters. Almost there. Only 5 minutes left. No, we can break the formation in 3 minutes. Chongqing, I don't need protection here. Go help my cousin. Su Chongqing glanced at the golden flames rising in the distance, feeling the heat and overwhelming pressure in the air, and a wry smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's not that I don't want to help Master Jiang. If I go over there and deal with this kind of battle, I'm afraid I'll only cause trouble for Master Jiang. At this moment, he was no longer arrogant, nor was he the same as when he challenged Jiang Wang. Just by watching from a distance, he realized the gap in strength. If he switched positions with Jiang Wang, he probably would not survive a minute. Lu Sai Yao looked anxious, and took a few deep breaths to calm her inner panic. Her hands were already dancing with phantoms, and she kept praying in her heart that Jiang Wang could hold on a little longer. At this moment, Jiang Wang was in a very miserable state as he was being hunted by the Bauhenia Lion King. There is indeed a gap between the second grade. The proud Taiping swordsmanship once killed the second-grade beast like the bloody black tortoise, but now it can't break the defense of the Bauhenia Lion King? It was easily dissolved by it, without even leaving a scar. This Bauhenia Lion King is completely different from Black Tortoise, who can only use the talent divine ability. From the move just now, it can be seen that it seems to have mastered some principles like humans. This is an area that Jiang Wang has not yet touched upon. It can be said that it directly crushed Jiang Wang in terms of concept, leaving him with no way to deal with it. Logically speaking, if the Bauhenia Lion King used the same kind of power of Taoism again, Jiang Wang would not even have a chance to escape. But perhaps it was the teasing nature of the cat playing with the mouse. The Bauhenia Lion King did not seem to be in a hurry to kill him. Instead, he chased after him and threw fireballs continuously, blowing the group of monsters he summoned into pieces. Doubts welled up in Jiang Wang's mind, and he always felt that this monster seemed to have other intentions. However, having said that, even if the Bauhenia Lion King deliberately held back, Jiang Wang was still in danger. The high temperature of the fireballs thrown casually could directly burn the skin of a third-grade warrior. The armor on his body had long since melted, and his skin was burned black. As he ran, the charred skin shattered, and due to his strong recovery ability, it grew back and recovered, but was then burned again. The constant burning pain has been tormenting Jiang Wang's nerves, causing him to curse loudly. Poodle, if you dare, don't set the fire. The Bauhenia Lion King seemed to understand Jiang Wang's shouting and cursing. The fireball that was about to be spit out from his mouth paused, and his huge mouth opened with a little embarrassment. Who is the lion dog scolding? This fireball is right next to my mouth. Should I spit it out or not? The beast's pupils, as big as copper bells, turned around, as if it was thinking about something. Then he closed his mouth and swallowed the fireball in his mouth. Belch, the Bauhinia Lion King, burped and exhaled a breath of hot air from his mouth. Seeing that there was really no fireball flying behind him, Jiang Wang stopped running and looked at the Bauhinia Lion King with a confused look on his dark little face. What's up, buddy, you really understand what people say? Want to talk? Just as he was about to speak, the hair on the Bauhinia Lion King's body trembled, and his golden fur turned purple-black at a speed visible to the naked eye. Tangled arcs of electricity roamed over his body, and his two beast eyes were fixed on Jiang Wang, filled with anger. I grass! Jiang Wang shouted angrily and quickly dodged sideways. A bolt of lightning passed through his dodged shadow and hit a huge rock behind him. The imagined explosion did not sound. When I looked sideways, I saw that the huge rock more than 1 meter tall turned into powder. The lion dog has changed his tactics. Jiang Wang burst out at a speed even faster than at the beginning and ran for his life, with the streak of lightning chasing after his butt. A tingling sensation hit his head, and Jiang Wang's legs went weak and he fell into the dirt. Seeing another bolt of lightning falling soon after, Jiang Wang drew out the Juxiao sword with a bang, threw it at the lightning, then got up and fled in embarrassment. The lightning struck the Juxiao sword, making a pleasant buzzing sound. The imagined scene of the Juxiao sword being knocked away did not occur. Instead, it was pulled to the ground along with the lightning, electrocuting a group of monsters to death. Jiang Wang didn't even bother to pick up weapons. The lightning form of the Bauhinia Lion King was much harder to deal with than the fire form, and the paralysis effect was extremely useful for chasing and killing. Lion dog, let's discuss this. Can you still spit fireballs? What responded to him was not the huge fireball he had been dreaming of, but lightning bolts that came faster than the last. Holy shit! 3 minutes later, inside the cave, Lu Xiao slowly withdrew her hands and let out a long breath. Done. Yes, it's done. The dim light slowly dissipated, and the shouts, screams, and cheers from within the city finally spread outside the city. Chapter 66. Mother, why do people hurt each other? Can't we just live in peace? Young Lu Xiao asked her mother Luxin in a naive childish voice. Luxin smiled and shook her head, waving her hand to dismiss the eunuchs on both sides. Yao, where there is desire there is killing. You eat expensive cakes, grow up in a magnificent palace, have books to read, and practice martial arts. Do you know why this is possible? It's just because we have big fists. Luxin looked directly at Lu Xiao with deep eyes. But you have to know that most people can't enjoy such a life. They will envy you, hate you, and stare at you with horror from the abyss. They are always thinking about pulling you down and letting them sit on top. The young Lu Xiao asked boldly with an innocent face. Then why not let everyone sit up there? If everyone lives a good life, there will be no more fighting, right? Luxin smiled and tapped her head gently. But the total amount of resources in this world is limited, and there will always be people who have a hard time. This is true for the Great Xian and the barbarians, so there have been constant wars for hundreds of years. Yao, if you want to achieve great things, never pity those who are weaker than you. Instead, you should block their promotion paths to prevent them from surpassing you and replacing you. Lu Xiao shook her cute head and said stubbornly. But I think there is always a way to have the best of both worlds, just like I shared my favorite cakes with my brother. By sacrificing some of my own things, we can both be happy. Luxin sighed, thinking it was just the talk of a child, and didn't take it to heart. Outside Zishan County, Lu Xiao and Su Chongqing floated in the sky. A pair of wings were pieced together with a blue formation behind her, giving her the ability to fly. Looking at Zishan County whose gates had been breached, at the monsters wreaking havoc in the city and the people fleeing in terror, the scene was like hell on earth and mist welled up in Lu Xiao's eyes. She covered her eyes with her sleeves, her slender shoulders twitched slightly, a few crystal drops painted across her face and fell from the air, she sobbed silently. In the distance, Jiang Wang quickly swept across the city wall of Zishan County, quickly locked onto the position of the South City Tower, rushed away and fell on the city wall. Regardless of the pain and embarrassment in his body, Jiang Wang stood up and looked around anxiously, speaking in an anxious tone. Muir, where are you? Come with me. You can't mess with this lion dog. After a few minutes of fighting, Jiang Wang knew that even if the army came, he would most likely not be a match for the Bauhinia Lion King. In this case, Zishan County is doomed. I have no choice but to take Li Muir and escape first. As for how many of the 300,000 people can survive, I can only leave it to fate. The sweet response from Li Muir that he had imagined did not appear. Jiang Wang's heart sank, and a great sense of panic surged in his heart. Mr. Jiang, you are back. Thank you for Zishan. A lieutenant came over and was about to thank Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang rushed over, grabbed the man by the collar and lifted him up. Where's Li Muir? She's the girl who came with me. Jiang Wang's eyes were full of anger and panic. He promised to protect Li Muir. Where are you, General Wang and Liu Jianxing? The captain thrashed about, pressing Jiang Wang's hand to try to break free, but he couldn't move a single finger. But he also realized what Jiang Wang was worried about and hurriedly explained. Ahem, Miss Li went to the county government residence with Lord Liu. She's fine. Don't panic. Jiang Wang was temporarily relieved when he heard this. The most important thing now was to find Li Muir and take her away. He could not care about anything else. Just as he was about to fly away, a deafening roar of a beast resounded through the sky. Looking back in surprise, he found that Li Muir, wearing a goose-yellow dress and with bare green feet, was holding a purple kitten and walking towards the Bauhinia Lion King on the west city wall. The Bauhinia Lion King looked at the thin human woman in front of him, and a hint of kindness flashed in his eyes. The kitten in Li Muir's arms broke free from her arms and ran happily towards the Bauhinia Lion King. Li Muir did not stop it and breathed a sigh of relief as if she had made a good bet. A breeze blew by, and Jiang Wang flashed to Li Muir's side. Muir, are you okay? Jiang Wang's face was solemn. He took out the 7-killing glazed sword from between his brows at some point, holding it tightly in his hand, and looked at the Bauhinia Lion King vigilantly. Li Muir blushed, looked up and down at Jiang Wang's burnt naked body, and said with a worried tone. I'm fine, master, you're not hurt, are you? Jiang Wang waved his hands, his eyes never leaving the Bauhinia Lion King, so he had no time to care about his own appearance. What's going on? This kitten, looks like the one in the county government office. Li Muir nodded obediently, took out the clever little white worm from her sleeve, and explained it to Jiang Wang. The city wall was about to fall. Lord Liu took me back to the county government office when he saw you weren't back yet. I happened to see this purple-haired kitten meowing in Lord Liu's daughter's arms. Little White was taking a breath on my shoulder at the time. He could understand the language of kittens and told me that his mother was waiting for him outside. So, when the formation was opened, after I saw the appearance of the Bauhinia Lion King, I wondered if its mother was the Bauhinia Lion King. After Li Muir finished speaking, Jiang Wang said with a somewhat blaming tone. You are still too reckless. What if the Bauhinia Lion King has no reason at all? After pondering for a moment, he decided to let the little white worm translate it. Ziobai, help me pass on a message, saying that the kidnapping of its child was done by another group of humans, and has nothing to do with the people of this city. This is just a conspiracy of others. The little white worm shook its chubby head, as if it was thinking about how to translate it into animal language. Then it twisted its fat body and babbled to the Bauhinia Lion King. It seems that the language among children is different from that among their elders. The Bauhinia Lion King seemed to not understand what the little white bug said at all. Instead, he looked at Jiang Wang seriously. This human who had escaped from his hands many times was truly too cunning. Seeing that the little white bug had been gesturing for a long time and had actually angered the Bauhinia Lion King, Jiang Wang clenched the sword in his hand, feeling a little nervous. At this distance, he might have a chance to escape, but he still has Li Muir to protect. It's not good, really. However, a turning point suddenly appeared. The purple-haired kitten stood up, watched the little white worm's actions, seemed to understand, and meowed to translate to its mother. The Bauhinia Lion King's expression eased a little. It turned out that the language of cats is meow. It growled a few times and raised its paw towards Jiang Wang. Upon hearing this, the kitten gestured up and down to translate for the little white worm. So, with the help of the two little ones, the human and animal camps finally had a chance to talk. Chapter 67. You are a very cunning human. I don't like you very much. Since my baby said that you didn't capture it, then forget it. I will seek revenge on that Wushan sect. Listening to the words of the little white bug translated by Li Muir, Jiang Wang's pupil shrank, and after thinking about it, he still advised. Lion King, I will give you an explanation about the Wushan sect in human terms. We also have a grudge to settle with them. Jiang Wang said this not to show off. If he really let the Bauhinia Lion King take revenge on the Wushan sect himself, the biggest possibility would be another beast tide. Even if the Wushan sect could be destroyed, what would happen to the refugees along the way and the people under the jurisdiction of the Wushan sect? How many people would be killed by beasts? There has already been a tragedy in Zishan County, and Jiang Wang does not want to cause any more casualties. The Bauhinia Lion King's eyes, as big as copper bells, rolled around and he opened his bloody scarlet mouth as if he was laughing. That's fine, but I don't want to owe humans a favor. Xiao Bao said he had a lot of fun playing here. In that case, if you can give me a satisfactory explanation, I will restrict the low-level monsters on my side and stop attacking human cities within a year. Jiang Wang pondered for a moment, thinking that this lion dog was quite cunning. The Magic Beast mountain range is vast, and as a second-grade magic beast, it can indeed control the magic beasts in its own territory. However, in the Battle of Zishan, many low-level magic beasts died. Even if the magic beasts have strong reproductive capacity, they still need some time to recuperate. It will take at least half a year before they can launch a large-scale attack. However, even if they could get half a year, they had no choice but to agree. The current situation was that Jiang Wang had no capital to negotiate with it. So Jiang Wang nodded. That's great. Thank you, Lion King. Please disperse the beast tide. One day, Jiang will bring the head of the leader of Wushan sect to visit you. The Bauhinia Lion King was stunned, and his huge head suddenly approached Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang's heart tightened, but he still held back and didn't make a move. He didn't sense any killing intent, and the lion dog had no reason to attack him again. The Bauhinia Lion King sniffed heavily, as if he had confirmed something. Your last name is Jiang too. I was wondering why it smelled familiar to me. You humans look weird. You don't have any special features at all. You all look like monkeys. A few decades ago, I had a fight with a man named Jiang Wushan. He was very powerful and I couldn't beat him. I heard that he had fought all the high-level monsters in the Monster Mountain range. He even fought with the king deep in the mountains. All the monsters have made verbal contracts with him. High-level monsters are not allowed to attack human cities without reason, low-level monsters are not allowed to enter the Great Xian territory, and human cultivators must be allowed to practice in the monster territory. I almost forgot about this matter. I thought it was a convention. I just remembered it when I saw you. How is the human named Jiang Wushan dead? Jiang Wang raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect his father to have done such a great thing. Of course, I have to continue to defend my father's dignity. Thank you for your concern, Lion King. Jiang Wushan is my father. He is now in his prime and in good health. The Bauhinia Lion King snorted coldly, and a hint of arrogance appeared on his face. Humph, so what if he's alive? If he comes to me again, I will definitely let him see how much I've improved in recent years. Since he is still alive, the agreement is still valid. If you see him, you must tell him that the king can't wait any longer. Jiang Wang frowned slightly, his face gloomy, and he had some bad guesses. Dixuan, oh Dixuan, how many internal and external troubles have you hidden that you haven't revealed? Jiang Wang has now almost guessed why the Jiang family has never been targeted by the Empress despite its great achievements. While the man and the beast were having a friendly conversation, the 5 members of the Wushan sect who were hiding in the woods were whispering. Elder Wu, what's going on with them? Should we take action? Elder Wu's gloomy eyes swept towards Jiang Wang's position. Because the distance was too far, he could only vaguely see that it seemed that the Bauhinia Lion King was confronting a young man. Let's go and attack the Bauhinia Lion King together. It must think we are in the same group as Zishan County. We can just run away after we beat it. When they heard this, they were horrified. Although they were very frightened, they were forced to take action because of Elder Wu's order. 5 human figures rose into the sky and rushed out from the woods, heading straight towards the Bauhinia Lion King. Who are you and what do you want to do? Just at this moment, a green light flashed, and a handsome young man with a graceful figure and fluttering immortal chi blocked the way of the 5 people. When they met each other, they were all shocked. You are Elder Wu. Young Master Su. Elder Wu and Su Chongqing looked at each other, somewhat embarrassed. Elder Wu, I never thought that your Wushan sect would do such a heartless thing. Today, I will enforce justice on behalf of heaven. Su Changqing's true qi surged, blowing the hair on his head apart, and he looked energetic and powerful. Elder Wu sneered and pulled out a dagger. His contemptuous words directly angered Su Changqing. Young Master Su, we have long since defected from the Wushan sect, so stop making false accusations. I have long heard that you are extremely talented and the best among your peers, but I wonder if that is an exaggeration. After Elder Wu finished speaking, he rushed straight towards Su Changqing. The sound of metal clashing was heard, and Su Changqing stood there calmly, not moving a step. However, Elder Wu fell backwards in a rather embarrassed manner, with a notch on the dagger he was holding. Wow, what a great weapon, Master Su. I wonder how many people you can hold off. Come with me. 5 people surrounded and attacked him. Su Changqing had a gloomy face and did not dare to be arrogant. He used all his strength to activate his supreme merciless art and displayed the profound swordsmanship of the supreme sword sect to fight with the 5 people. The loud sound of explosions resounded through the sky. Jiang Wang scratched his cheek and looked at Liu Xiao, who came hurriedly with some confusion. Cousin, your friend is not really mentally ill, right? There is such a great god here, and he doesn't want to let those 5 clowns come and die, so why would he go up there and take the lead? Liu Xiao's pretty face turned slightly red, her beautiful eyes drooped, and she explained softly for Su Changqing. Changqing just didn't see the current situation clearly, and rushed over to stop it in a hurry. Cousin, can you go and help him? Changqing is the next generation successor of the sword sect that I picked, and he cannot die here. Jiang Wang rolled his eyes and raised the 7-killing glazed sword helplessly. Can you please stop thinking about your beautiful fantasies? How can you think the same as Ji Lingyu? Look at his character. Can he lead the supreme sword sect in the future? Do you know how many elders, aristocratic families, interest groups, and intertwined forces there are in a sect? The sect is never of one mind. Not only the outside world, but even they themselves can't tell who is in charge. Even if he becomes the sect leader, what can he do? Can he have the final say? The elders still have to vote by raising their hands. You don't listen to your mother even if it's you, so how can you expect them? Liu Xiao's eyes were slightly red, but she still lowered her head and remained silent. Seeing this, Li Muir stepped forward, pulled Jiang Wang's arm and advised. Master, she just wants to find a way out for Dixuan. You can't do something unrealistic or fanciful when trying to find a way out. Their plan is better than just destroying them by force. Never mind. I'm not the emperor. Who cares about you? After saying that, Jiang Wang jumped up and flew towards the battle between the 5 people. Chapter 68. The moon hangs high in the sky, and the autumn night is slightly cool. In the night of Zishan County, a thrilling and fierce battle is taking place. In the center of the siege by 5 people, Su Changqing, dressed in green, had sharp sword skills and could occasionally release powerful sword energy. However, a tiger cannot escape from a cage. Facing the siege of 5 people, the powerful killing moves would only waste his physical strength. Under the intentional cooperative consumption, Su Changqing gradually became unable to cope. Elder Wu moved with shimmering agility, dodging Su Changqing's frontal sword and sneaking behind him, the dagger in his hand flashing a dazzling cold light. Su Changqing was unable to dodge and could only turn sideways to avoid the vital parts. The dagger easily cut through his clothes, leaving a deep wound on his shoulder that was visible to the bone. Su Changqing dodged Elder Wu's sudden attack in pain, gritted his teeth and retreated step by step, desperately fending off the siege of the other 4. I am afraid that I will be buried here today. Su Changqing's eyes revealed a hint of despair as he looked towards Liu Xiao in the distance. Xiao, Changqing can't walk with you on the road ahead. I hope you can find more like-minded friends. The sword in his hand swung slower and slower, and the true qi in his meridians dried up, as if no more strength could be squeezed out. Su Changqing closed his eyes silently, hoping to die with dignity. Why are you walking with her? Can you please stop infecting my sister with your brain? A black figure streaked across the night sky like a meteor and landed in the center of the battle. Su Changqing swore that he had never hated and liked a voice at the same time, but now he did. The person who came was Jiang Wang. At this moment, he was still dressed in black and his face could not be seen clearly, but the aura he exuded made Su Changqing recognize this cousin that Xiao hated at a glance. Mr. Jiang, be careful. The combined attack of these 5 people is very difficult to deal with. Jiang Wang's dark face became even darker. He turned his head and glanced at Su Chongqing, warning him. I'm telling you, you should call me Young Master Jiang from now on. Young Master Jiang can only be called by beautiful women. Do you understand? You are so green and stupid and you like to dream with children. As the young master of a sect, even people of the same rank cannot fight against many enemies alone. How can we expect you to reform the sect in the future? Watch out, master, I'm going to teach you what it means to bully a weak opponent. As soon as he finished speaking, ignoring Su Chongqing's angry eyes, Jiang Wang, holding a long sword and with great momentum, rushed towards the 5 opponents. Although Elder Wu and his companions were somewhat surprised by the newcomer, they were not afraid since they saw that his aura was only that of a 3rd grade. Don't worry about what he's yelling about. Let's go together and kill this guy, and that Su Chongqing. What happened today must not be exposed. The group is now in a dilemma. The opportunity for a sneak attack has been wasted, and now they can only suppress the rebellion violently, kill all those who know the truth, open the city gates and release the beasts to massacre the city. Several people, some holding daggers, some holding knives, and some holding axes, rushed forward and launched a fierce attack on Jiang Wang. However, Jiang Wang was as ghostly as a ghost. He was already furious after being bullied by the Bauhenia Lion King for a long time. He launched an attack against the 5 people with a more fierce momentum. What is Jiang Wang's foundation? With the blessing of Supreme Bone, his physical body and profound energy are all 3rd grade great completion. His swordsmanship is exquisite, and his sword intent is overwhelming. The meridians that have been cultivated since childhood are as wide as a rushing river, and his profound energy is surging and endless. Facing the siege of 5 people, Jiang Wang's every sword strike was able to hit the weak points of the opponent's moves, and his sword Dao cultivation in the realm of swordsmanship was displayed, like the tip of a knife dancing, and every strike was full of power, exuding a sharp and penetrating sword intent. During the attack, one of the masters was not careful and his weapon slipped out of his hand. Jiang Wang cut off his wrist and he let out a scream. There's something wrong with this kid. We can't do anything about it. Let's retreat first. Elder Wu was now sweating profusely. This kid's swordsmanship was too strange. He was fighting 1 against 5 people under siege but showed no signs of fatigue. Instead, he became more and more courageous as the battle went on, as if he was treating them as whetstones. It is impossible to capture him in a short period of time, and by the time the enemy's reinforcements arrive, he will surely die on the spot. Rather than doing this, it is better to withdraw first and make further plans later. In a battle of this level, once there is a sign of retreat, the flaws will be revealed. Disperse. At the command, the 5 men dispersed in unison. How could Jiang Wang give them a chance to escape? His sword rang slightly, and he leapt up in an instant, catching up with the slowest man and chopping off his head. When the man saw Jiang Wang passing him and chasing the person in front without stopping, he thought he was deliberately letting him go, so he quickly slowed down and changed direction. But he was watching a headless corpse continue to run forward, while his sight remained in mid-air. The 4 people sent by Wushan sect are indeed very powerful, both in terms of the linkage of their skills and their speed. However, although they are fast, Jiang Wang is faster than them. It would be fine if they united together to stop and block Jiang Wang, but once they had the intention to escape, they would be like lambs to be slaughtered, and Jiang Wang would catch up with them one by one and kill them. In the blink of an eye, only Elder Wu and a thin man were left running in the front. Wu! Elder Wu, we can't run away. Stop and fight him. The thin man looked panicked and used all his strength to activate True Qi, but he still lagged behind Elder Wu by a distance. Elder Wu snorted coldly, sweat breaking out on his forehead. Humph, do you think I'm stupid? If I stop and you overtake me, then I will be the one to die. I tell you, even if I die, I will die last. You. The thin man was furious, and he could vaguely hear the sound of Jiang Wang breaking through the air. So he made up his mind, activated True Qi in his hand, and slapped Elder Wu on the back. Elder Wu was certainly not jealous and had always been wary of his fellow disciple. Seeing him launch a sneak attack, he simply stopped pretending. He turned around, took out a bag of powder from his arms and sprinkled it behind him. Ah! The palm wind broke the bag of powder, and blew up a green poisonous cloud. Feng Mei powder, damn it, UBD. The thin man cursed loudly, saying that this meridian sealing powder posed limited threat to third-grade masters and was bought specially by Elder Wu to be used against mortals. But limited effect does not mean it is ineffective. It can temporarily block your true chi from functioning smoothly and block your vision. In just a short moment, the thin man fell further behind Elder Wu and was caught up by Jiang Wang. Boom! He was quite stubborn, so he decided not to run away and fought back with all his might. Listening to the roar behind him, Elder Wu gritted his teeth and prayed continuously in his heart. If you can delay for a while longer so that I can return to the sect, I will personally erect a monument for you and take care of your wife and children. After a moment, the roar stopped. Elder Wu's heart was pounding. Could it be that he was killed so soon? Then my life would be in danger. While he was still thinking about how to beg for mercy, he found that the expected pursuit did not come. Maybe, died together with that ruthless guy? Without having time to think, Elder Wu ran towards Wushan sect with all his might. He made up his mind that he would never leave the sect again. Jiang Wang, on the other hand, was holding the four heads and looking at the direction where Elder Wu was running with satisfaction. Very good, just run back, otherwise I will have no reason to retaliate against you. Chapter 69. In Zishan County, black smoke filled the air with a sad atmosphere. Jiang Wang threw the four bodies in front of the Bauhinia Lion King and passed on the message. Just now, a few people from Wushan sect wanted to cause trouble. I killed 4 of them and let one go to use for fishing. Consider it as a deposit to you. I still have use for my brain, so I won't give it to you. The Bauhinia Lion King looked at Jiang Wang with his big eyes, nodded with satisfaction, opened his bloody mouth, and swallowed the 4 headless corpses in one gulp. Jiang Wang had searched these people's bodies for valuables, and the remaining corpses were of no use to him, but the bodies of high-quality martial artists were a great tonic for warcraft. As the Bauhinia Lion King's throat moved slightly, the 4 corpses were swallowed in the blink of an eye. A gust of wind blew, and the Bauhinia Lion King and the purple-haired kitten disappeared from the spot. The remaining 3, Zhang and Wang, slowly walked down the city wall, all in silence. He took out a healing pill from his bosom and swallowed it, feeling the itchy regeneration sensation under his skin, and Jiang Wang said softly with a normal expression. This is Li Muir, this is Lu Xiao, my cousin. Following Jiang Wang's introduction, Li Muir's golden eyes looked at Lu Xiao, this extraordinary woman who had long been heard of in the city. The second daughter's eyes met in the air for a moment, and Lu Xiao understood and said kindly. Hello, sister-in-law. Jiang Wang shook his head helplessly. You can just call him Muir, why are you calling him that? Lu Xiao looked at Li Muir with her watery eyes again, and after seeing the latter's affirmative look, she looked at her cousin. All the same. Jiang Wang was stunned for a moment and grinned. As you wish. As the 3 men stepped into the city, they saw broken city walls, destroyed houses, and countless corpses of city guards and civilians everywhere. A towering wall of flesh and blood composed of city guards and monster corpses appeared in sight. This is a wall of flesh and blood built by the city guards with their own flesh and blood and the corpses of monsters. On it, you can clearly see the broken arms of some soldiers who struggled to resist before death. The wall of flesh and blood formed a second line of defense in the city, which barely held out until the formation was broken. The 3 of them did not speak or fly. They walked up the wall of flesh and blood step by step, and finally they could take in the scenery inside Zishan County. It can only be described in 4 words, hell on earth. The bodies of civilians could be vaguely seen in the collapsed houses, broken arms and limbs were everywhere, and countless corpses torn in half by monsters lay on the ground. The blood dyed the streets of Zishan County red and spread all the way into the city. On the dead silent streets, some remaining city guards and mercenaries were scattered around searching for survivors. And wherever they passed, no one survived. At this moment, Jiang Wang finally understood what it meant to have a river of blood. The ground beneath my feet was soft because it was soaked with blood and mixed with flesh. Jiang Wang clenched his fists slightly and asked while looking at Lu Xiao beside him. What does it feel like? Lu Xiao's face turned slightly pale, her fists clenched, and she spoke in a trembling voice. I just wanted to help them at first, but I didn't expect. All he could see was the glaring red color. The stench and blood constantly stimulated Jiang Wang's senses. He forced himself to keep his eyes straight. Jiang Wang had to accept this scene. If you mean well but do bad things, you still do bad things. A gentleman is judged by deeds, not by heart. You're different from me. Lu Xiao nodded heavily, and her voice became tearful again. Jiang Wang led the two girls to the foot of the meat mountain, and Li Muir said seriously. Actually, Sai Yao can't be blamed. She also saved Zishan County. Jiang Wang stopped, was silent for a while, and nodded. Lu Sai Yao's expression froze, and she subconsciously looked away and whispered. After all, this matter was caused by me. If I hadn't left without paying attention to the completion of the formation, it wouldn't have happened. But the murderer is actually Wushan Zong. Lu Sai Yao's expression froze slightly as she looked at her younger sister-in-law's eyes, which were pure without any impurities. But I... Lu Sai Yao. Just as he was about to explain, Jiang Wang interrupted him. Muir is right. Even if you don't do this good person, there will be another Ji Sai Yao, Ma Sai Yao, or Wang Sai Yao who will do this good thing. The root of the problem is not you. But I'm not angry about this tiny Zishan County. Every year, many towns near the Magic Beast Mountain Range are breached. Compared to the tough Zishan County, small villages and towns are more appealing to the magic beasts. The number of people killed by monsters has never been less than today. If the fundamental problem is not solved, this matter will never end. Lu Sai Yao bit her lip and naturally understood what the fundamental problem Jiang Wang was talking about was. The sect was unwilling to use all its strength to defend against the monsters, and refused to pay tribute to the court. The imperial court has no money, no talent, and cannot control your local sects, so naturally it is powerless to defend against monsters. After all, not everyone can live in a well-defended county town, and the people in those villages and towns can only rely on patrolling troops and sect disciples who are training and playing. Only by solving the sect problem can we solve the root problem. But, can't we solve the monster? Li Muir tilted her head and asked seriously. Jiang Wang sighed and touched Li Muir's head. It can't be solved unless the great Xianneng's national strength is strong enough to conquer the entire continent. It is the nature of monsters to eat humans. Dexuan currently has 3 external problems that cannot be solved. The first is the magical beast mountain range in the west. The cause of the magical beasts has always been unknown. Every year, a large number of magical beasts are bred, just like leeks. They grow again after being killed. These creatures are brutal by nature and cannot be tamed. There is also no shortage of high-quality magical beasts that rule an area. The second is the myriad monsters country in the south. Monster race and spirit beast are of the same lineage. Spirit beasts are beasts before they transform and are not included in the monster race family tree. However, it is not easy for ordinary beasts to transform into spirits, and it is even more difficult for spirit beasts to transform into monsters. Moreover, spirit beasts now occupy the main position of transportation, production, and life in Dixuan. If monster race wants to develop, it must liberate spirit beasts, expand territory, and increase population. That's why the myriad monsters country came into being. You see, I'm having some fun with Dong Yi and the others, but our core interests haven't been aligned yet. But this question is a small matter in my opinion. Let's talk about the third one. Jiang Wang paused, and seeing that the two girls were eagerly waiting for his answer, he didn't want to quote him out of context. The third is of course the barbarians. The barbarians are even worse. They are fighting for survival. If they don't attack, they will die. Even if we want to coexist with them in a peaceful way, how much land should Dixuan cede to them given their appetite and reproductive capacity? After they have reproduced for several generations, will their appetites be increased again? The two girls fell into deep thought. In fact, Lu Sai Yao had thought about many truths, but she was unwilling to admit and accept them, and always wanted to find a better way. Jiang Wang pursed his lips and said seriously. I have never been a murderer, but many problems can only be solved by killing. Killing is to prevent killing in the future, so that future generations will not have to go through our path. Which of the troops guarding the northern border doesn't want to kill all the barbarians? And how many barbarians are there? Millions? Tens of millions? If we can kill them all in exchange for peace in the entire northern border, no one will object. If so, please ask him to stand on the Hang Pass, facing the frozen soil of the far north, facing the ferocious faces of hundreds of thousands of barbarian troops, and then tell me if he objects. Lv Sai Yao, do you object? Lu Sai Yao's shoulders trembled for a moment, but her expression became firm in an instant. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. Oh, where are the barbarian children, women, and children? Lu Sai Yao looked directly into Jiang Wang's eyes and nodded. Kill them all the same. What about the sect? Liu Xiao remained silent, lowering her head. So I think you guys are not ruthless enough. If you were, my Jiang family wouldn't be in this situation today. This statement was actually quite outrageous, but Jiang Wang left something else to say. Although the two families are relatives, Liu Xiao is the daughter of the late emperor after all. Who knows whether she is closer to her mother or father in her heart? Chapter 70. Young Master Jiang, our sect is not a barbarian tribe. We will not do anything that would destroy our nation and our race. Although there are conflicts between the sect and the imperial court, they can be reconciled. This is the purpose of Xiao and us. On the contrary, young Master Jiang, your Jiang family is a little too big to attract attention. In midair, Li Muqing supported Su Chongqing and slowly descended, speaking loudly. Jiang Wang had noticed these two people a long time ago, but he didn't try to hide it. It is common knowledge that Jiang Wuxian and the sect are not on good terms. This is the Empress's method, and it is also the Jiang family's way of self-protection. Let me ask you, if the two major forces in the country form a group, can the Empress sleep well? Tisk, little girl, you are really tough. I wonder if you are tougher than your brother. Master Su is so elegant. Why don't you take good care of your injuries and come to visit me? Su Chongqing was now pale and listless, but he still forced himself to cheer up and bowed respectfully to King Jiang. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for saving my life. Su came here specially to thank you. Ignoring Li Muqing's angry red eyes, Jiang Wang waved his hand. I didn't save you on purpose, it just happened. Don't take it to heart. Or you can just tell the woman next to you to shut up. UBD, I'll kill you. Li Muqing finally couldn't hold back her anger and drew her sword to strike, but Su Chongqing grabbed her slender waist from behind. She also knew that Su Chongqing was injured and was the object of her admiration, so she stopped when her body felt weak. Snort. With a cold snort, Li Muqing supported the unsteady Su Chongqing and gritted her teeth. Grandpa Jiang! Someone was shouting in the distance. Jiang Wang looked closely and found that it was Liu Jianxing who came with gauze wrapped around his neck. When they came close to the three people, Liu Jianxing and Jiang Wang looked at each other, and without saying a word, they knelt down in front of him and saluted with their fists clasped. Liu, on behalf of the people of Zishan County, would like to thank Lord Jiang for his great kindness. The air was quiet for a moment. The onlookers all looked at the two with complicated expressions. Jiang Wang walked forward slowly and helped the other person up. Compared to when he left, the middle-aged man now has grey hair on his temples and looks extremely haggard. A deep red wound almost goes through his waist and abdomen, and his eyes are filled with deep fatigue. In this battle, the death of his comrades and the physical injuries had left him exhausted both physically and mentally. With a sigh, Jiang Wang whispered. Lord Liu, Jiang is only trying to save himself. Liu Jianxing looked at the man in front of him, whose body was completely black and whose eyes were filled with fatigue, and boundless emotions spread in his heart. Sir Jiang, this may not mean much to you, but without you, there may be no Zishan County in this world. Jiang Wang shook his head, then suddenly realized something and asked. Lord Liu, where is General Wang? Liu Jianxing was silent, and the eyes of this strong man were filled with sadness. General Wang is dead. How could it be? Jiang Wang patted Liu Jianxing on the shoulder and said in a low voice. General Wang, he was still brave before his death. When Liu Jianxing heard this, the sadness in his eyes stopped. General Wang has ordered that there are many refugees on the south wall, and we must not retreat even a single step. The general and his city guards fought to their death, and no one retreated. When the battle was broken, only the southern wall remained intact. With a sigh, Jiang Wang recalled General Wang's face. This was an old soldier who had fought all his life. Even when his hair and beard turned white, he never took off his armor. Now he died in battle on the land he had been protecting. Perhaps this was a kind of relief for him. The general died in 100 battles, and the warrior returned after 10 years. Throughout history, how many generals have died of old age in peace? Dying on the battlefield is the norm. Lord Liu, please accept my condolences, it's all Xiao's fault. Liu Xiao walked forward slowly and bowed. Liu Jianxing's eyes were slightly stunned. He looked in the direction of the voice, and when he saw it was Liu Xiao, his eyes were full of complicated feelings. Ms. Liu, you were just used by the Wuxian sect. Zishan County would like to thank Miss Liu for breaking the formation. But please wear a face scarf when you enter the city, Miss Lu. The people in the city have attributed the formation incident to you, and have now rejected Miss Lu's ancestral temple. Our Zishan city guards have tried their best to explain and dissuade them, but the people are fine. The key lies with the mercenaries and caravan guards. Zishan County is really unable to maintain order. Amid the public outrage, Miss Lu may be in danger. Lu Xiao bit her lip, her eyes full of determination. Lord Lu, this is the punishment Xiao deserves. Jiang Wang sighed too much today and started to curse. You are so stupid, don't you know who you are? Muir, help surround it. Li Muir took out a light blue silk scarf from her arms and covered Lu Xiao's face. Jiang Wang stared at her, and only after seeing that Lu Xiao no longer resisted did he retract his gaze and turn to look at Lord Lu. Lord Lu, my people should have arrived by now. You can leave the aftermath and the maintenance of order to my people. Lu Jianxing was silent for a moment, then smiled. Zishan County owes Master Jiang another favor. As the sky gradually brightened, Jiang Wang and his companions came to the top floor of Wushenzong restaurant, from where they could overlook the entire Zishan city. At this moment, there are more and more living people on the street, but the smell of blood is still there. Even sitting in such a high restaurant, you can still smell the strong smell. Countless wounded are placed on both sides of the street, and the wailing has been resounding all night. Doctors are walking through the crowd, trying their best to rescue every wounded person. The order in the city is now maintained by the 3 imperial guards. Scattered mercenaries cooperate with the imperial guards to search and rescue the wounded trapped under the rubble. There is no time to collect the bodies of the dead. The most important thing is to rescue the injured who still have hope. Although Zishan County has not become a ghost town, in order to prevent future plagues and diseases, it may still be necessary to evacuate the entire city's residents and restart everything with a fire. Jiang Wang retracted his gaze and looked at Zhang Feng and Zhang Yu in front of him and asked, "How many people are left in Zishan County?" Zhang Yu looked at Zhang Feng, who had a heavy face, sighed and let him answer. "Master, there is about half left." Jiang Wang closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. Half? Half of the more than 300,000 people are left. Have you counted the wounded? Zishan County is currently short of medical resources, and most of the injured were bitten by monsters. If they cannot receive medical treatment, I'm afraid half of them will die. It's too hard to count them. There are too many. We can't spare any staff to count them. Those who can be saved are already being saved. Those who can't be saved can only be left on the roadside to see who can survive. Although it is hard to bear, this is the only way due to the shortage of supplies, and Jiang Wang does not have the ability to save everyone. His wounds have almost healed, the dark skin has faded and grown back, even his hair has grown out, and it has to be said that the high-quality martial artist's recovery ability is DIO. Do you know how many people are left in the city defense force? Jiang Wang asked in a low voice, his eyes sweeping towards the direction of the city wall. There are a total of 802 people left for the city defense and the reserve forces, and 2,170 bodies have not been found yet. Zhang Yu answered mechanically. A troop with more than 80% casualties basically means it has lost its organization. I'm afraid the Zishan City Guard will be rebuilt in the future. Jiang Wang took out all his healing pills from his arms and threw them to Zhang Yudao. Save these 802 people for me. My Zhang family wants them. Chapter 71. 3 days later, in the lobby of the county government office. Lu Jianxing's face showed a weathered look, and bandages could be faintly seen under his washed-out official uniform. He rubbed his brows hard, put down the list in his hand, and looked at the adjutant beside him. Why are the casualties still rising in the past few days? Are so many people infected and dying? The adjutant explained with a serious look. We have recruited many doctors to treat the wounded, and Lord Jiang's men have also helped, but we still don't have enough manpower, and the medicines have run out. Even with the support of surrounding counties, the speed is still too slow in the face of such a huge aftermath. After a moment's silence, the Deputy General spoke in a low voice. The residential areas in the outer city have basically become ruins. Now that the beast tide has receded, many people have returned home to get their belongings, but those mercenaries and caravans have already looted the property and left. Some people have been killed during conflicts. Most importantly, they also plundered some materials from the monsters bit by bit. After a moment's silence, Lu Jianxing smashed the table in front of him with a palm. What a bunch of bastards! They were so cowardly and unwilling to contribute when defending the city, but now they show up. Okay, okay, pass the order down and let the people supervise and report. Anyone who robs property will be killed without mercy. As for the materials, let them take them. When reinforcements from other counties arrive, I'll make them pay back everything with interest. Upon hearing this, the adjutant clasped his fists and saluted. After hesitating for a moment, the deputy general whispered. Sir, Dr. Wang sent a message saying that the disinfectant powder in the city has been used up, and there are still a large number of corpses that have not been dealt with. They are all piled up under the south city wall. If this continues, I am afraid there will be a plague. Lu Jianxing thought about it, and for some reason Jiang Wang's shadow appeared in his mind. If that adult were here, what would he do? After a moment, Lu Jianxing said in a decisive tone. Burn them. Gather the corpses of monsters and humans, divide them into isolation zones, and burn them all. This is the only way to prevent the plague. The deputy general's pupils constricted when he heard this, and he spoke out to stop him. Sir, there are a lot of materials in the monster corpses. If we slowly collect and sell them, it will be enough for us to rebuild an army in Zishan County. If we burn it down, the caravans and mercenaries won't agree. Lu Jianxing narrowed his eyes and stared at the adjutant. Don't agree? If you don't agree, then kill them. Zishan County doesn't care if a few more people die. He stood up, walked to the window, and said in a deep voice. Remember, as long as the people are still here, Zishan will still be here. If a plague breaks out, people with cultivation will naturally not be afraid, but how many people will die? It's just some magical beast materials. If something like this happens, the imperial court will naturally allocate funds for disaster relief. We don't need to worry. The deputy general nodded his head and said no more. Qianlu, you have to take on the future work of Zishan County. In extraordinary times, extraordinary things need to be done. Go down and leave me alone. The adjutant saluted and respectfully took his leave. After a while, Lu Jianxing looked at the black smoke rising from the south, and the luster in his old eyes lost its luster. He sat back down beside the broken desk in a daze, picked up the list on the floor, and began to read through it carefully, page by page. The sound of pages turning could be heard in the house. Looking at the familiar or unfamiliar names in the manual, his fists gradually clenched. He came to Zishan County to serve as an official when he was 18 years old. Over the past 30 years, he started as a 9th grade Sima and gradually became the county magistrate of Zishan. He recognized many of the names on the list, and had even interacted with many of them. There were subordinates who called him Lord Lu, old men who called him Little Lu, and some children who called him Uncle. He also walked past the school and watched the babbling children reading. I have also walked through the streets and watched the daily lives of the people. The people of Zishan, whom he loved, would affectionately call him County Magistrate Lu and would give him freshly made steamed buns to try. However, many of these people have become just a few words in a list. Lu Jianxing couldn't treat these casualties as just a string of numbers like others did. To him, every single one of them was a living person. He turned over page after page. The list was very thick and he felt it was getting heavier in his hands. A strong feeling of suffocation came over him, making the veins in his arms bulge. He had to use all his strength to hold the list. Wushan sect. A sound almost like grinding teeth was heard in the house. Lu Jianxing's hands were shaking and his anger almost overwhelmed his mind, but he still couldn't bear to destroy the list in his hand. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Jianxing silently bent down and picked up the brush on the ground. He dipped the brush in the almost dried ink and wrote his name stroke by stroke on the last page of the roster. After doing all this, Lu Jianxing leaned back in his chair and smiled softly, a smile of relief. He figured it out and decided to go to Wushan sect to seek justice. Even though he knew he would die, he still wanted to seek justice for the more than 100,000 people who died in Zishan County. Thinking of this, he quietly stood up, took off his official robe, folded it carefully and placed it on the chair. From today on, he is no longer Lord Lu, but just Lu Jianxing who is bent on revenge. Lord Lu, what are you doing? Lu Jianxing's pupils shrank slightly and he turned around to look, and found a young man with a strange smile standing at the door. Jiang Wang walked into the room, picked up the list on the ground and turned to the last page. As expected, he saw Lu Jianxing's name. He sighed and said, Lord Lu, you don't have to do this. Go to Kyoto and ask around to find out when I, Jiang, have ever suffered a loss. Lu Jianxing shook his head. I have been in Zishan for 30 years, so I naturally know how deeply the Wushan sect's power is rooted. Their network of relationships is intricate, and even their interest groups can be found throughout Yuzhu, including in the officialdom. The court will not allow them to be touched. Jiang Wang raised his eyebrows and sighed softly. So you don't understand me. Now it's not the imperial court that wants to take revenge on Wushan sect, but my Jiang family. The person I, Jiang Wang, want to kill is not the interest group of Wushan sect, but the murderer who ambushed me and surrounded and killed the next head of the Jiang family and the young master of the Jian sect. There's a saying that goes, the sky is high and the emperor is far away, so the monkey is the king. I have soldiers and justice, I'm a madman, who can stop me? Lu Jianxing smiled, and it was the first time in a few days that he smiled so happily. He bent his legs, knelt down and clasped his fists. Lu thanks young Master Jiang for his righteousness and is willing to go with him. Jiang Wang said softly. You'll die. I will never refuse even if I die. Then I will take your life even if it means death. I will avenge you. Lu Jianxing kowtowed deeply and knelt for a long time until Jiang Wang left. Jiang Wang brought the two girls who had been standing at the door all the way back to the restaurant, with a rare smile on his face. Lu Xiao suddenly asked in a low voice. Cousin, are you trying to recruit Lu Jianxing? Jiang Wang glanced at Lu Xiao and smiled. Of course. He is ruthless enough to order the execution of those who looted the people and is willing to burn the priceless corpse of the monster. Such a person is not easy to find. He is also pure enough to shed tears for the people, get angry, and sacrifice his life for revenge. He has a clean background and is stupid enough. He has cultural talent, he can get to 5th grade on his own, he's capable, he worked his way up from 9th grade to become a county magistrate, and he admires me so much, how could I not want to recruit him? Chapter 72. Speaking of this, Jiang Wang suddenly remembered something and looked at Lu Xiao. Xiao, what do you think would happen if someone like him followed your path? Lu Xiao pursed her lips, thought for a moment and said seriously. I think he will always be able to keep his original intention, and he also has the skills to contain the various interest groups in the section. Cousin, I understand. Do you want me to make more friends with such geniuses who come from commoner backgrounds? Jiang Wang smiled and nodded, but then shook his head. Yes and no. Lu Xiao looked at Jiang Wang with confusion. At this moment, she had a strong desire for knowledge, and it seemed that her path would take a turn for the better with Jiang Wang. Geniuses born in the common people do have a weaker sense of belonging to the sect, and are more likely to use ruthless means to rectify the sect. But on the other hand, their desires are also stronger. When they are in a high position, the dragon slayer may become an evil dragon. Lu Xiao lowered her beautiful eyes and fell into deep thought. Jiang Wang tapped her head, motioning her to listen first, and then continued. Only with extreme centralization can you have a chance to realize your ideals, but centralization is bound to be accompanied by bloodshed and cruelty, and riots and uprisings are inevitable after a long time. I think you should take some time to go back to Kyoto. There is a new college called Kyoto University. Some of the ideas there may inspire you. Kyoto University. Lu Xiao murmured to herself, having already taken the matter to heart. Jiang Wang was secretly delighted. If Lu Xiao could become a teacher in the university to teach formations, he believed that it would not take long before he would have several students with excellent formation skills. In fact, Jiang Wang did not only want to learn about Lu Xiao's knowledge of formations, but mainly because he saw her innovative ability. Using the flying wings formed by the formation and the carriage constructed by the formation, Lu Xiao is using fantasy techniques to do some very scientific things. If we want to solve the sex problems peacefully, we can also vigorously develop productivity and technology, so that civilians have the ability to fight against monsters, so that monks are no longer special and no longer occupy the most important resources in society, and naturally all problems will be solved. Jiang Wang suddenly shared some insights from his past life. Developing technology, cousin, I don't quite understand. Lu Xiao thought about it, not quite understanding, and still asked. Jiang Wang smiled without saying anything, raised his hand and pinched the other's soft face. Go to the academy and you will understand. Perhaps the power of the common people is the key to changing everything. Lu Xiao broke free from Jiang Wang's hand, leaving a red mark on her face, but she was not angry and nodded silently. He is still as easy to bully as he was when he was a child. Jiang Wang, you are bullying our Sai Yao again. A delicate shout was heard, and Li Muking came with Su Chongqing. Li Muking pulled Lu Sai Yao over to protect her behind her and looked at the red marks on her face with heartache. Are you still a man? It's fine if you hit me once, but you hit me again. Lu Sai Yao looked embarrassed and hurriedly advised. Mu Qing, it's not like that. My cousin was just joking with me. Li Muking blocked Lu Sai Yao's mouth and spoke sternly. Don't say any more Sai Yao, we understand. Master Jiang, in order to prevent you from continuing to bully Sai Yao, we ask to go to Wushan sect with you. We will be responsible for her safety. Jiang Wang looked at Li Muking with amusement. Jiang Wang saw through this girl's thoughts as soon as she opened her mouth. Li Muking was very nervous at the moment. She quietly turned her beautiful eyes to observe Jiang Wang's expression casually. When she and Su Chongqing were rescuing civilians in the city, they discovered that the army was secretly gathering and there was a solemn atmosphere, as if they were making preparations for war. Knowing Jiang Wang's style well, she naturally guessed what this evil young man might do. She was also very angry about Wushan sect's actions and had already informed the elders of the sect to severely condemn Wushan sect. But she also knew that there was no subordinate relationship between the sects, and apart from condemnation, she could not give any punishment to the Wushan sect. But someone was willing to take the lead, and as a female hero, Li Muking naturally had the responsibility to help, which led to what happened today. Li Muking glanced at Jiang Wang's face secretly and saw that he remained silent. She felt a little flustered. Okay, Mu Qing, stop making excuses. Su Chongqing patted her on the shoulder, walked up to her and bowed respectfully to Jiang Wang. Now his injuries have healed, and after washing up, he has regained his immortal chi look. Master Jiang, your actions during that day's battle convinced Su, and your contribution to Zishan County puts those of us who claim to be chivalrous and righteous to shame. Su is willing to lend a helping hand to young Master Jiang to seek justice for the people of Zishan County and to avenge the sword attack that day. Jiang Wang rolled his eyes and waved his hand. Come on, just tell me you want to follow me, young master, and pretend together. Put your hands down, Jiang Wang suddenly said seriously. Su Chongqing, Li Muking, listen to my orders. As the commander-in-chief of this battle, I appoint you two as the captain and deputy captain of the advance team. Lead your team to sneak into the vicinity of Wushan sect in a dispersed manner and on a small scale. No matter what method you use, try to find more evidence of the Wushan sect's crimes. I will lead the army in 3 days, and we will work together inside and outside to eliminate this cancer. The two were stunned for a moment, then their faces showed ecstasy. This is a play that has never been experienced before. They all clasped their fists, not wanting to compromise on their status as masters, and responded. I'll take your orders. In a hidden attic in Wushan sect, a middle-aged man in a grey robe knelt in front of someone. Master, please save my life. I am willing to give up all the assets I have hidden for many years. Li Tai had a gloomy expression and stared at the man kneeling on the ground. Elder Wu, you shouldn't have come back. You should have died like the others, or disappeared, but you shouldn't have returned to Wushan sect. Elder Wu was sweating profusely. He knew that coming back was a bad idea, but the swordsman who had chased and killed 5 of them that day had completely broken his inner defenses. He believed that even if he escaped, he would be found soon. Only by obtaining the protection of the sect and uniting the entire Yuzhu sect could he put pressure on the court and save these people's lives. At this point, a cruel look flashed in his eyes, and he looked at Li Tai with extraordinary determination. Master Li, forgive me for being blunt, but the failure of this plan is related to the Jiang family and the young master of the Supreme Sword sect. They must have some evidence about Zishan County, and hiding it will not work. You don't want someone to jump out and correct you, do you, Sect Master Li? Li Tai's face darkened, with murderous intent between his brows. Are you threatening me? Elder Wu smiled softly and lowered his voice. What sect leader Li has done in recent years can't be considered clean. It must have taken a lot of hard work to secure the position of sect leader. What a coincidence! Why did the old sect master suddenly die when he was about to break through to the 2nd grade, while the second disciple, who was not outstanding in the sect, suddenly made rapid progress in cultivation and even achieved the 2nd grade? Li Tai stood up, walked to Elder Wu, helped him up, and spoke earnestly. Elder Wu, the sect is willing to stand together with every meritorious official. Chapter 73. Facing the morning sun, the warm sunlight shines all over the earth. In front of the dilapidated woodshed, a young man in a thin coat in the autumn was chopping firewood at his feet with great effort. The boy's hair was wet with sweat and his body was emitting bursts of heat. It was obvious that he had been chopping wood here early in the morning. Snap! The young man chopped off a piece of ironwood that even an ordinary 7th grade martial artist could not cut with his axe. He let out a long sigh and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Junior brother Han, your cultivation has improved a lot in the past few days. A pleasant female voice was heard, and Han Feiyu glanced sideways. A fairy in pink was floating in from outside the mountain, with the breeze blowing through her hair. The fairy was like a person in a painting, so beautiful that no one dared to look directly at her. The boy's cheeks blushed unconsciously, he scratched his hair shyly, and spoke nervously. No. Senior Sister Baiyu, now that you are here, I have been practicing the sword techniques you taught me recently and have gained many new insights. The silent fairy looked at the ironwood that had already filled up the woodshed, walked up to the boy and rubbed his head. Her delicate and beautiful eyes met the boy's eyes, and there was a watery smile in them. Well, that's good. Our Feiyu has improved again. After saying this, he ignored the boy's blushing face. He rubbed the dog's head angrily. Han Fei struggled to break free from the silent clutches, breathing heavily. Looking at the fairy's beautiful face, the fairy dress that exposed her jade back, and her fair skin, the 18-year-old boy was full of imagination. A slap hit the boy's forehead, and Han Feiyu covered his forehead in pain. The silent fairy said in a slightly blaming tone. Feiyu, don't look at me the same way as those people outside. We are just senior and junior brothers and sisters. The boy then realized how obscene and vulgar his gaze just now was. He lowered his head with some guilt and said nothing more. When the silent fairy saw the boy's expression, her beautiful eyes curved slightly, and she stepped lightly on the boy's body with her high-heeled lotus boots. She came closer, bent down, and rubbed the boy's hair again. Ah, our Feiyu has grown up too, senior sister forgives you. Seeing Feiyu's expression eased, Baiyu put away his smile and spoke seriously. Feiyu, no more jokes, hurry up and pack your bags, we are leaving Wushan sect this morning. No, we are leaving Yuzhu. The boy was stunned for a moment, then reacted and asked hurriedly. What's wrong, senior sister? Is it a demon beast attacking? I will kill the demon in the mountain right now. Seeing the young man eager to go back to his room to get his sword, Fairy Baiyu shook her head and held him back. It's not Feiyu, it's the section. Alas, Wushan sect has provoked someone it shouldn't have provoked, and I'm afraid it's going to be a disaster. Master said before he died that Wushan sect would be in great trouble within 100 years. I didn't expect it to come true so soon. The young man was also a little excited when he heard his senior sister say this. Senior sister, why don't we notify sect master Li and let him prepare for defense? Second brother is very busy, so I'm afraid he may not be that well informed. Fairy Baiyu looked at the young man in front of her with heartache, not knowing whether she should tell him that the crisis of Wushan sect was caused by her former second senior brother, now the sect master Li. After her master died, she should have taken over as the sect leader, but her master's death was so strange and her junior brother was seriously ill, so she was unable to get away. So she rejected all opinions and recommended her second junior fellow apprentice to succeed the position of sect leader despite the opposition of many elders. Her subsequent efforts were not in vain. Second junior brother had only been the sect master for 3 years when he broke through to the second grade. It seemed that the reputation and status of the entire Wushan sect in Yuzhu had risen rapidly. She finally cured her junior fellow apprentice's illness, and carefully guided his growth, carrying out her master's dying wishes. But in recent years, Wushan sect has changed. Due to rapid expansion and profit transfer, the Wushan sect was divided into several factions. Originally, the deep friendship between the master and the brothers was due to their own interests, and they checked and balanced each other within the sect. She was the only one who kept herself out of trouble, holding the empty title of honorary elder and staying independent of the internal struggle. But at the same time, their decisions were not told to her. This is why the Wushan sect committed such a huge mistake and actually drove beasts to massacre the city. Thinking of the secret he had overheard, he shook his head silently. As the great master, I no longer have any authority in front of them, let alone give them orders. When practicing immortal Dao True Qi, the lifespan is already very long, and the scenes of the elder sister disciplining her younger brothers when they were young have become a thing of the past. Now, the only one who still listens to me is probably the junior brother in front of me. Feiyu, this matter is of great importance. The sect master has made full preparations. Listen to me, let's evacuate first. Before he could finish his words, a giant sword suddenly condensed in the distant sky. The giant sword emitted cold rays of light and slashed towards the Wushan sect's gate. The sect protection formation sensed the threat and acted first. A bright yellow light curtain appeared, covering the entire Wushan sect. Boom! A huge roar was heard. The sword shadow collided with the mountain protection formation, and the bright yellow light curtain splashed ripples, but fortunately it withstood the sudden attack. Under the horrified gaze of the sect disciples, the silver-white giant sword slowly condensed in the sky again. A strange man in green clothes, with his hair flying in the wind, stood in the air with excitement on his face, holding the giant sword in his hand. People in the city, listen up. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed without mercy. Boom! Another sword chopped heavily on the light curtain, causing it to sway continuously. Within the limited time of these few days, Wushan sect made preparations for prevention. Mobilize disciples to guard the mountain gate, consolidate the formation, and replenish the energy needed to protect the formation. All the servants in the sect, relatives of the elders, children of noble families, shop owners and store owners were relocated to the safer area behind the mountain. This is the sect in Dixuan now. Unlike the traditional sects where each sect is located on a mountain and everyone except the master and disciples gets their food, clothing, and daily necessities from heaven and earth, the current sect is more like a small city. The personnel inside are complicated and divided into direct descendants, inner sect, outer sect, and menial servants. The elders will bring their own families, and some noble families will come to seek refuge and live in the sect. There are special commercial areas, entertainment areas, living areas, and even special brothels for people to have fun. With so many mortals in the city, Li Tai was convinced that the imperial court would not dare to break off relations with the sects. But he could never have imagined that there would be a madman who would really attack indiscriminately. If the large formation could not react in time to this sword shadow, at least thousands of people in the city would die at once. And when peace has become the norm, even if the elders in the sect repeatedly emphasize caution, the disciples will think it is just a joke. Therefore, when the formation was already on the verge of collapse, the disciples guarding the city suddenly came to their senses. The war has really begun. Quick, go inform the deacon, someone is attacking the city. Don't panic, follow the usual training. Some people will repair the formation, and the other part will be ready to break the formation and fight the enemy at any time. Refill the spirit stone. Go get the spirit stone quickly, the formation is about to break, refill the energy quickly. A trembling roar sounded on the city wall. Human figures were mixed together and the city wall was in chaos. The sect's disciples had never faced such a battle before. Their previous experiences were just small fights against some stupid monsters. Now this sword came too suddenly, and it directly scared them out of their wits. Chaos broke out as soon as the war began. Chapter 74. Calm down. Anyone who disturbs the morale of the army will be killed without mercy. At this moment, a loud voice sounded on the city wall. A middle-aged man stood in the void, the pressure of the third grade swept the whole place, and he casually swung out a few true chi, killing dozens of sect disciples who were panicking and disrupting the morale of the army in the crowd. It's the third elder. The elder of the third grade Yang Shen realm is here. Seeing the appearance of the third elder, the chaos in the crowd gradually subsided. To ordinary outer disciples, the third grade elders were like gods. The sect monks who practice immortal Dao True Chi are generally divided into 9th grade, from low to high, 9th grade foundation building, 8th grade consecration, 7th grade food chi, 6th grade yin god, 5th grade gold core, 4th grade nascent soul, 3rd grade yang god, 2nd grade transcending tribulation, 1st grade land immortal. Immortal Dao monks use true chi as their training method. Their aura is long and far-reaching, and they can strengthen their body and prolong their life. Their fighting style involves the 5 elements and the soul, and they have a variety of combined attack methods. After the 2nd grade, they can even transform into the law manifestation world and control treasures to kill enemies in mid-air. See that the chaos has ceased. The third elder flew over the wall of Wushan sect, and his loud voice reached the ears of all the defending disciples. Don't panic if an external enemy attacks. Rely on the great formation for defense. The sect master and his men have already made a response plan. These disciples had no idea why Wushan sect was attacked by the enemy. When they heard the third elder say so, they felt relieved and looked at the figure outside the city anxiously. In a hidden house in the city, an old man in a deacon's uniform calmly directed a group of inner disciples to move the spirit stone. From the outside, this place looks like just an ordinary house, but if you walk inside, you can see that the walls inside the house are engraved with mysterious runes. The floor of the house had now been lifted up, revealing a tunnel leading directly underground. The old man in deacon's clothes saw two inner disciples, a man and a woman, standing in a daze at the door of the room, looking at the towering sword shadows outside the city, as if they were frightened out of their wits. "Hey, what are you two doing? This is the center of the formation. Hurry and send the spirit stone in. If the energy supply is not timely and the formation is broken, all of you juniors will go to the discipline hall to receive punishment." As he spoke, the deacon walked forward and pushed the man who was still in a daze. The man staggered and turned around slowly. A handsome face appeared before the deacon. The deacon was stunned. Obviously he didn't expect that there would be such a good-looking disciple in the inner sect. It was expected that this place was also a vital point of the Wushan sect, and inner sect disciples were always assigned to guard it. Although these two people were unfamiliar, they looked like the sons of wealthy families. Who knows, they might be the own people arranged by some elder. So he softened his tone and didn't dare to offend. "Don't be in a daze. If the third elder sees you, he will definitely punish you too. How about this, 500 taels of silver, and I'll arrange for someone else to take over your job, and the credit will still be attributed to you, how about that?" Obviously, the deacon hoped to make a fortune from the two men. The young man shook his head, and a few strands of silver-white hair fluttered in the wind. Su Chongqing whispered. "Thank you very much, deacon. I will naturally present the silver to you after young Master Jiang's army enters the city." The deacon chuckled and was about to thank him, but suddenly his hair stood on end. "You, enemy attack!" Before he could finish his words, Li Muqing pierced the deacon's throat with a sword. Su Chongqing dodged the splattered blood and frowned slightly, as if he felt a little reluctant. "Mu Qing, if the Wushan sect knew about our cruel treatment of them, would they?" Li Muqing rolled her eyes and raised the corners of her mouth slightly. "Don't be silly. Today's incident was all caused by Jiang Wang. Why should it concern us too? So what if it's exposed, Su Chongqing, can't you see what happened to Zishan County? Isn't our ideal to be chivalrous and punish evil? Even if a sect that has committed so many evil things is destroyed, who in the sect dares to say anything bad about me?" Su Chongqing opened his mouth but said nothing. When they came here, he and Jiang Wang volunteered to do it, but now that it's time to do the work, they are backing off. Perhaps this is the reason for the gap between him and Jiang Wang. "Let's go." Pulling out the soft sword hidden at his waist, Su Chongqing pushed away and walked down the stairs. This place is the core of the city defense formation. There must be experts guarding it, and perhaps a bloody battle is waiting for them. Outside the sect, Jiang Wang was floating in the air, silently regulating his breathing. Lu Xiao had wings growing on her back and was floating beside Jiang Wang. "Cousin, if the Wushan sect refuses to open the gate, will you really massacre the sect?" Jiang Wang had told Lu Xiao about this before coming. If the leader of Wushan sect still had some humanity and really cared about the future of the sect, he could have cut off his arm to save his life. The main criminal gang headed by the sect leader collectively pleaded guilty and accepted the trial of the Dixuan law. Although it might still result in their death, at least the inheritance of the Wushan sect can be preserved. If they are really stubborn and refuse to change their ways, they will be in great danger of being defeated by the army. That depends on their awareness. "Xiao, let's make a bet." Lu Xiao was stunned when she heard this, and her gentle eyes stared into Jiang Wang's eyes, as if she was trying to figure out his thoughts. "Bet, on what?" Jiang Wang chuckled and pointed his sword at the gate of Wushan sect. "If someone from the Wushan sect can stand up and take all the blame, then I will agree with part of your ideals. If there is a war between us in the future, I will leave a line of incense for those sects that have not done evil. If no one stands up, if you meet someone named Lin Ping'an in the future, you are not allowed to get too close to him." Her beautiful eyes trembled slightly, and Lu Xiao bit her lip, avoiding Jiang Wang's gaze. Her mind was very confused. Her reason told her that Jiang Wang's words were extremely treasonous. The empress was still on the throne, but he was talking about slaughtering the entire clan and becoming king. He forced himself to remain calm and dispel the fantasies in his mind. Given the friendship between the two families over the years, such words should not come out of his mouth. "Xiao has never met a person named Lin Ping'an. Since my brother doesn't want me to have any contact with him, Xiao will naturally obey. There is no need to use her as a bet." Jiang Wang shook his head and continued seriously. Some things are very metaphysical. How do you know that you are not a love-brained person? I have to consider your mother and prevent you from doing something that would harm your family for the sake of justice. Liu Xiao's eyes felt a little sore when she heard this. Why did Jiang Wang always feel that he would do harm to his family? Was it because she had some beautiful fantasies about the sect? Why would Jiang Wang speculate so much about someone he had never met? How could I possibly do something that would hurt my family because of my ideals and love? Gritting her teeth, Liu Xiao said calmly. I took the bet. A smile of success appeared on Jiang Wang's face. Chapter 75. After adjusting his breath to feel comfortable, a huge sword condensed from Jiang Wang's hand, and he chopped it down heavily again. After the sect protection formation had been repaired and reinforced, it only caused waves this time, and it seemed that Jiang Wang's attack method had become weak. Dozens of flying spirit beasts flew out from the depths of Wushan sect. Several figures walked down from the backs of the spirit beasts and confronted Jiang Wang from a distance across the pale yellow light curtain. Is the friend outside the Jiang family's young master? I am Li Tai, the leader of Wushan sect. I wonder why young master Jiang attacked our sect's mountain gate. Li Tai stepped on the void, and a powerful pressure was emitted faintly, pressing towards Jiang Wang outside the formation. What do you mean? Master Li is really pretending to be ignorant even though he knows the truth. The 173,213 people who died in Zishan County cannot afford to be confused. Jiang Wang's cold voice came out, and all the disciples of Wushan sect heard his voice. There was an uproar in the crowd, as if someone had realized that all the news about Zishan County in the past few days seemed to have fallen into oblivion. Li Tai smiled slightly and pretended to be surprised. Zishan County? What do you mean, Master Jiang? Is Zishan County in danger? Is it an invasion by monsters? Alas, it's all our fault. Zishan County is located on the border of the Magic Beast Mountain Range and is indeed vulnerable to beast tides. I originally invited Miss Lu to set up a defensive formation for Zishan, but I didn't expect something to go wrong. But is there something wrong with Miss Lu's formation? These words are very vicious. They make it clear that our Wushan sect has made contributions to Zishan County. Now you have come to our door and brought the person who set up the formation to ask for an explanation. Are you trying to shirk your responsibility? Apparently, many disciples in the crowd also thought so. If anyone is to blame, it is only because Liu Xiao is so famous that no one dares to take the credit from her. For such a good deed as the repair of the formation in Zishan County, almost everyone knows that Liu Xiao contributed the most. Liu Xiao's face turned pale. Although she had expected that the Wushan sect would act recklessly, she still felt uncomfortable when she heard the insults coming from the crowd. Jiang Wang glanced at Liu Xiao, who was silent with her head down, and sighed. Sect Master Li is really good at scheming. Let's talk about another matter. These people are from your Wushan sect, right? A few days ago, I was blocking the beast tide outside Zishan City, and these people attacked me. What do you think about this matter? Jiang Wang took out a cloth bag and opened it. 4 bloody human heads were strung together with a hemp rope. 4 pairs of eyes, which were open in death, stared straight at Li Tai. Wow, there was a moment of panic and confusion among the crowd. That's the head of Patriarch Lu. Oh my god, how could he be dead? And Director Wang and Master Su, how could that be? They are both third-grade masters. Li Tai had a gloomy expression. Although he had heard from Elder Wu that Jiang Wang had easily defeated their siege, he had expected that someone would escape. He did not expect that the remaining 4 would fall into his hands. Third-grade masters are not easy to come by. Apart from a few elders, Wushan sect can only find a few of them. With the death of these people, the development of Wushan sect in the past 20 years can be said to have evaporated. Thinking of this, Li Tai felt resentful, but he didn't dare to make trouble. Young Master Jiang, these people were indeed members of my Wushan sect before, but a few days ago, I expelled them from the sect because of their work style and quality issues. I heard that after they were kicked out, they joined some assassin organization. I guess they were besieged because young Master Jiang's bounty was too high. Jiang Wang laughed, but was not annoyed. Sect Master Li is really good at speaking. These people must have fought for Wushan sect all their lives. Now that they are dead, they can't even enter the sect. It's really pitiful. But it doesn't matter. This elder of your sect looks very familiar to me. There were 5 people who attacked me that day, and one of them fled in the direction of your sect. Why not let this elder come out and confront me? Jiang Wang casually pointed at an old man with a white beard behind Li Tai and said with a smile. Li Tai was stunned when he heard this, and turned around to look at the second elder behind him. He thought it was Elder Wu who sneaked out to watch the fun and was recognized by Jiang Wang. Unexpectedly, the person Jiang Wang was pointing at was the second elder who had never left the sect. Could it be that this guy didn't remember who attacked and killed him that day? Li Tai exchanged glances with the second elder and seemed to have reached an agreement. My Wushan sect is not afraid of confronting young Master Jiang, but once the sect's formation is activated, it cannot be closed within an hour. It would be better for young Master Jiang to wait for that hour and then come to the sect to take a look. Our sect can also prepare a banquet for young Master Jiang to welcome him. Jiang Wang chuckled and looked at Li Tai dimly. That's fine. Since sect master Li is willing, I won't force him to do anything. Li Tai's expression turned happy, as if Jiang Wang was not difficult to deal with. Without substantial evidence, even if he talks to the sky, he can't forcefully attack our sect. Besides, he is just a third grade, and these useless elders are afraid of him. Our sect doesn't even take a junior seriously. But I have a problem, which is that I have very little patience, and I don't have any sense of time. It's been 3 days. The 173,213 wronged souls can't wait any longer. I still prefer to use some rough methods. He raised his sword finger and dropped it into the air, reciting a few lines of poetry. The flying geese fly down into the mortal world, and the floating clouds accompany me on my journey. There is no merit in the world of fame and fortune, and there are only villains and flatterers on the bumpy road. Start taking up arms for the benefit of the people, do not judge a hero by his success or failure. When the divine soldiers descend from the sky, they will sweep away the enemy camp like a whirlwind. When the poem was finished, the golden words left in the void slowly dissipated, and no strange phenomenon occurred. There was silence in the Wushan sect, and then there was a burst of laughter. Li Tai couldn't help but laugh. He thought Jiang Wang would come up with some big trick after his harsh words, but he didn't expect that he just wrote a poem. What a crappy poem this is. It's not even as good as the one written by your own son. And you still show it off in public? Young Master Jiang, I didn't expect you to have an interest in poetry and songs. Why didn't you tell me earlier? There is a restaurant in our Wushan sect. There are famous actors and prostitutes with great literary talent. Why don't you come into the city and have a good chat with them? Jiang Wang smiled slightly and nodded. That's great. I will go there, of course. I won't bother you, Sect Master Li. The 3 imperial guards, listen to my orders, attack. The autumn wind suddenly brought a hint of heat. Some disciples with sensitive spiritual sense felt a constant throbbing in their hearts. A middle-aged man who had been in Wushan sect for 30 years and was still an outer disciple looked up at the sky with a solemn expression and started crying without any warning. Who, brother who, what's wrong with you? Seeing this, a young disciple hurried forward to check. The actions of the two attracted the attention of other disciples. Some of them quickly followed senior brother who's gaze and looked into the distance, then stood still for a moment. Get up, don't block me from seeing this beautiful view. Senior brother who pushed the young disciple away, his eyes full of bloodshot, staring at the sky without blinking. The young disciple finally reacted at this moment and looked up. Huge fireballs rolled in from the sky, bringing with them bursts of whistling sounds that broke through the wind and reached our ears. God's punishment, is it God's punishment? His legs went limp and the young disciple knelt on the ground, staring blankly at the sky. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and subscribe to the channel so you're notified of future uploads. You can find the next parts in the playlist visible on the screen or on my channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.